Oluwabukola Esther Ogunigbe was held on Saturday, the 9th of September 2023 at the All Saints Anglican Church, Oshodi, Lagos. The bride, Oluwabukola Esther Ogunigbe, is a cybersecurity specialist and daughter of member representing Oshodi Solo Constituency 1 at the Lagos State House of Assembly and vice chairman of the Island Club, Honorable Otumba Stephen Olukayode Ogunigbe. While the groom, Oluwatosin Abayomi Talabi, is a financial expert and son of Mr. Matthew Talabi. The marriage ceremony was officiated by a host of clergymen led by the Lord Bishop, Diocese of Lagos West, writes Reverend Dr. James Olushola Odediji. In attendance were the Olu of Oloruda Olajide Town in Ewekoro Kingdom, Oba Theophilus Olatubosun Jola Osho, trustee and former chairman of the Island Club, Mr. Alabanji Oladapo, among many others. The event started with a magnificent procession of the bride, led by her father, Honorable Stephen Ogunigbe. High point of the service was the exchange of rings, declaration of the couple as man and wife, as well as intercessory prayer and blessings of the couple by the Lord Bishop Olushola Odediji.
With my body, I will honor you. All that I have, I give to you. All that I have, I share with you. Within the love of God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Amen.
The Bible reading was taken by the couple, Oluwatosin Abayomi Talabi and Oluwabukola Esther Ogunigbe, from 1 Corinthians chapter 13, verse 1 to 13. In the sermon, Venerable T.O.S. Ayodele stressed the need to appreciate God for the gift of marriage, which according to him is an institution established by God himself. He urged the couple to love and respect each other according to biblical precepts and to allow God to take absolute control of their home.
When you love your wife, you won't take the message so serious. You can only point it out in love, correct in love, and you move on. You don't allow mistakes to be a headache for you. Love your wife in everything she does. Love your wife as you love yourself. And in that verse, Paul says, that is verse 25, that as Christ loved his church and he died for her. Love your wife. My dear daughter, from verse 21 to 24, you are to respect, to honor, and to be obedient to your husband. Please don't go against your husband's wish or desires. Whatsoever he asks you not to do, even though it is necessary for you to do it, find time to talk with him. Try to persuade him. Try to convince him that this thing is necessary. But if you see he insists that don't do it, please don't. Be obedient.
Prayers for the couple were said by Venerable S.O. Olajide before the couple signed the marriage register alongside their parents. The service featured presentation of the marriage certificates to the couple, a special Thanksgiving session, presentations by Christian mothers led by the wife of the Lord Bishop, Dr. Mrs. Lydia Odedeji. The wedding service came to an end with a closing prayer led by the Lord Bishop James Olushola Odedeji and the withdrawal hymn. The reception followed immediately at the T.Y. Danjuma Hall of the Nigerian Armed Forces Resettlement Center, Oshodi, Lagos, where family members, friends and well-wishers joined the newlyweds for an exciting moment of celebration. On the bandstand was legendary Ebenezer Obey and crew providing the very best of music. DJ Wales was also on ground with regular supply of contemporary music. Present at the reception were a rich retinue of members of the Lagos State House of Assembly who gathered to give support to one of their own. Distinguished members of the prestigious Island Club, the chairman, Island Club and father of the day, Asiwaju Rabiu Adioluwa, Delewo of Ewuland, Oba Shakiruddin Adesina Kuti, Chief Alex Duduyemi, Asiwaju of the Source, Mr. Olabanjo Ladapo, trustee and former chairman of the Island Club, the chairman and CEO of Biscon Communications, Prince Bisi Olatilo, head of the Lagos State branch of the National Union of Road Transport Workers, Musliu Akinsanya, popularly known as MC Oluomo, among so many others. The entry of the parents of the couple was done in grand style, starting with the groom's parents, Pa Matthew Talabi and wife, Mrs. Olayemi Talabi, followed closely by the energetic entry of the bride's parents, Honorable Stephen Olukayode Ogudikbe and wife, Yeye Kikelomo Ogudikbe, both accompanied by friends. high point of the event was the grand, colorful and magnificent entry of the couple, who danced graciously in company of the groomsmen and bridal train amidst the display of fireworks and energetic music supplied by the DJ. The opening prayer was said by Dr. Evangelist Daisy Obiano of Christ Embassy, Love World Ministries. The cutting of the cake was supervised by MC Jimmy Jairo.
All right, you're cutting this cake in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
I found the love for me.
After the cutting of the cake, legendary Commander Ebenezer Obey took over proceedings with a supply of more energetic music as the couple swayed graciously on the dance floor, while family members and friends took turns to dance with them. The reception party featured a special presentation by distinguished members of the prestigious Island Club, which was coordinated by the Social Secretary, Mr. Tajuddin Okemode, and led by the chairman of the club, Asiwaju Rabiu Adioluwa. In his response, the host and father of the bride, Honorable Otumba Stephen Olukayode Ogundikpe, expressed delight at a show of love and honor by members of the Island Club.
I want to appreciate you all. I want to thank you for the love, for the commitment, and for all the monies you have spent. God will also, for those grandpas among us, you will see your grandchildren. And for the fathers, in your presence, your children will do better. And for all of us that are here, that have not joined this premier social club, this is the time. This year, Island Club will be 80. And we are honoring 80 members. So this is the time for you to see me and be part of the Island Club. Once again, thank you. God bless you all.
The distinguished members of the club ended the presentation with the club's anthem. The grand moment of the reception was the official couple's first dance. They danced amidst exotic fireworks and a blend of romantic and party tunes supplied by DJ Wales.
The voice of Olukola. You say what?
It was indeed a beautiful moment of intense celebration as family and friends danced with the couple till the very end. From Biscon Communications, it's happy married life to the couple. The nonagenarian concert and presentation of the book, The Spirit of Our Treasures, in honor of Dr. Christopher Kolade CON and Chief Emeka Anyonko GCON, GCVO CFR, was held on Thursday, September 7, 2023, at the Church of Nativity, Ikoyi, Lagos. Dr. Christopher Kolade, born on the 28th of December 1932, was one of the pioneer broadcasters in Nigeria. A diplomat, scholar, and administrator with leadership excellence and outstanding integrity. In well over 6 decades, Dr. Kolade has distinctly modeled leadership excellence and integrity in various positions held within and outside Nigeria, including as Nigerian High Commissioner to the United Kingdom, Director General, Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria, FRCN, Chairman and Chief Executive, Cadbury Nigeria PLC, among many others. Chief Emeka Anyonko, GCVO CFR CON, born on the 18th of January 1933, is a Nigerian diplomat, former Minister of Foreign Affairs and the 3rd Commonwealth Secretary General. Aside his international career, Chief Emeka Anyonko continues to fulfill the duties of his office as Ichie Adazi of Obosi, a traditional Ndi Ichie chieftainship in Anambra State. In attendance were the honorees Dr. Christopher Kolade CON and wife, Mrs. Beatrice E. Kolade, Chief Emeka Anyonko, GCON, GCVO, CFR and wife, Princess Bumi Sholanke Anyonko. Former President, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo GCFR, was represented by his wife, Chief Mrs. Bola Obasanjo. The Governor of Lagos State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, was represented by the Secretary to the State Government, Barrister Mrs. Abimbola Saluhu Deyi. Catholic Bishop of Sokoto Diocese, Bishop Matthew Hazan Kuka, who was the keynote speaker. Renowned Professor of Biology, Professor Anya O. Anya. Anglican Bishop of Lokoja Province of the Church of Nigeria, Bishop George Bako, who was also a one-time DG of the Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria, FRCN. The Chairman and CEO Biscon Communications, Prince Bisi Olatilo. Chairman and CEO Channels TV, Mr. John Momo. Metropolitan Senior Pastor, House on the Rock Church Worldwide, Pastor Paul Adefarasi, among many others. The event was anchored by the Senior Pastor, Trinity House Church, Pastor Itwai Godalo. The opening prayer was led by the Vicar, Church of Nativity, Ikoyi, Venerable Olalekan Bukwola. In his welcome speech, the Chairman, Heritage for Life Foundation and Research Professor of International Relations and Strategic Studies at the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, NIIA, Professor Femi Otubanjo, appreciated the organizers, Heritage Foundation. He expressed delight at a special concert, which he said, among other things, celebrates the life of 2 living legends who have stamped their feet in the sands of time.
Do men like Chibayoko and Dr. Kolade still exist in Nigeria? The Heritage for Life Foundation is not interested in the what, why, and who of our moral decline. What we desire is to stimulate a moral renaissance. Fortunately for us, we are again at the beginning of a change of political leadership. The last 8 years were years of horrors in this country, in every respect. It is a new opportunity to begin the rebuilding of not just our economy, but the moral fabric of our nation. A great nation with great potentials. Ladies and gentlemen, as we were taught in Ecclesiastes 44, let us now praise famous men and our fathers that begot us. Their names lived forevermore. The people will tell of their wisdom, and the congregation will show forth their praise.
Speaking at the event, Lagos State SSG Barrister Mrs. Abimbola Saluhu Deyi, who represented Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State, read out the address of the governor, where he expressed gratitude to the organizers, Heritage Foundation, for the invitation and described the honorees as shining stars of their generation, considering the values, virtues, and principles that they are both known for, which, according to him, are worthy of emulation.
Mr. Governor is particularly proud of the organizers of this event. So on behalf of Mr. Governor, I want to say a big thank you to Heritage for Life Foundation. Thank you for organizing this once again. Pastor, you know, when your father and the Lord says you should do something, I want to believe it's prophetic. But at the same time, you also have to be realistic in a society like this. So, sir, I would like to be honest with us. I would not be able to state any amount, but I want to assure this gathering that because this has to do with values and what Mr. Governor stands for, he's very interested. And I know when Heritage for Life Foundation brings up their papers, they will definitely get the positive result. That I can tell you. Thank you. Thank you for clapping for Mr. Governor. Thank you. I would also like to say this, that I know that we all know that he refuses to be called His Excellency. His greater reason is because he believes it is only God that is excellent, because he's a man of God. And that's why he respects the church, he respects men of God anywhere they are. So I want to appreciate just once again. I was afraid when they said Bishop Kuka would speak, because I know what he says to the government sometimes. But I thank you, sir, that tonight you have encouraged us to pray more for Nigeria. Very much, sir. I also want to thank my Lord Bishop, who is actually my in-law. You know, I'm married to him. Thank you, sir.
Chief Mrs. Bola Obasanjo, who represented her husband and chairman of the occasion, former President Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, stated that the honorees deserve to be immortalized for their immense contributions to the development of the country. The first Bible reading was taken by Chief Emeka Anyoko from the book of Psalm. It was followed by the hymn, "Oh, Praise Ye the Lord." The second Bible reading were taken by Major General Olatilewa Amusu, retired. The third Bible reading was taken by Dr. Christopher Kolade before the hymn, "Trust and Obey," was sang. In his keynote speech, the Catholic Bishop of Sokoto Diocese, Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka, gave reflections on memorable encounters with the honorees and congratulated them.
I want to thank Mr. Iyala, whom I'm only seeing for the first time. I've never heard about him until Dr. Kolade called me. And I was so excited, one, to hear from him, because I've been feeling quite uncomfortable and feeling so guilty. Every time I come to Lagos, I say I pray I never come to Lagos again until the traffic situation has been sorted out. And I kept looking for a day that I will personally come to Lagos and pay my respect to Chief Anyoku and Dr. Kolade simultaneously, when I heard about their celebrations of their 90th birthdays. So when I got the call from Dr. Kolade asking me to do this, I thought, among other things, only a stupid man would refuse to accept two for the price of one.
Bishop Kuka also expressed displeasure at the state of the nation, despite the struggle of its founding fathers, and prayed for a better Nigeria.
But I think we must also take cognizance of the fact that for building a nation, the challenges are far more than we can understand. And the success of the challenges lie in if we use a relay race as a metaphor. Because no matter how good you are as a relay team, your success depends on the quality of your collaboration and cooperation, and how successfully we hand the baton. So the challenge of our society is how to hold the collective narratives of our nation today. And here there is no greater guide than history, because without history, our lives will be an endless, frustrating chain of accusations and counter-accusations, bug passing, praise singing, and condemnation. And yet, in reality, history is a contestation of ideas, because it continues with a culture of interrogation. And the more we interrogate the events of history, the better it is for us. But of course, if this interrogation is not sustained, memory lapses. And this is why, even amidst all the things we hear about Nigeria and about our country, the anger, the frustration, the quality of self-recrimination, the things we say about ourselves and against ourselves. I'm saying this because, look, what you find about Nigeria, this noise is wonderful noise. But it is also noise of an extraordinarily talented group of people who don't take no for an answer. So our capacity to interrogate almost every question should be taken as a plus.
This was followed by a special solo rendition by the coordinator, Heritage Choral, Lemuel Liala. The citations of the honorees were then read by Dr. Mrs. Olasumbo Olusoya. While presenting the plaque of honor to one of the celebrants, Dr. Christopher Kolade CON, the chairman and CEO Channels Television, Mr. John Momo, expressed delight and excitement for being part of an event which honors great men who impacted his life and shaped his career.
Men who have shaped my career, who have shaped my life. And men that I admire so much, so very much. I cherish them so much. I'm very excited and I'm very delighted. And in one word, in a few words, I just want to say, I love you so much, sir. And so much, so very much. I love about this. But by the powers conferred on me, I just want to say, this is a plaque from the Heritage Life Foundation and Greenland Classics, the Nigerian concert, in honor of Dr. Christopher Kolade and Chief Emeka Ayoko, for this time to you, presented to you for your exemplary career, accomplishment, and service to God and humanity. Your name shall live forever. Ecclesiastes 4:44. Congratulations, sir.
Former president of the Nigerian Stock Exchange, Dr. Raymond Chukwugozie Obiere, while presenting the plaque of honor to Chief Emeka Ayoko.
Pleasure to be here today to witness this honor being done to you and your dear wife. Of course, also to Dr. Christopher Kolade. This is the first in corporate world. You cannot, in any way in this country, be able to name anybody who is not very appreciative of the role Dr. Kolade played in corporate Nigeria. So it is my pleasure, because you deserve this honor, sir. You and your dear wife, and all of us who are gathered here today, will we forever be grateful that people who have made sufficient and very positive leadership role are recognized. So I congratulate the organizers of this occasion, sir. You deserve it, and we applaud you, sir. On behalf of Heritage, I present this plaque to you, sir, and may it continue to be something we cherish, sir, in Jesus' mighty name.
The commitment of the Hall of Virtue Projects was handled by the senior pastor, Trinity House Church, Pastor Itwai Godalo, while presentation of the book The spirit of our treasures was handled by the wife of former President Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, Chief Mrs. Bola Obasanjo, alongside Bishop George Bako of Lokoja Anglican Diocese. The cutting of the cake was coordinated by renowned professor of biology, Professor Anya O. Anya.
Give me a J. E. S. U. Jesus.
The event also featured a brief special presentation and tribute to the honorees by the Catholic Bishop of Sokoto Diocese, Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka. In his response, Chief Emeka Anyoko appreciated the organizers of the event for conceiving and organizing the concert in a splendid way. He further expressed gratitude to everyone who participated.
Then for all of you who have come here, I'd like to especially thank you. I would not want to run the risk of singling out names to mention, because there are so many who are here who I regard as friends. I must especially also thank the Secretary to the Lagos State Government, Barrister Abemola Mudei, who is representing Governor Sanwo-Olu and did the representation, in my view, excellently. Because she gave us Dr. Sanwo-Olu's very riveting speech.
Dr. Christopher Kolade, in his response, appreciated God and the organizers of the event for finding him worthy of the honor. He expressed pleasure for being linked with the co-honoree, Chief Emeka Anyoko, GCON, and thanked everyone present.
Additionally, I took decisions that were questionable. I was forgiven, I was corrected, brought back on track with God's plan. So I can say without doubt or hesitation that everything has happened as permitted by God in fulfillment of His divine purpose. Now, this is not strange, and I believe it is God's way of relating to all of us as human beings. The Word of God says that we are His workmanship, created in Christ for good works. Created in Christ for good works, which God prepared beforehand that we should walk in them.
Chief Emeka Anyoko, GCON, GCVO, CFR, also took time out to pray fervently for the anchor, Pastor Itwa Igudalo, and everyone present at the event. The closing prayer was said by the Bishop of the Diocese of Lagos, Right Reverend Ifedola Okupove, while prayers for the honorees and benediction were said by Right Reverend Adebayo Ayinde. The nonagenarian concert and presentation ended with a resounding Hallelujah chorus. Biscon Communications congratulates the honorees. In commemoration of the 50th birthday anniversary of Princess Adedoyin Adepoju, a Thanksgiving service was held on Sunday, the 10th of September 2023 at the Redeemed Christian Church of God, City of David Parish, Victoria Island, Lagos. The service was officiated by Pastor Hyacinth Aneke, In attendance were family members, friends, and well-wishers of the celebrants, including her husband, Otumba Prince Adekola Adepoju, and children, Ifeoluwa, Ireoluwa, Ibukunoluwa, and David. In his exhortation, Pastor Hyacinth Aneke, who spoke on the theme, High Praise, urged believers to, like David, express gratitude to God through high praise, which according to him is a mysterious way of attracting abundant favor from God.
Brethren, high praise is a strong expression, an outburst of gratitude by the help of the Holy Spirit from a thankful and a grateful heart. Okay, high praise is what? A strong expression, a strong outburst of gratitude by the help of the Holy Spirit from a thankful, a grateful heart. If you look at the book of 2 Samuel chapter 6, 14 to 16 and 20 to 21, look at what David said in verse 21. And David said unto Micah, it was before the Lord who chose me before thy father, and before all his house, to appoint me ruler over the people of the Lord, over Israel. Therefore I will play before the Lord. David danced, uncontrollably, without a sense of recognition of his environment as a king. Why? It was a strong expression of gratitude. Okay, so when the wife mocked him, he said that it was the God that left your father and chose me. I am acknowledging what God has done in my life, and out of my gratitude, I am expressing high praise. In the name of Jesus, I pray for somebody here, you will find a reason to be grateful to God. In the name of Jesus, I say you will find a reason to be grateful to God. In the name of Jesus.
The high point of the service was the joyous Thanksgiving session, where the celebrant, Princess Adedoyin Adepoju, alongside her family members, danced graciously in praise and thanksgiving to God. The service came to an end with a closing prayer led by Pastor Jide Shitabe. The reception party followed immediately at the Oluremi Tinubu Hall, Victoria Island, Lagos, where family, friends, and well-wishers joined the celebrant in the celebration of life. From the bandstand, the musical lead band serenaded the atmosphere with the very best of music. The event was anchored by Momo Sani, aka MC Reason. In attendance were family members, friends, well-wishers, colleagues, associations, and club members, including members of the prestigious Island and Yoruba Tennis Club. They include Chairman of the Yoruba Tennis Club, Barrister Olakunle Agbebi, former Chairman of the Yoruba Tennis Club, Professor Adetokunbo Fabanwo, the Chairman and CEO of Biscon Communications, Prince Bisi Olatilo, among many others. The high point of the reception was the colorful entry of the celebrant, Princess Adedoyin Adepoju, who danced in graciously to the rhythmic sounds of the elite band in company of family members, friends, and well-wishers. opening prayer was said by Apostle Busola Jegede. In the remarks of the chairman and CEO Biscon Communications, Prince Bisi Olatilo, he congratulated the celebrants and expressed admiration for Tumba Prince Adekola Adekboju's unwavering support for his wife over the years.
But I just have a word to say here, and I hope that all the men are listening to me. I like when I see men who celebrate their wives. If you agree with me, then your hands please together for Tumba Adekboju. Wherever you see him, you see the wife behind him. And tell me why they would not have a very, very, very successful family. Let us not joke with our wives. We want to be there, but never there. It's our wives who are there for us. God will bless this. Somebody said you'll be 70, 80. I think you will be 120 by God's grace. Congratulations. Congratulations. Thanks a lot.
Tributes poured in from family members, friends, colleagues, associations and club representatives.
This accolade is to shower blessing on you, our sister, Lady Adedoyi Princess. We greet you. I come here to celebrate your 50 years of having the glorious and the blessing of God radiating in your life. Sister Adedoyi, not to mince words, you are fantabulous. You are industrious. You are fantastic. And you are transparent. Above all, you will grow years on us.
I want to say behind a successful man, there is always a woman. For Mr. Adekboju to have done this for his wife, definitely the wife has impacted in his life. Because some people started marriage and that spelled their doom. But you started yours. And we can see you growing from strength to strength. Obviously, we cannot overlook the contribution of a woman in this. So I'm not surprised if you're doing this for your wife. So I want to congratulate the celebrant. Igba ọdún ọdún kan ni, Igba ọdún ọdún kan ni, àṣeyí ṣàmọ̀dún. God bless you.
She is a dedicated Christian who prioritizes God in every area of her life, and it is no wonder that God has been so good to her. She's very optimistic. She loves to see the good in every situation. She's caring, she's loving, she's resilient, she's resourceful. She's every adjective you could possibly use to describe a good woman. My mom's heart is truly golden, so I'm grateful to God that He has kept and led her to be able to witness this golden age. Happy birthday, Mommy.
The cutting of the birthday cake was supervised by Momo Sani, aka MC Reason, amidst exotic and breathtaking fireworks.
Jay, and somebody give me letter, and letter, undiluted letter, super sounding letter. What is his name? What is his name? Cut that cake and cut down all your enemies. Cut them down, yes sir, yes sir, yes sir, yes sir. Happy birthday, we are saying we love you, God be with you till the end of time. We are saying.
After the cutting of the birthday cake and photo session, the musical elite band then took over proceedings, supplying great music as the celebrants stepped on the dance floor, while friends and family members joined her in turns.
What
In her response and vote of thanks, the celebrant, Prince Adedoyin Adepoju, appreciated every group, association, club member, family, friends, and well-wishers for taking out time to grace the special occasion.
All the ladies swing, I say thank you to you all. All my people from Motor Vehicle Administration Agency, all the station managers, I cannot thank you all enough. My friends, all the old school association, I thank you very much for coming. My family, I want to say thank you to you all. And celebration will not cease in our midst in Jesus' name. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming.
The event also featured a special presentation of gifts by members of the prestigious Yoruba Tennis Club, who were led by the chairman, Barrister Olakunle Agbebi. The presentation ended with the anthem of the club, led by the former social secretary, Barrister Babajide Bosun Okusaga. From Biscon Communications, it's 50 hearty cheers to Princess Adedoyin Adepoju. Happy birthday. The service of songs for Dr. Felix Akintayo Soya was held on Thursday, the 7th of September 2023 at Our Saviour's Church, Tafa Balewa Square, Lagos. Dr. Felix Akintayo Soya, who was the CMD of Island Maternity Hospital, Lagos, died on the 23rd of August 2023 at the age of 81. The highlights of the service of songs were rendition of spirit-filled songs by different choir groups and heartfelt tributes by friends, colleagues and family members of the late Dr. Akintayo Soya, who was described as a very gentle, kind-hearted and an accomplished professional. The sermon was preached who commended Dr. Akintayo Soya as a committed Christian who contributed so much to the upliftment of kingdom work.
Our brother that we have come to honor today has joined the church triumphant, and so he's an overcomer, a victor, and a winner. He's gone from this world of sin, a world that is full of problems, a wicked world, and a world of sorrow and vanity. And he has joined the victorious people of God. You will agree that the world we live in is full of so many physical and spiritual problems, known and unknown, seen and unseen, manageable and so overwhelming problems that we have. And of all the problems that we have, the Bible has made us to understand here from what we read, that death is the last enemy that will be destroyed. From 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 56.
And that's brought the service of songs to an end. The funeral service for Dr. Felix Akintayo Soya was held on Friday, September 8, 2023, at St. Paul's Church, Breadfruit, Broad Street, Lagos. The service was officiated by a host of clergymen led by the Vicar and Archdeacon of Lagos, Venerable Julius O. Oyediran. In attendance were family, friends, and sympathizers of the deceased, including His Royal Highness Oba Mobandele of Oyekon. The Onilado of Iladodo was represented by his chiefs. The service started with the arrival of the remains of the deceased and sentence, which was led by Reverend Stephen A. Okenile.
For to this end, Christ died and lived again, that he might be the Lord of the dead and of the living. Let not your hearts be troubled. Ye believe in God, believe also in me. In my Father's house are many mansions. I know that my Redeemer lives, and that he shall stand on the latter day upon the earth. And though this body be destroyed, yet shall I see God, whom I shall see for myself, and not as a stranger. For I am sure that neither death, nor life, nor angel, nor principalities,
press him, nothing should come, nor pass, nor height, nor anything in creation will be able to.
The epistle was taken by son-in-law of the deceased, Bimbo Luwokiri, from the book of Revelation chapter 7 verse 9 to 17. The biography of the deceased, Dr. Felix Akintayo Sawyer, was read by Enito Luwokiri, née Sawyer. Gospel reading was taken by Reverend Oye Martins from the book of John chapter 11 verse 20 to 26. In the sermon that centered around love, the vicar and Archdeacon of Lagos, Venerable Julius O. Oyediran, appreciated God for the impactful life that the deceased lived. He commiserated with the family members and friends of the deceased and described the deceased as a loving, peaceful, kind and gentle man with a very large heart who lived a simple and unassuming life.
Akintayo Sawyer was close to me. We have lost a real gem, a child of God in whom there was no God. A man who was loved by all, who loved everyone, was ready to go out of his ways to ensure that people were comfortable. May light perpetual shine upon him in Jesus' name. I want us to discuss the subject of love. I know that the majority of us who are seated here today, including my humble self, are Christians, even for those who are yet to give their lives to Christ. The subject of love is very, very vital. Because it is the lack of love that has made Nigeria what it is today. If that love truly exists in our hearts, the type that Christ showed on the cross of Calvary, because Romans 5:8 says, Christ died for us when we were still sinners. John 15 verse 13.
Last respects were also paid to the deceased by church groups and associations. The funeral service ended after notices on the withdrawal hymn as the remains of Dr. Felix Akintayo Sawyer departed the church in company of family members, friends and sympathizers to the graveside for the final interment. The reception followed at the Greetings Hall of the Yoruba Tennis Club, where family members, friends and sympathizers were treated to a moment of soothing refreshment in appreciation to God for a successful burial and the well-spent life of the deceased, Dr. Felix Akintayo Sawyer. The event was anchored by David Adeyemi, popularly known as DVD Comedian. On the bandstand was the Abe Bamidele-led King Rhythm, who provided the very best of music. The opening prayer was led by Mr. Akintunde Sawyer, nephew of the late Dr. Sawyer. Present at the reception were family members and friends of the deceased, General Ike Nwachukwu retired, and wife, Gwen. The chairman Yoruba Tennis Club, Barrister Olakunle Agbebi, trustee Yoruba Tennis Club, Dr. Oluyomi Abayomi Fini, were among many others. The event featured a special presentation by the Yoruba Tennis Club to children of the deceased, coordinated by the chairman of the club, Barrister Akintunde Agbebi, who described the death of Dr. Akintayo Sawyer as a personal loss, adding that the deceased will be highly missed.
Brother Dr. Felix Akintayo Sawyer. We always make the joke of F.R. Cook. We know what it means and we cherish it. He was a fellow of the Royal College of Obstetrics and Gynecology. For me, it was a personal loss because about 2 weeks before he passed on, we shared conviviality together in our hall. We were here till about 11 p.m. together. And I'm sure this applies to virtually every member of the club. He was very dearly loved. And he will be very greatly missed.
While making a presentation on behalf of the Yoruba Tennis Club to the children of the deceased, trustee of the club, Dr. Oluyomi Abayomi Fini described the deceased as a dear friend and brother whose death came as a rude shock.
He has done so well as a professional and as a gentleman, and I'm very happy for him wherever he is now, and I know that the children will continue to carry on the flag that he has hosted. Felix Akintayo Soya, FRC Corp, and then he'll tell you to put UK, because there are some FRC Corps that come from Australia, Canada, and places, but the number one on the item is UK. And those of us who are in that field, we feel especially proud of that opportunity. You've had a very, very great father.
This was followed by the club's anthem and prayers led by the social secretary of the Yoruba Tennis Club, Francis Edosa Asemuta. After that, the King Rhythm continued with a supply of good music as merry-making continued till the very end. From Biscon Communications, it's farewell to Dr. Felix Akintayo Soya. Biscon TV's 6th anniversary special celebration bonanza. Offer opens for interested broadcasters to audition for positions like newscasters, sports reporters, program presenters in politics, entertainment, business, and so on. Biscon TV's 6th anniversary special celebration bonanza auditioning begins on Monday, the 4th of September on a daily basis till the 20th of September 2023, the day Biscon TV turns 6 years. Prospective candidates should report to Biscon TV Global Corporate Headquarters, 12 Sylvia Crescent, Anthony Village, by Zenith Bank, Anthony Village Branch, Lagos. Time, 12 noon daily, from Monday, the 4th of September to September 20th, 2023. There will be special Biscon TV 6th anniversary present for the best 10 of the lot. Biscon TV, the fastest growing, most watched 24 hours television station on YouTube globally. Biscon TV. Engaging, interactive, and all-encompassing. It's 6 glorious hearty cheers to Biscon TV on the stable of Biscon Communications Global Media Network.
Dear friends and supporters, we trust you are in good health. Today, we come to you with a heartwarming request for assistance on behalf of a young man whose dreams have been derailed by an unexpected health crisis. Adibare Adewale Kudus, a promising student of Yaba College of Technology, was on a path towards achieving his dreams and securing a brighter future for himself and his family. However, life had different plans for him. A severe eye cataract has clouded his vision, causing him unimaginable pain and forcing him to drop out of school. The good news is that there is hope. Adibare Adewale Kudus has been given an opportunity to regain his sight through a left eye surgery scheduled for Friday, September 29, 2023 at the Ansila Catholic Hospital in Lagos. This procedure can change his life forever, but it comes at a cost. We urgently need to raise 850,000 naira to cover the expenses of the surgery and post-operative care. Your generous donation can make a world of difference in Kudus' life. With your support, we can give him the gift of sight and help him get back on the path to realizing his dreams. The surgery is scheduled for September 29, 2023, and time is of the essence. Your compassion can make a life-changing difference in Kudus' life. Kindly send your donations into the account name Adibare Adewale Kudus. Account number 044-962-8253 GT Bank. Together we can bring light back into Kudus' world. Thank you for your kindness, generosity and support.
As if interpreting the tenets of his mantra, which simply says, your events in the right atmosphere to the letter. The Coliseum Event Center, located in Okpebi area of Ikeja in Lagos, has in the last quarter of a century provided the right ambience and veritable platform for top-of-the-range events. This span all spheres of events gamut, fashion shows, album launches, awards lectures, talk show auditions, as well as corporate functions. However, the Ground House reception, which was conceptualized in the form of a town hall meeting setting, stands out distinctly as a flagship of all the programs that emanate from the Night Shift Coliseum, Lagos. Dating back to 1992, the Ground House reception, which has featured a very wide array of the very top-of-the-range personalities and key players in the different endeavors of life, government, the military, private sector, academia, politics, the business terrain, and other areas, has over the years played the role of an ombudsman, offering people from different backgrounds the unfettered opportunity to ask pertinent questions and get answers to them from those concerned. This helps to unravel controversies surrounding some perceptions that may have been formed out of ignorance or communication gap. And so, it is safe to say that with the Ground House reception, the Night Shift Coliseum has what can be best described as ingenious socio-political engineering effectively used a platform of entertainment to bridge the gap between policymakers and those for whom those policies have been formulated in the diverse areas of life as enunciated earlier. The Ground House reception has played host to dignitaries from as far afield as neighboring Ghana, with the former president of Ghana, Flight Lieutenant Jerry Rawlings, occupying the hot seat where he fielded questions for a record 1 hour. President Goodluck Jonathan, then as governor of Bayelsa State, was also one of the governors singled out for the special privilege of appearing at the Ground House reception of the Night Shift Coliseum. However, known for always beating its own record, Night Shift Coliseum upped the ante of the Ground House reception recently, where it introduced the traditional institution to the fray. There's a date with a big bang and loud ovation. The innovative visionary and the unimpeachable governor of Night Shift Coliseum, Mr. Ken Caleb Olumise, chose the auspicious occasion of the 70th birthday anniversary celebration of the Alake and paramount ruler of Egbaland, His Royal Majesty Oba Dr. Michael Adedotun Aremugbadebo, CFR, to organize a high-octane 7-star event to officially welcome the Royal Monarch into the prestigious septuagenarian club and also admit him into the revered platinum category of the club. The event, which had received a considerable build-up in the media, with Governor Ken Caleb Olumise putting the extensive connection and enormous goodwill he enjoys in the media and amongst his friends in the high echelon of society to maximum advantage, attracted very important dignitaries from diverse callings in life, who were joined by illustrious sons and daughters of Egbaland, gathered at the courtyard of the Night Shift Coliseum for the first event of the evening, which was the open red carpet session. This is coordinated by Nollywood actress Jennifer Eliogo, who surprised everyone with her singing ability. To properly situate the red carpet session, having taken up the challenge thrown at her by Chifola Kesholanke, Nigeria's first female senior advocate of Nigeria, SAN, who's also an illustrious daughter of Egba Nation. BOS also used the opportunity provided by the red carpet session to sound out Professor Bolaji Akiemi, former External Affairs Minister and a platinum member of the club, as well as a member of the Presidential Committee charged with seeking a truce between the federal government and the Boko Haram insurgents, on how far the arduous and gigantic task has gone.
when you are trying to resolve a conflict that has very, very deep roots, both domestically and internationally, it's going to take a long time before you can get to the end of the journey. But we have people around the table that we are talking to.
And for Senator Olorunimbe Mamora, former Speaker, Lagos State House of Assembly, and two-time Senator of the Upper Chamber of the National Assembly, BOS wanted to know what his political moves are as 2015 hots up.
You see, power belongs to God. It's good to have a desire, it's good to have an ambition, but whatever be your ambition, you must manage it within the ambit of decorum. And for me, all I pray for is long life, good health, and all other things shall be added.
His Royal Highness Oba Dokun Abolari, who is a member of the top hierarchy of the Night Shift Coliseum and an accomplished legal practitioner who came in from Okela in Osun State of Nigeria, also volunteered his thoughts on the Grand House reception innovation. The grand arrival of the Alaki of Egbaland, Oba Dr. Adedotun Aremugbadebo, into the venue, which was heralded by a huge fanfare, given full effect with the entire paraphernalia of a sizable number of the high chiefs of Egbaland, once was received by the platinum members of the Night Shift Coliseum, led by Governor Ken Keles Olumese. The Alaki moved quickly around the arena to greet as many of the guests as he could accommodate.
That's our own replicas they don't salute. That will make that special. Why are you so scared?
From then on, he was led in for the Coliseum photo session, which is the normal Coliseum tradition for special guests at Grand House receptions, and this was coordinated by Governor Ken Keles Olumese. Barrister Victor Ehiemohai, who doubles as head of security, Azu Arinze, Funsho Arogundade, and Mike Effiong jointly coordinated that very important aspect of the program. As that was going on, the other guests were ushered into the Night Shift Coliseum for the Grand House reception proper. The Alaki of Egbaland, accompanied by his wife and a very powerful delegation that accompanied him, were ushered into the Coliseum arena with pomp and glee. The first item was the national anthem, which was quickly followed by the Egba anthem, which was rendered by all Egba indigents at the event, led of course by the Alaki and others. Accomplished actor Emeka Osai gave the opening credits. Ras Kimono, the originator of his own special brand of reggae music, which resonates with solid bass, who has made a very solid mark as Nigeria's international export in the reggae music genre, got the guests into the right mood for the evening. Ras Kimono also gave the guests a slice of the true essence of a typical experience in the Night Shift Coliseum, which perfectly blends entertainment and shares issues. Quickly, Governor Ken Keles Olumese, in a businesslike and very measured manner, gave an elucidating insight into why the Night Shift Coliseum was honoring the Alaki of Egbaland in that special manner. He also gave further tips on the goodies lined up by the Coliseum for the evening.
And this is to let you know that since the Coliseum stopped night clubbing, gone into After 25 years, we think we should do some other things. Left night clubbing. We're now into events, purely events. We want to tell you that Grand House Reception has been upgraded from a 5-star program to a 7-star program. So, that is why we try to let you have a taste of what our new disposition will look like.
With Alake comfortably seated in the night shift Coliseum wondrous revolving elevator, veteran broadcaster Taiwo Bile read his citation. A 1969 graduate of the University of Ibadan, who served his country meritoriously in the armed forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, before he decided to answer the call of his people to occupy the throne of his ancestors, Her Majesty Oba Michael Adedotun Aremugbadebo Okukenu IV, the Alake and paramount ruler of Egbaland, who is a devout Christian married to one wife, ascended the throne as the Alake of Egbaland in the year 2005 under the administration of Governor Gbenga Daniel. Indeed, the Alake should be a great pride to the average Egba person in the way he has carried aloft with grace and excellent candor the Egba traditional institution in the last 8 years. Unity of the Egba nation is top on his priority all the time. The best thing that happened to the Egbas is the right choice they made in electing Oba Adedotun Gbadebo as their monarch. Oba Adedotun Aremugbadebo is very much at home and attuned to the modern dictates of his role as traditional ruler and how he relates to his people.
Oba Adedotun Aremugbadebo IV has, by dint of hard work, achieved notable success in the highly competitive world of the private sector, which has strengthened his background for the exalted royal position of the Alake and paramount ruler of Egbaland. The Eba has traveled widely all over the world on business and religious trips. Among the countries he has visited so far are Thailand, the United States of America, including the 50th state, Hawaii, Italy, and Portugal. The paramount ruler of Egbaland, Oba Adedotun Aremugbadebo, is a highly respected person in social circles, and until his ascension to the throne, was very active in his following clubs: member of the Abeokuta Club, past President Rotary Club of Ikeja South, Ikeja, Lagos, member Yoruba Tennis Club, Onikon, Lagos, member Ikoyi Club 1938, Lagos, member Margaret Club, Lagos, member Island Club, Lagos, member Lagos Motorboat Club, Ikoyi, Lagos, member Country Club, Ikeja, Lagos, associate member Lagos State Public Service Club, Ikeja, Lagos, and of course you would think this, member Retired Army, Navy and Air Forces Officers Club.
A special birthday cake to mark Alake's 70th birthday anniversary was cut, with platinum members of the Night Shift Coliseum in attendance, and Chief Segun Oshoba coordinated that aspect.
In the name of the Father, in the name of the Son, and in the name of the Holy Spirit. Praise God!
Erelu Abiola Dosumu presented a special plaque to the Alake to signify his admission into the platinum category of the Night Shift Coliseum membership.
On behalf of the governor, the people of the Colosseum, I present this to His Royal Majesty Oba Dr. Adedotun Aremugbadebo, CFR, on the occasion of the Grand House reception to mark his visit to the Colosseum. Have a seat. Congratulations. Enjoy the many more.
Daily Momodu, publisher of Ovation International magazine, gave the grand toasts at the ceremony.
I propose to good health for KBSC, to more prosperity, for more intellectuals,
He has already produced 2.5 presidents. He will have more.
In the interactive session coordinated by a multilingual broadcaster, Biscon Tv, which lasted 1 hour, the Alake of Egbaland, Obadedotun Gbadebo, fielded questions from a diverse array of the audience, whom the moderator picked at random. There were questions on a wide range of areas that touched on the paramountcy of Egbaland. Others sought clarifications from the Alake about some grey areas as far as traditional institution is concerned, especially as it affects its domain.
So what is it that is going on in your mind each time that you are amongst your subjects? Thank you.
The first woman to grab the car, Egbaland. The first church in Nigeria, Egbaland. Sir, I want you to answer why Egba is so paramount and first.
People pay homage to you every time. Nobody ever rises against the king. You are like a golden calf. How does that really make you feel?
In the way the Alake answered all the questions, he demonstrated beyond any doubt at all that he has thoroughly grasped the rudiments and demands of his office. The Alake took the audience on an enlightening excursion into the intricate realms of traditional rulership in a highly sophisticated and enlightened society like Egbaland, where in terms of economic and educational emancipation, as well as political power, the Egba people have occupied a top position of reference in Nigeria for a long time.
In Abeokuta, you have the Alake, you have the Oshile, you have the Agura, you have the Olowu, and from Egbalake, you have Olubara. The Alake has always been the paramount ruler. Even before the founding of Abeokuta in 1830, the saying had always been Ake Ori Egba. Somebody wants to know the secret of what goes on in my mind when I meet my subjects. I have no subjects. I have my people. I have my brothers and my sisters. I have those who are begging their Oba. So what goes on my mind is what I could do to make so much difference to their lives. How many of them whose lives I could touch positively? That's what goes on my mind.
Ohiya Alegbe gave a well-packaged summary of the interactive session that encapsulated all that transpired during the question and answer session with the Alake. The very exciting and intellectually stimulating groundhouse reception put together by Night Chief Coliseum to honor the Alake at 70 ended with the joint performance by Ras Kimono and Nigeria's legend of highlight music, Sir Dr. Victor Olaiya. And this brought out the exceptional dancing skills of some of the attendees. The 70th birthday anniversary celebration of the Alake comes up in Abeokuta on Saturday, 14th of September 2013, with a grand reception to be attended by the likes of the Sultan of Sokoto, at which awards will be presented. However, the Biso Latila Show and BOS International Magazine will be in Abeokuta from Thursday, the 12th of September 2013, to cover the conferment of chieftaincy titles by the Alake on some illustrious sons and daughters of the land. We shall also be there for the grand reception to mark the Alake's 70th on Saturday the 14th.
We gon' celebrate and have a good time. It's time to come together. It's up to you.
Dear friends and supporters, we trust you are in good health. Today, we come to you with a heartwarming request for assistance on behalf of a young man whose dreams have been derailed by an unexpected health crisis. Adibare Adewale Kudus, a promising student of Yaba College of Technology, was on a path towards achieving his dreams and securing a brighter future for himself and his family. However, life had different plans for him. A severe eye cataract has clouded his vision, causing him unimaginable pain and forcing him to drop out of school. The good news is that there is hope. Adibare Adewale Kudus has been given an opportunity to regain his sight through a left eye surgery scheduled for Friday, September 29, 2023 at the Ansila Catholic Hospital in Lagos. This procedure can change his life forever, but it comes at a cost. We urgently need to raise 850,000 naira to cover the expenses of the surgery and post-operative care. Your generous donation can make a world of difference in Kudus' life. With your support, we can give him the gift of sight and help him get back on the path to realizing his dreams. The surgery is scheduled for September 29, 2023, and time is of the essence. Your compassion can make a life-changing difference in Kudus' life. Kindly send your donations into the account name Adibare Adewale Kudus. Account number 044-962-8253 GT Bank. Together we can bring light back into Kudus' world. Thank you for your kindness, generosity and support.
Hi there, this is Wale Ojo and you are watching Achiever's Diary.
Keep watching. Keep watching.
Achiever's Diary with Nita. Do not touch that dial.
You can't go back and change what happened in the beginning, but you can start where you are and change how the ending is going to be. So your past does not define the end of you. All you need to do is take action and make that change. This is Achievers Diary with Nita, the show that celebrates Africans who are making the mark globally, and we're excited to welcome you to a fresh edition of the show. And one thing I want to tell everybody watching this show is that we really appreciate your kind words from time to time. We appreciate all the wonderful messages. I don't want to forget this because we've been getting this and it's been mind-blowing. You guys keep us going. And today on the show we've got great lineups for you, and we're excited to share that with you. And on our What's New Africa, it's all about the resumption of international flights in different African countries. We'll be joining Agape for more details. Stick around as we'll be meeting our guest shortly.
Kenya is one of several African countries that are recommencing international flights suspended since March 2020 because of the COVID-19 pandemic. The country's international airline, Kenya Airways, has resumed flights to 30 different destinations. The airline is expecting demand to remain below 50% of its pre-pandemic capacity, but it has said that it has the flexibility to increase the number of routes and the frequency of flights dependent on demand. Other African countries enjoying a resumption of flights include Mali, Rwanda, Senegal, Ivory Coast, Niger, Chad, Burkina Faso, and Togo. In Ivory Coast, a health declaration document form must be complete before traveling. In the case of Togo, all travelers will be subject to a COVID-19 test on arrival and another on departure, except for those merely in transit through the country. Meanwhile, Tanzania banned Kenya Airways from entering the country as Kenya Services Airlines resumed on Saturday. Keep watching Achiever's Diary with Nita to be updated on fresh happenings in Africa. I am Agape Okemiri. Many thanks for watching.
Welcome back to Achiever's Diary with Nita. Like I mentioned, we bring trailblazers, people who are touching lives globally, making impact in, whatever their discipline or whatever their career is. So you and I will get inspired to do something. Well, this show, we change that narrative and we bring those people to share their own story. They take you through the process of how it all started. And one person who will be joining us to discuss the importance of mentoring in leadership development is none other than the multiple award-winning philanthropist, political social activist, entrepreneur, the former executive chairman, Amuodofi local government, Lagos, Nigeria. He was the youngest local government chairman in 2008. He served 2 terms from October 2008 to October 2014 respectively. He upgraded the social infrastructure and also the amenities and transformed the local government into a thriving economy hub for business, making it a peaceful and secured environment for business and residents. He hails from Ondo State, Nigeria. We have the honor to introduce to you none other than Comrade Ayodele Adewale. Welcome to the show, sir.
Thanks for having me.
We appreciate you.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, say something to everybody watching.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for watching the show. It's very educative, and of course the entrepreneur, the owner of the program, also is a very seasoned person, one who have made his mark in the media platform in Nigeria, and I can only wish you the best.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much, and it feels so good to have you come around. Irrespective of your tight schedule, you were able to make it. It means a lot to us, and also allowing us to go into your diary. And talking about your diary, I'd like you to take us to your childhood, mentioning the fact that you are a philanthropist and you were born with a silver spoon. So somebody watching will be like, okay, maybe he was born from a very humble background. Maybe that's why he wants to change the whole narrative. So take us back to how it all started as a child. What were your aspirations?
Well, basically, I grew up like everybody did.
Okay.
I grew up having both parents. I was privileged to have both parents, bringing me up. And I was born in Lagos, and I went to my nursery and primary school here in Lagos.
Okay.
And from my secondary school to in Lagos, university in Lagos. I've lived my life all in Lagos, and I'm fortunate to have come from the family I come from.
Okay.
Well, we'll say we're comfortable. I think I leave it at that. We're comfortable, we're well brought up. whatever we wanted.
You had it as your beck and call.
I would not want to use the word beck and call.
Okay.
But again, our parents saw the need to
provide,
the basic things for us.
Okay.
To grow up.
Awesome. And take us to how your humanitarian work started, because you started really early, touching lives. You've been advocating for people. Can you take us to that?
Well, with the way we were brought up, our parents taught us to give, and to share. We weren't allowed to leave the four walls of the house.
Okay.
But people were allowed to come visit us.
Awesome.
And all of that.
Okay.
And, we were not brought up to be greedy. We were brought up to share what you have, but within reasonability and caution. And I think whatever you call philanthropy had the basis from
the onset. Yes. It's not something that just happens. It has to be something you're used to.
You must be used to it.
Awesome. I was talking about your humanitarian service and what has made you to be this selfless to the people, because you started really, really young.
Well, I think it has to do with my parents. I would not want to use the word humanitarian because I feel that we were not brought up to focus on that. We were brought up to just consider everybody as your own. And don't see yourself above anybody. Because when you now classify it as humanitarian, it means that for me, that you choose to
it's for selective people?
Yeah, you choose to be that, but that was not the way we were brought up. We were just brought up to just see everybody like yourself.
And share. When the need arises.
Share when you have the ability to. And all that, but within reasonable caution, so that you don't get hurt.
I like that. Awesome. Okay, take us through, your journey in politics, because I understand you studied chemistry in school. How did politics come into the picture?
Well, politics has been part of the family in a way, maternally in a way.
Oh, okay.
But they weren't practicing it in a conventional form, but they were always around the corridor of power, starting from my great-granddad that migrated from Sierra Leone. He was an aristocrat.
Wow.
He was a civil servant.
Awesome.
And all that. And my great-grandmother was from a privileged home from Shekiri the Boyos. I remember when she was coming to Lagos, she had 2 slaves given to her by her father. Then it was
2 slaves.
It was fashionable, and she was an entrepreneur.
Okay.
She was an entrepreneur, very, Then her children and like that, and my great grandfather too, maternal, from her mother's side, was also a king.
Wow.
And my dad also has his own lineage, but we were just brought up, just see yourself as equal
with every other person.
But talking politics, I think it was more of activism. When I got into LASU, I didn't come there to be an activist.
Even the president.
I didn't want to come to LASU at all.
Okay.
LASU
was not your choice.
It was never in my list.
Your choice school.
Never in my list. I wanted to go to NDA.
Whoa! Wow!
I like anything that has action and something you can burn energy on. And unfortunately, I couldn't make the list for that year because it was highly sorted.
Okay.
And My uncle then was the deputy commander. He had given me the form. When I saw him fully clothed in his naval uniform, you will love seeing him.
Of course, they're always very beautiful.
And all that. And my father never wanted me to go. But when he saw that my sister was not, we were both in front of the house, and he came as usual, that I want to be a soldier. And he said, actually, he went to the boot of his car, brought out the form, and handed it over to me to go and fill it.
Wow.
Which I did, and the rest is history. Then I wrote JAM. I was to go to Unilag and all of that. My father insisted I had to be an engineer.
Wow.
And all that. I didn't make cutoff for electrical engineering. And I didn't know I just had to pick a form to change my course from engineering to a course where I met the cutoff. And all. The rest was history. My mom went to LASU, spoke to an uncle as a professor.
Okay.
And then LASU, you could just pick up a phone and come in as change of institution.
Okay.
So the man looked at my result and said, you did well in chemistry. Okay, why don't you choose between chemistry, biochemistry,
okay, physics, okay,
and fisheries?
Okay.
And I said, okay, I'll do chemistry.
Wow.
So I came in. Prior to then, I think prior to then, a year before that time, I had this friend called Carl Lesomi. So he would come to the house, talk about LASU, and I would laugh. And I would say, that's your glorified secondary school. He would just laugh at
You had no idea you're going to be a student of the same school.
I never.
Wow.
He called it glorified secondary school, was telling me about activism and all that. And I said, if I come to that your school, sir, I'll be the president. I said, shut up. A year after I got into LASU, they looked at me and said, you did very well in chemistry. You had A3 in chemistry.
Wow.
So that should be your course. So I got into LASU. Carol came again and said that the parliament was meeting, that he wanted me to see the parliament. So I went in the lab. So I took my lab coat, went with Carol in my 100 level. We got there. I exchanged my lab coat for the academic gown. You have to put on a gown to attend the parliament sitting. Then when they were discussing, I was bored. So I rose my hands up and said, point of order, Mr. Speaker. And the man said,
who is that? Exactly.
And there is ranking. So
very well.
The back.
Very well.
You know, the senior one.
And they could hear your voice from the back.
So he now said, other what, Honorable Adewale? I quoted from the standing rule. And the man that was talking then is now the majority leader of the House of Assembly.
Wow.
So everybody sat down and looked at the back and like, this 100 level student. It was, nobody could ever punctuate him. And he's a very eloquent speaker. Very, very eloquent.
Awesome.
So after the parliamentary sitting, he came to me and said, Honorable Adewale. I looked at him and said, how are you? He said he would want me to join his own ideological group on campus.
Okay.
I said no.
So they have some kind of movements.
There is a movement.
Okay.
We have caucuses.
Oh yeah,
Different
sure.
ideological bents.
Very well.
And I said, no, I would join. I just want to be on my own. And all that. Mind you, I was looking for a way to be expelled from that school. I didn't want to go to So,
wow.
Pocket of protest in the Faculty of Science.
And you joined?
And I knew that if I joined, that they would send me out to school. So one day I was coming to school, there was this protest under the tree. Then it was the military era.
Okay.
And I love photography, so I had my camera. I was taking pictures and all that. And behold, it was Chief Gani Fawemi.
Okay.
I didn't really know much of him, but I just took pictures and was listening to what he was saying. So I guess that was my turning point.
Okay.
Then we got back to, from the parliament, we got back to Faculty of Science. And we were able to install, I had formed St. Gregory's College Old Boys Association. I went to Greg's.
Okay.
So I saw a lot of Gregorians not talking to themselves, and for me it wasn't too good. So I went around looking for them.
You brought them together. They had some kind of reunion party.
You understand? Not knowing that that was a platform I was building for myself.
Oh, wow.
So I brought them together. We were all happy, working together. Then we used that movement now to bring in Babarinde Wright to become the president of the science faculty, which we won. Nobody ever thought he would win because he was from the smallest department. They have fewer students. That's physics department.
Wow.
You just see them having maybe 5, 10 in each level. And he won. And one day we were in the lab and there was no water, no reagent, this and that. I got fed up and went to write that look like a coward. That we just must protest.
Wow, you impeached him?
No, we didn't impeach him.
Okay.
We forced him.
Okay, to step down.
We now brought out, no, not step down. We forced him to work.
To work,
so
fantastic.
We bought placards, we bought markers, we wrote.
Wow.
We went from different departments. We mobilized with Said, Babatunde, Jaji. We mobilized and we pushed right in front. We're now carrying our placards, marching towards the VC's office. The VC head, he ran down to us, and that was my opportunity to leave the school. And I went in front and said, I no longer have vice chancellor.
Wow!
The man looked at me, tried to calm me down. I kept shouting, put the banner, placard in front of me. And behold, the following day, those things we were asking for were brought.
Wow!
They brought in more stools. They brought in reagents. They brought in equipment. I think they kept in the store. And they started cutting the grasses.
Wow, awesome.
The lecturers were so happy.
Of course, they will. They will.
I wasn't satisfied.
Okay.
Then another protest happened against the government this time around. At that point, I'd become
influential. Yes.
So the Operation Sweep then were throwing tear gas.
Whoa.
So then we're running and all that. So I brought an idea that why don't we go and pick the pupils at the staff school? Now if we pick them, the soldiers will not be able to shoot at us. People said we are mad. I said no, that's the only way out. So we went to the staff school, brought the kids, spoke to them, told them what to do. Some were excited, they didn't know what was happening. We now picked them, their parents were crying, staff of the university. We put them on our shoulders, we now faced the military.
Whoa!
We had locked the gates. We were now saying shoot.
Oh my God.
We were calling for the release of Chief M.K. Abiola.
He had been
incarcerated.
Yes.
So at that point,
please.
we stopped the tear gas. Then the negotiation continued. There were lots of press people there. Our position was carried. Then the parents were crying. We now gave them their children back.
Wow.
Lasu is not, then it was not residential. So once it gets dark,
anything could happen.
We handed those kids back. They were smiling, very happy. We allowed them go, and I think that was the turning point. And then in 200 level, all those were in 100 level.
Okay.
Then in 200 level, SOB had become the president in 100 level.
Okay.
And he was in 500 level law. I was just in 100 level. And he was about graduating, and I said I was going to be president of LASU. Kayode came again and said, yeah, man.
It's not possible.
He said, it's not possible. Now, I've told you before, forget whatever you have done. I said, look, I can smell it, this is my chance. He said, no, it's not possible.
So you contested and you won.
I convinced Jaji. Jaji said, wherever you go. Initially he said no.
Okay.
Then later he said, wherever you go, I will go. So we started. I was to buy the form. I know if I go home, they'll give me the money. But I now told the student that I didn't have any money, that I needed to contribute money.
Wow.
Then that if you put a farthing
in
anything,
your
mind will be there.
Very true.
So I got a brown envelope.
Okay.
I went from my department. Got my classmates involved.
You created some kind of a team.
Movement.
Okay.
So they started dropping money.
Wow.
Our fund was 2005. At the end of the day, I was able to raise 4,007.
Awesome.
So went around, everybody contributed money. So at that point, people got to know what was happening. And Some
they were ready to
lecturers-
support you.
lecturers supported and said, look, these are a chance for Faculty of Science to have it.
Wow.
And they knew that if we get it, the attention of the school
Will be
focus to
shifted.
the
Yes, it will be shifted.
and a lot of faculty will gain a lot of things. So we
Okay.
started and
Wow.
and I had to campaign along two campuses then, Ojo and Ekpe. The entire students have gone to Ekpe campus.
Okay, okay.
And while I was going to Ekpe, I remember that we had an accident around 11 p.m. in the night. The
Oh,
vehicle
God.
tire,
Went off.
went off. The vehicle almost somersaulted. We came down, we looked for the tire in the bush, put the tire back. We got to Ekpe about after 12. And the following year, the same thing happened to some other student. The vehicle somersaulted. The following year happened again, somebody died. But I was lucky.
Oh my
Nothing
God.
happened. And by morning, that was the first time they would count the students' votes till about 12 midnight.
My
Not about
goodness.
4 a.m.
4 a.m.
And I contested against 9 other students.
Whoa.
In final year.
Whoa.
So 300 going to final year. And I won the elections.
Awesome. Awesome. The rest is history, and since then your passion for politics has just been top notch. Opportunities, and also give you the money you're looking for, even much more than you're expecting. Fantastic. And we're talking about mentoring in leadership development. It's important. When we return from the break, you will be understanding how important it is for you to learn from a mentor. Don't go nowhere. It's still Achievers Diary with Nita.
aka Shegwood Caller, all the way from London. What is achievement? Achievement is something you really look forward to. You work hard, put your heart into it, and you get the dividends of it. And shout out to my personal person, Nita. Watch her show Achievers Diary on Biscon TV.
Hey, hi, I'm Pariksha from South Africa. Please keep watching Achievers Diary with Lisa.
Hi, my name is Kevin Ikeduba, a Nollywood actor. Keep watching Achievers Diary with my girl Nita on Biscon TV.
That he has been a force to reckon with in APC. Wow. Outside Amuwo, he has been contributing so much to the party, both verbally and physically.
Festac is presumably the home of hip-hop music in Lagos. Over the years, this part of Lagos has produced top hip-hop artists that have enjoyed both local and international followership. To celebrate the season, music fiestas seem the best ways to go, especially among the youth. As a way of engaging them during the Yuletide season, the Amuwo Dofin local government organized a mega concert, which is about the biggest music event to be sponsored by any local government in Lagos to usher in the new year and provide a platform for its up-and-coming talents and helping them make a meaning of their talents. At the event, top-notch artists like Two-Face Idibia, KC, DJ Z, Sound Sultan, Chudi K, among other A-list artists, gathered and thrilled fun-loving residents to hours of music and dance.
This is one of the best products that we have in the world. And it came from Festac. It came from Amuwo Dofin.
Welcome back. You're still tuned to Achievers Diary with Nita, the show that celebrates Africans who are making a mark globally. And we're so excited because we have Comrade, who is one person I call a record breaker in all-round education, and we're discussing the importance of mentoring in leadership development. And I mentioned you're one person who has worked with a lot of influential personalities, and you mentioned you had to go for knowledge because the knowledge is going to, you know, increase the money and also open your eyes to different opportunities. So in your own word, what would you say is key when it comes to mentoring?
When it comes to mentoring, what is key is for you to have a good mentor.
Okay.
You know, if you miss it, ab initio, with your mentor, you're going to imbibe a lot of negative, wrong knowledge that would mold your pattern of life forever. But if you're lucky to have a good mentor, then you're in the right path.
Okay, somebody listening to you, they'll be wondering, what are the qualities of a good mentor?
A good mentor must be somebody that is very liberal.
I like that. I like that.
To open up, to take you along, and pouring out their own knowledge to you.
Okay.
At no cost, as long as you're willing to learn, and it takes a lot.
It takes a lot.
Mentorship, there's no class. It's not a classroom thing.
Okay.
It's more like apprenticeship.
And it has nothing to do with age either.
No. It has nothing to do with age. You could have a mentor that is younger than you.
Okay.
Depending on what you actually look up to the person for.
Okay.
Take for instance, if I want to be a broadcaster, with due respect by age, I know I should take 1 or 2 years from you.
Yes.
But if I see you as somebody that I kind of like the way you present your show, I could come around you, you know, always like to
take
be
tips.
around you.
Okay.
You might not even know.
Oh,
I would like to be around you just to
observe
what is going on and try to pick
a thing or two
traits from you.
Awesome.
Then I could decide and say, oh, please, do you mind taking me as your mentee? Can I follow you? Can I learn from you? Can
Wonderful.
I do things for you?
Yes.
You know, gradually you start picking from the person's attributes.
And it takes someone who is extremely humble to want to learn from someone.
Definitely.
Because if you're not humble, at the end of the day, you just feel, oh, this person is talking to me. Do you know who I am? Kind of thing comes to play.
You know, pride precedes the fall.
Yes, please. Yes, please. And you've worked with a whole lot of people. Tell us about your relationship with Wale Soyinka, Nobel Peace Prize.
I'd always seen him as somebody that I idealize.
Okay.
I read about him, especially his exploits when he was young.
Okay.
And what moved me more was when he seized the radio station, in defense of what is right. He saw that the war was not needful. The war wasn't needful, and I got drawn. I got drawn to that, and I had my first chance through Mr. Wale Okuni.
Awesome.
Mr. Wale told me that Professor was not always around.
Okay.
He was always traveling everywhere, but once in a while he will come to Nigeria and he will be around us. You see young people around him, activists and all.
Yeah.
And he said he wanted to form the Citizens Forum.
Okay.
Then I said, oh wow, can I be part of it? And Mr. Wale said, of course, yes. At that time, I was secretary to Dr. Bekor and Sonkuti in the June 12 then movement before we changed it to June 12 coalition.
Okay.
Before we later changed it to June 12 coalition and stakeholders.
Oh.
So we had to merge some forces together. Like Dr. Joe
Yes, please.
Adams, everybody were all together then. And Prof came and he went to a doctor's office upstairs. Then his office was at number 10 at Folabilesi Street in Lupeju. So when he came, everybody was around. But because I was the secretary, I was privileged to move into Dr. Bekor's office to pretend to ask for something, just for me to see him.
To meet him.
And he looked at me. He looked and smiled. Then we now went to the conference room. At the conference room, you know, except you are amongst those who will be responsible for a particular duty.
Okay.
So the rest were downstairs waiting at the press. So I was there to take notes. You know, I was just looking at him. I took notes and we came down. And I was so happy when Mr. Wale now asked me to take note for the meeting of the Citizens Forum.
Wow.
So I just was taking notes, you know, and all of that, and they bestowed me with a responsibility as either the recorder or something to be. At least I'll be around this man every time. So I was there beside the Citizens Forum. Then Prof will go. Then Mr. Wale will coordinate. And when you see Mr. Wale, like we say, Igbe ati Karanwe.
Okay.
That is the snail and the shell.
Okay.
You know, Mr. Wale is the snail.
And you're the shell.
So I'll always be there. You know, the prof to show what the prof say, what we're going to do, and all of that. And you know, then we formed JAF.
Okay.
Joint Action Forum. And we use all these platforms, and whenever there's a protest around,
you go all out.
You know,
yeah.
I'll go and organize everything. I remember this protest we had. Then I had just left NANS, and I had my protege in NANS and all of that. I was national PRO of NANS. I also helped to midwife the unification of NANS.
Wow.
I used the last president platform then.
Okay.
Then Philip Shaibu, who is now the deputy governor of Edo State,
is
president of NANS. Though I don't like what he's doing, and I am not part of his recent idea of governance. Of governance, and of course not following some tradition of leadership.
Okay, I like that. All right.
And Mr. Wale told me that we're going to do a protest. Chief Ganifa, when he was alive then, and Obasanjo, I think Obasanjo was the president then, and we're going to do a protest and all of that. So I said, okay. I called Musa. He was Senate President of NANS. So Musa moved in from Ekpoma. Moved in from Ekpoma, drove all through the night, got to Lagos around 5 a.m. The protest venue was to be the Campus Square.
Okay.
Where you have the football mini stadium. Then we had gone there. The police had condoned off the whole area. And all. Prof insisted. Then Prof, Chief Gani, Dr. Beko, Femi Falana, Joe Keo Dumaki, Red Rum, Olusegun Maegun, Wale Okuniyi, myself, Musa, and some other activists. Some other activists were there, so we moved.
Wow.
And when we moved and we got there, the police were there. Prof was talking to them. Suddenly, one non-entity just opened up the tear gas.
Whoa.
Were tear gassing everybody and all. Prof and the rest moved. We led them to that, I think it's Sandross Market. There's a filling station there. And they just started beating Dr. Joe, slapping her and all that. And Prof gave his hand. And they should handcuff him. And they couldn't handcuff him. So they just led him, you know, into their car. Chief Gani was already sneezing. We took Chief Gani to where the Alagbomo were staying. So we had to pour water.
Oh my God.
Chief Gani, he was panting for breath.
Jesus.
Falana too and all. My Gun's girlfriend, who later became his wife, I had to sneak her into a little shop. Selling herbs. So I locked.
That was intense.
So I had to lock her in there. Then I now moved the other student through the back of Mandelas.
Wow.
Canal. Human feces were
oh my God.
You know,
that's terrible.
Then Mr. Wale called me the second day, that very day that Prof said we're going to have a press conference. I was so happy that now what you do, go to Sheraton Hotel, no, go to Eco Hotel.
Okay.
Make sure that's where we're going to have the press conference. Make sure everything is settled.
So you were like the organizer.
Thank you. So I went there very quickly, you know, very early in the morning. And Prof got, we were waiting for Prof. Prof got there. I have a picture, I'll send it to you.
Okay.
So Prof got there, and the police came as usual and all that. Then Prof said, young man, you know what we're going to do? I said, what, sir? I told everybody, let's go and get a drink. So we went straight down to the poolside.
Okay.
So he bought a drink. I think he bought Gulda for himself. He bought drink. We all sat.
Okay, a drink, yes.
Mark King was there, his son. So we bought a drink, and he said, at this point, we cannot be arrested.
Okay.
Because this is an international hotel.
Yes, nobody can just come in. Yes.
And the reason why he did that, I guess, was that the hotel people were looking for a way to push us out.
Oh.
So he knew that if we buy something there, we are your guests.
Okay, very well.
So
you protect, yes, you protect your
us.
guests, exactly.
So that was
fantastic.
So at that point, we had our press conference.
Awesome. I must commend the wonderful job you did at Amuodofi local government as the chairman. That was awesome. I need to read this because it's really remarkable. Just within 18 months of your administration, you had 80% of the road network completed. You renovated and rehabilitated schools. You built 15 ultra-modern toilets and boreholes and also treatment plants. You provided 14,000 uniforms, 420,000 notebooks to school children, 7,000 mathematical sets, 3,000 life jackets, and other educational materials. Having said this, I just want to say there are a lot of people that have been there as chairman before, and you had every right to say, oh, it's none of my business, let me just finish my tenure and leave. But you changed the narrative and you made impact. What was that thing that drives you so hard to create change in the lives of people?
Well, first it was the fear of failure. And you see, as an activist, we were the mirror of the society, and we were always.
So you have to practice what you preach.
Government of
not doing
what is right. Now, me being on the seat, I was afraid of people asking me the same question.
Now you're there.
I was afraid of my parents saying that you let us down.
Okay.
You understand? And of course, the media, I mean, I'm privileged to be very close to the media. And that question, you know, will come that, okay, it's your time, why couldn't you? So what I did first was that when I won the election, I went to Chief Enauru and said I wanted you to chair the town hall meeting.
Wow.
And all of that. And he said, why? I said, I just want you to be there. And he agreed. But while he was coming, he had a belly upset. So he had to turn at MM2.
Okay.
No, at the toll gate after MM2.
Yes.
So he turned back and somebody came to represent him. But already, because I've been part of Pronaco, and everything we have been agitating for
is change,
bring
transformation,
a functional Nigeria.
Okay.
You understand? Laying infrastructure, improving the economy, creating rights for people. And as the national PR of NANS, I've always engaged, you know, government and all of that. So I saw it as my best chance.
Wow.
So we came on board, and what I just did was to implement the Pronaco idea of a better Nigeria.
Wow.
And that is all what we did. But again, everything started by organizing a town hall meeting, and of course creating a very good, workable, visible, functional budget, blocking the loophole, the leakages. It will amaze you that when I came in first as chairman of local government, October 2008, that the IGR of the local government was just 30,000 naira for that month. But by the time I left it, we were already on an IGR of over 21 million.
Oh my God! Wow!
And all of that. And when you mention life jacket, the life jacket were for PPUs at the riverine community. Yes, there was a boat mishap around some area of the local government, and some children died. So when I got to know, and I asked why they weren't putting on the jackets, and nobody could give me a good answer. And I got to know that whenever they are boarding the boats, they would use the jackets inside the boats, and those canoe boats, and some of it don't even have life jackets. It's against the rule of the state government. So I now say it's better they have their personal
life jackets.
So I produced bags, school bags, backpack, for all the PPUs in the local government. I do that every year. So what I now did was to now tell my super for education to go and look for small kiddie life jackets that can fit into a bag. So they went, they saw
so it can be handy.
So it can be handy. So I now make it a mandamus that it must be in that bag whenever they are moving around.
Yes.
And it must not be too bogus,
Okay.
so that it will not create any
Very
inconvenience.
well.
So that
Very
was
well.
how we put
Wow.
this life jacket for students at the riverine communities.
Wow.
And for the toilets you're talking about, it was a modern toilet plugged in with boreholes and treatment plants.
Yes.
Then in addition, we built 15 of that.
Hmm.
22 primary school, I built more.
Wow.
Then for those other one that I built, the toilet was part of the building, but those 15 were made for schools that did not have good functional toilets.
Yeah.
So I demolished what was there before and built a very solid one. And for each of the primary schools, we engaged 2 cleaners and 1 gardener.
Interesting.
Because the teachers then were making those students clean the schools whenever they
Oh no!
And they never also understand the body
Yes.
and nature of many of these students.
Very
Maybe
well.
they're asthmatic or whatever.
Very
so I had to
true.
pull that off of the system.
And employ someone
Employ
who is
people to
an
take
expert.
charge
Yeah.
of that, and of course give them materials
To work with.
To work with.
Lovely. And one thing I must say, you were recognized, and you have over 150 different awards to your credit. Okay, 200 plus. And it's still counting, because I know lots of accolades are still coming. You rejected some.
Some
Why?
awards will come with some financial
attachment. Okay. No. You push it away. It should just be a natural thing for you to say, I want to support these people. It shouldn't be something that you put it like, okay, there's a price tag attached to it. Right now it's time for the feedback, where we get people sending their thoughts concerning whoever our guest is, just to send your remarks, and we have mind-blowing feedbacks for you, sir, because before we come on the show, of course, we have the posts displayed on different platforms to get people's reaction, and the ones we've been getting, they're so mind-blowing, because you are really a community organizer. You are one person who is selfless, and you have the good, you have the people at heart, and you carry them along with whatever you're doing, which is really, really remarkable. We have Banji from Maryland, that is United States, says, Nita, how are you doing? Okay, you're doing an outstanding job. Thank you so much, Banji. Says, Honorable Adewale is a man of the people. He is a man of few words, but his impact in Amodofi speaks in Festac. Okay, he says, I'm a Festac boy. I really wish he can contest for a bigger position. Honorable, you are a good man. Nigeria, that is referring to you, that's Banji, and he says, Nigeria Opera, keep flying, we believe in you. Your show is really a must to watch. I enjoy watching Kelvin, the actor. Oh, thank you for that. God bless you. Okay. Banji is saying all this nice thing to you, and he says he's a Festac boy, and he mentioned that he would like you to go for a bigger position. What's your thoughts concerning that?
Well, for now, I think I'm concentrating more on my personal business.
Okay.
And, it's very wrong for you to have a politician without a second address.
Hmm.
That. But if the opportunity come again, definitely.
You contested for House of Reps.
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I did, but I was asked to step down just for us to have a woman in the lineup.
Oh, okay. Fantastic.
Because in the whole of Lagos State, there was no woman going for House of Rep.
Wow.
So they have to use my local government as
Whoa.
a negotiating platform.
Wonderful. Anyways, you didn't feel bad about that, though?
No, I didn't feel bad, but it was painful because the people wanted to vote and they knew what would have added.
A working leader. Awesome. Okay, we have another message, and this is the last one, guys. Phil from from New York, I beg your pardon. He says, hope you're safe. I look forward to being your guest soon. Okay, we look forward to hosting you pretty soon, Phil. And she says, I researched your guest and I'm so impressed with his performance as the chairman. My regards to him. Okay. He says the world needs a performing leader like him. Great job, girl. I love you. Okay, I love you right back. Okay, and Phil is saying that you are a performing leader and that the world needs somebody like you.
Well, I thank you for the kind words. Well, we only did our best, and we also put our mark on the building block.
Awesome.
There are many people that are better. It's just a question of opportunity.
Opportunity and using the platform right. Awesome. It's time for the quick question. Don't go nowhere. You're sitting to Achievers Diary with Nita, and it's time for the quick question with Comrade Adewale. We're so excited he'll be doing this with us today. Okay, he'll be picking 5 different questions, and I'll be reading them. Oh, it's going deep. Interesting one. Okay. Two. 3, 4, and 5. Woo! Okay, I'm excited, and I'm nervous too because I'm just wondering what the question is. Though it's not going to be asked to me, but to Comrade. Okay. What do we have here? Wow! I like this. What's the most adventurous thing you've ever done in your life?
To cross the River Niger at 12 midnight without a life jacket.
What?
I was going for Nan's president. And
oh my God!
We drove down to what do you call it, Auchi at 9 p.m. And Auchi to Ida through the road would have taken us about 12 hours.
Wow.
But from Auchi to Aginibode, about 3 hours or less. So we got there past 12 midnight.
Oh my
we had
God.
to cross the Niger.
Whoa.
So we had to go wake the paddler.
Whoa.
The wife was skeptical. We begged them. We dropped our best line, drop our belts and shoes. The boy said, no, take your belt, take your shoes. With a lantern, we crossed the River Niger.
Okay.
And we got to Ida on the other side. About 8 of us took 2 bikes.
Wow.
Down to the College of the Polytechnic. Actually, Polytechnic College of Education. We went there for a non-Senate meeting.
Wow.
And coming back the second day, and also the danger.
It's so crazy weeks. Wow, fantastic. Okay, do you feel pressured to post anything on social media? Are you under some kind of pressure when it comes to posting on social media?
No, I think before I act. So whatever I post on social media,
you mean it?
I take responsibility
for it, and you can always, give your accounts to whatever it is. Okay, what's one song that always make you dance? Wow. Okay, I like this. This is really nice. Okay.
I like it. Doesn't make me dance, but it
the songs you listen
breaks me. It breaks. It's Luther Vandross.
Oh, okay.
Dance with My Father, I think.
Oh, wow. How close are you to your dad?
We're very close.
You're very close. Okay. What was the big moment for you in your career?
Which of my careers?
Anyone. Maybe politics.
In politics, my biggest moment was when I was to contest for the House of Reps. I put all my structures together.
Okay.
I knew even when the opposition, the war they thought I couldn't win, they brought the thugs and all that. And I defeated them there.
Oh.
You understand? Like you seeing death eye to eye, and
my goodness.
Let's keep going. Let's keep going.
Wow, awesome. Okay, last but not the least, on the quick question with Comrade Adewale on Achievers Diary. Okay. Yeah, this is the same. What's your biggest moment? Comrade actually went for. Let's get this. Okay. If you can solve a mystery, what will it be? I like this.
The mystery will be to make Nigeria work again.
to make Nigeria work again. Fantastic. It's been a very inspiring and educative time with you on the show today, and I must confess I've learned so much. Thank you so much for coming on the show. God bless you, and we look forward to celebrating you pretty soon on, many other platforms. All right, and this is a little package from us. We say thank you for coming on the show.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. And thanks Uncle Bishola for setting up the studio and creating jobs, and of course making people happy.
Oh, thank you so much. It means a lot. It means a lot. And this is the much we can take on the show today. We had a wonderful time with Comrade Adewale. I've learned so much from him. Remember to keep your dreams alive and don't let it die. We'll be leaving you with the health tips with Wendy. Stick around and see you next time.
Do you know the brain is a big deal? As the control center of your body, it's in charge of keeping your heart beating, lungs breathing, and allowing you to move, feel, and think. That's why it's a good idea to keep the brain in peak working condition. The foods you eat plays a major role in keeping the brain healthy. And those foods that boost the brain and memory are fats of fish, coffee, blueberries, turmeric, broccoli, pumpkin seeds, dark chocolates, nuts, oranges, eggs, green tea. Remember, health is wealth. Thanks for watching. I am Wendy Bethel Koge.
Hi there, this is Wale Ojo and you are watching Achiever's Diary. Keep watching.
Keep watching.
Achiever's Diary with Nita.
Do not touch that dial.
Dear friends and supporters, we trust you are in good health. Today we come to you with a heartwarming request on behalf of a young man whose dreams have been derailed by an unexpected health crisis. Adebare Adewale Kudus, a promising student of Yaba College of Technology, was on a path towards achieving his dreams and securing a brighter future for himself and his family. However, life had different plans for him. A severe eye cataract has clouded his vision, causing him unimaginable pain and forcing him to drop out of school. The good news is that there is hope. Adebare Adewale Kudus has been given an opportunity to regain his sight through a left eye surgery scheduled for Friday, September 29, 2023 at the Ansila Catholic Hospital in Lagos. This procedure can change his life forever, but it comes at a cost. We urgently need to raise 850,000 naira to cover the expenses of the surgery and post-operative care. Your generous donation can make a world of difference in Kudus' life. With your support, we can give him the gift of sight and help him get back on the path to realizing his dreams. The surgery is scheduled for September 29, 2023, and time is of the essence. Your compassion can make a life-changing difference in Kudus' life. Kindly send your donations into the account name Adebare Adewale Kudus. Account number 044-962-8253 GT Bank. Together we can bring light back into Kudus' world. Thank you for your kindness, generosity and support.
And you're welcome back. Now our special guest is here. She's not a stranger if you watch Nollywood films. She's not a stranger if you're into gospel music. She's not a stranger if you're into the entertainment / faith-based content in the Nigerian industry. Welcome, Mrs. Minister. Do you want me to put doctor?
All of them.
All
No,
of
not
them.
doctor yet.
I know, I'm just, sometimes you speak faith, right?
Yeah.
Ngozi Oji, welcome to Biscon Tv, ma'am.
Thank you so much for having me here.
This has been a long time coming.
Yes, so
please tell them she's like, okay, I'm coming, and then your schedule will change the last minute.
Yeah,
sometimes the morning of the interview.
Yeah, you know how it is. So, but I'm thank God I'm here.
Thank God you're here
at last. Yes,
at last. It was worth the wait. And when I saw you, what did I say? You're more beautiful in person than pictures.
Really?
Yes, yes.
Thank God.
Honestly, and I don't flatter. Really, I meant that. So welcome to the program.
Thank you.
And you were like, what are we talking about? I said, you, of course. We have a lot to talk about. And please tell us, introduce you. We know you via what we've read and watched on TV. That doesn't mean we know you.
Okay.
So introduce who you really are and just tell us about who the real person is.
Okay. All right. In a nutshell, my name is Ngozi Oji, like she rightly introduced. I'm a Nollywood actress and also a gospel music minister. I'm also a costume and fashion designer. So basically that's what I do.
Awesome. Okay. And she's a wife.
Yes, I'm also a wife and a mother.
Okay. And tell us who your husband is. He's on his lane now. She's married to the Nollywood legend himself, Mr. Zach Oji. She's like, let me do my thing, let him do his thing. I love that. So there is really, because I was gonna get that, but there's really no competition whatsoever.
No, none at all. Yeah, I mean the world is big enough to contain everybody, and we support each other. That's the most important thing. There's no competition.
Okay, because I was also going to talk about the support as well. Like, do you also equally get it back? And how do you both cope? Because sometimes your gospel music takes you to ministrations, and you can't tell the event organizers I need to go home. Sometimes when you haven't ministered yet.
Yeah. Well, I would say it hasn't been easy. Anybody that says it's easy, it's just probably will not be telling the truth. So it hasn't been easy, but my kids are grown, so it makes it easier. When they were a bit younger, I'm lucky to have had my parents around. So my mom usually take care of the home when I'm out on location or ministration, and he's not around too. So while she's there, I'm rest assured that the home
is not a nanny.
Yeah, no. I've had my share of nannies, so so that's about. But now they are grown.
How old are they now?
They're okay. I have 3 kids, a boy and 2 girls. So the boy is grown, he's on his own, and then the graduate of Bradford University.
Bradford, okay. Because I was like, that's not Nigerian
at all. No.
Right, okay.
Yeah, so,
awesome.
And then the first girl, she's in school too. She's in the university, and the second one just got admission. She's about to enter. So they are grown,
She won't say the age. Africans, when she says the age, we start calculating and deducting and subtracting. And she's like, clearly we know you're forever young.
Thank you. It's God though.
It's God though. So we're not saying age.
It's the Lord's doing. Yeah.
That's amazing. Congratulations to your family.
Thank you.
They're doing really well. So clearly they're not affected by their parents being celebrities.
No. They're used to it. Really, they're used to it because it's something they grew up,
around.
Yes. So they support, in their own way. They understand when we're not there. So it's not like okay, they don't understand. They understand quite well what the job entails, and that if that is not around, that is working, and it's all for their own good, so well-being. So they have that understanding, and that makes it easier for us.
Awesome. Tell us, how did you get into the industry? Were you acting single, or did you start acting? Did you get the acting bug when you married Mr. Zach? So when did this start?
Well, yeah, I've been asked that question a couple of times. Well, I think I would say I started acting before him. Yes, because I was actually into stage. That was before we got married. Okay. Then I got married to him, and then that's stage. Then got married to him. Then the screen thing, started. But along the line, I had to take a break. It's like I would say I took the back seat, because of the home front.
We noticed.
We noticed. I have to take care of home.
Right.
I don't feel comfortable leaving my kids, in the hands of nannies, and I've had some issues, some incidences, and
Can you share, please? No, but seriously, this is a real show.
Yeah, what actually made me take that bold decision to, let the acting wait, because you can always go back to acting, but with your kids, if you don't get it right from the onset, then there's a problem. There'll be a problem. So I had to take that decision because I had a capable hands, in the house. I had a nanny, and a help was, with them whenever I travel. But we had some an accident that happened one time. I think we traveled together, myself and my husband. Okay. Traveled to Enugu for the sister's daughter's wedding. Okay. And then while we were there, we got news that my daughter had an accident, a domestic accident. I think the nanny left her, and then, apparently she was hungry. She wanted to drink water. And the nanny was busy doing something else, was not paying attention. So the little girl now went to the kitchen. I think she was just a year plus then. She went to the kitchen. That was my last girl. Went to the kitchen, and the nanny had just boiled water. Hot.
Oh Lord.
Steaming hot water.
Oh, and there was a 1-year-old baby. Oh my God.
And she just reached out to the water was in a cup or something. Because she wanted to drink water. And apparently she had, notified the nanny, but she was busy doing something else. And she went, grabbed the cup by herself. The whole thing just
poured on her.
Yeah, splashed on her. Hot water. When I say hot, just
Jesus, it peeled her skin
everywhere, including it. Just God has saved her, because the whole of her face, part of her face was affected. Her body, her chest, her back.
Jesus.
Oh, no. It was terrible. Oh, no. So, and thank God, like I said, my mom, since they're all in Lagos, so they came around and took her to the hospital. So we had to take the next available flight back to Lagos. When I saw my daughter,
oh my God,
I couldn't believe, because the whole of this part of her face was gone. I didn't even believe that she would have good skin today. Even it almost got into her eyes. It's not that, probably by reflex action, maybe when the water splashed, she close her eyes quickly. That's why that one didn't even affect the eyes.
Oh my Lord.
But all around her, except the eyes. Isn't God wonderful?
God is wonderful.
And that was the first case. And we were in the hospital for about a month. And eventually she.
And the nanny had to leave, though.
No, I made sure that she was around to see to the whole thing. Yeah. So, but by the time they discharged us from the hospital, I had to let the nanny go. Yeah. So, and then they started healing in our home, and then this same girl, a few years later, I employed another help, who was living with us then, and then I wasn't also around location. And then she said she was carrying hot water.
What is with you and hot water?
Honestly, the same hot water. And then the girl was coming.
The same
apparently
child.
She wasn't looking. The same child.
Oh my Lord.
The same thing again. This time around, though it didn't get to her face, but the same body, the same everywhere was.
Did you take her to a pastor for prayers afterwards?
Because of course we have to take it to.
Oh, because
take it up spiritually, in prayers. Because I mean, it's somehow
hot water in your own home,
my
again,
own home,
twice.
same person,
same peeling of the skin again.
So but today, thank God, she's healed completely. You won't even see any signs. To the glory of God, she has a wonderful skin, and it's only God that can do that. So after those incidents and so many other, like that can't begin to even tell you, because if I start my story today, we won't.
We like stories. We have time. No, but the thing is,
I have had house help that possessed. Talk about
like
possessed.
You actually saw them manifest. Like how did you?
This one, they will be when they are sleeping. They are like this one particular one. When she's sleeping, she's like spread like she's flying.
Spread like she's flying. Like
she, the way her position.
When
she
will spread like she's flying.
She's flying, and when she's like that, if you call her from now till next year, she will not respond because she's no longer there. And then
this is not a movie, right?
Not a movie, real life story. So we took it up, with prayers. I thought it's something I could help her, maybe
deliverance.
Her. So we started. Of course, we used to do our house prayers, but I noticed that each time we were praying at home, we made it a point of duty to be everybody would stand up, because we used to sit and we find out that she's always sleeping. So I said, okay, everybody will be standing up, upstanding when we are praying. Even while she's standing, she will sleep off standing and she will not fall. Isn't that strange?
That's so strange. And she will not fall.
I've seen all sorts, with helps. So dealt with that one. They stole my wedding ring at a point, and I lost the wedding ring, and that's that's why I don't have a wedding ring now. But because after some days or months, then the thing resurfaced on top of my dressing table,
and you couldn't wear that.
Of course I can't. There's no way.
Because you've already had some spiritual encounters, so you're like, if I wear this ring, that means she's trying to off, right?
The ring anymore.
Oh my Lord!
So you won't wear that. These are few.
But thank God you were even like attentive. You were paying attention. Of course. Somebody else said, "Oh, I finally found that missing ring."
Don't take such things lightly, because for a wedding ring to disappear, for something to disappear, it's not as if I misplaced it. I have a place I keep my rings.
So you're
suddenly
very detailed. You know where your things are per time.
And then I couldn't find it looked everywhere for it. And then suddenly one day, the thing is just there, right there, looking at me. So many issues.
They have gone to consult.
Yeah, I've gone through. So with that, I said no more. With nannies.
There's a whole lot to talk to you about, because your situation is kind of glorious and yet tricky. For someone to be married to Mr. Zakoji, who he played a lot of lover boy roles.
Yeah.
So some women clearly desired and fancied him, to be sincere. And I would think that perhaps they sent you some spiritual parcels in the process. Love letters.
Oh, okay.
So did you have, you know what I mean? That's why you laughed. So did you get any of those? Is that why you had to like, Jesus, it's me and you, we die here? You know how Africans say?
That's not even the reason. I come from an average Christian home. My parents are, even they're Catholics, but they know God, and I grew up knowing God even as a child. So it's not even about whether they send parcel or not parcel. I've always known God. I wouldn't say I was born again then, but eventually when I got to know, know being in Christ, get born again, and it changed a whole lot of things for me. My view of life, the way I see things, the way I accept things. Talking about whether I have been sent, of course, with the kind of society that we live in, and coming from some of our the society and what is obtained and what we do, the nature of our job, and like you said, being a lot of people, of course, like you said, my desire to be
step in your shoes,
being in, not in my own shoes, in their own shoes, but whatever.
You know what I mean.
Yeah, I
like,
understand what you mean. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
but you see, there's nothing that is done by power or by might or by strength. I wouldn't say it's by my being spiritual or
just by the grace.
It's just the grace of God that has kept us, really. Honestly, I can't even begin to tell. It's a long story, but I don't even want to delve into it. But I will just tell you that it is the grace of God and the mercy of God that has kept us going, and we are still there.
Okay, we have a lot to talk about. Thank God we have a lot of time to do so, but we have to go on a quick break. I want to show us some of your work. Okay. So when we come back, we have a lot to talk about. Plus the ones you want to talk about and the ones you don't want to talk about. We'll talk about them. Okay. We have our way around the show.
Thank you.
We'll be right back. Welcome back to Biscon Daily. I hope you enjoyed that. We're still talking and gisting with the thespian herself, Mrs. Ngozi Oji. I wanted to point out, like the first segment, you talked about having a lot of issues with nannies in the past, and I don't want a lot of women to be scared, or men watching and going, my wife must stay at home and she cannot have a career because I don't want her to leave my kids with nannies. Don't do that. Don't frustrate your wife. Don't make her bitter, so that she will not act Nollywood in your house, if you understand what I mean. So I don't want them to use that as an excuse to capitalize on enslaving the woman.
No, it doesn't mean that all nannies are
evil.
Yeah, we have good ones. Yeah, it depends on where they're coming from and their background. Some of them are into those things, they're not even aware, but because of it's something that's given to them, passed through to them through their parents. So some of them are not even aware that they're possessed. So it's not. Some of them are aware. You understand it, and even some that are possessed, they are not there to harm you. You understand, but by virtue of what they are into, it definitely will affect your home. You understand, or your kids, or whatever. So I wouldn't say because of my own case you should abandon your job or your career and stay at home. It's a personal choice. I decided to do that because I know where I'm coming from. So that might not be your own case. You understand?
Sorry, where are you coming from? I mean, your state. I don't mean any. All of us, we all have our issues and baggage. So nobody is going to throw any stone at anybody, because every family, just sit down for 5 minutes with the honest person in the family. You have enough movie scripts, So I just want to know where you are you from the same place with your husband?
Yes, I'm from Enugu, the eastern part of Nigeria. I'm from Enugu State.
Okay, and he's also
from Enugu. Okay. We are from the same town actually, but different villages. Yes,
just like my husband and I.
Wow, too lucky.
Oh, is it? Means I told my parents I was going to bring an Oyibo.
Have you?
Nobody wants stress, but God had
another
they have their own stress. So when they are tired,
so you just pray for a good man and a good woman. That's just it. That God give you your own, not another person's own. Then you have issues. Yes.
All right. So, ma'am, let's talk about your movie career. And we're still going back to the home front, because I'm fascinated to know how you balance the balancing act. Because a lot of women feel like they can't have it all. so they throw away their family. Like, look at what you said. You have to step back from the limelight a little, so just focus on your kids, because you don't want people to be calling you and giving you bad reports about your children. You chose that. It wasn't imposed.
No, nobody
on
imposed that. I decided to do that. It was a personal decision, like I said, to do that because you know, something happened one time. I came back and I realized I realized that my last child, you know, is like she wants something.
Sorry.
Yeah, okay. There was this case. I came back from, you know, a recording, a shoot, and I realized that each time I come home, my little girl, the last one,
That
is
little girl.
It's like everything she wants something, she must get it. If you don't give it to her, she really she doesn't like eating, you know, like normal food. She likes tea, all those tea, biscuit, you know, and you can't live on that. So you know, but I realized that because the nanny, the help at that time, you know, didn't want any problem. So she'll just give her whatever she wants.
Oh no.
You know, instead of, you know, trying to make her adjust to other food as well. So she'll just give her so that she will make noise. And then so I came back and I realized that it was happening. And she's ready to stay hungry till next year.
Until she
gets that thing. And I said, no, this is not. So, you know, and I was talking to her now as a child, you know, she would just, you know, like she ignores me, and then when the nanny talks to her, she listens. Yeah.
So the nanny was taking the place of mom.
I was like, wow. So and the nanny was telling me, mama, and I saw she did do. That's what she did do.
Pikin where I born.
Now I say pikin where I born.
Where I born.
Hey, Jesus. my own child. Somebody is telling me that's what she did do. Hey, no. I said no, not
enough
in my house.
Is enough.
Not in this house. We go acting. Wait. Let me just take care of these children, you know. That was like the turning point for me, like an eye opener. That was when I made up my mind. No,
I don't want to be a stranger.
And I don't want my children growing up like this. Life is not fair. Life is not like you don't get whatever you want in life. So you don't make them believe that whatever they want they get. You know, so you have to be able to say no, especially when you know that it is not good for the child. You know, so but because the nanny didn't want any wahala, you know, just everything is there for her now. So just give her what so that it doesn't. And then she was taking them out to see boyfriends and all that. And he's a girl, you know.
So molesting your daughter.
So and I said no. So I said no. That was the turning point. And I said, let me just, you know, because if I don't get it right now, to be difficult. So acting, you can always, even if you're 50, you can always go back, and if it's mama role, you'll be acting.
Yeah,
you know.
Important thing is you're
but
acting.
These children, if you don't get it right now, you will be in trouble. So that was what actually made me say, okay, you know, take a break.
I love the fact that it wasn't like your husband imposed it.
No.
Okay, so we're talking about something like
I was going to talk about another incident of a nanny that they brought for me. And she came, a pastor friend of mine, you know, brought her. And coming from that pastor friend, I felt, okay, I could trust this one, you understand? So she came, and of course, I make sure that they are all taken care of. They don't have anybody that has lived with me and said he has problem with me. That means there's a problem with the person. Because what I do is I try to put myself in other people's shoes. What if, you know, because I know that if it's not condition or situation, somebody will not come and be doing nanny or help in somebody else's house, you know. So that's the way I read. So this is also somebody's child. This is also this could be my child or my younger sister, you know. So they should be treated well. So I treat them well. I make sure they wear good clothes. I'm not the type that I will dress so well and my nanny, once you see her, you see that the nanny that lived with me for 17 good years. When she left me, 7 years, sorry. When she left, nobody knew that she was a help. It was after she left that people were like, oh really? when they heard she was just a help, they didn't know. They thought she was my sister because of the way she was treated. So that particular help came, usually I give them, they share a room with my girls, like I put them here, not like I put them somewhere else, so, and I realized that the first night she spent in the house, she washed all the clothes that my children had piled up, and I was wondering when she did that, because she was supposed to be sleeping, and then in the morning all the pile of clothes were already washed. I'm like, what? How did you do this? They said she washed it in the night. I said, that means you didn't sleep. And I was surprised. The following night, the second night, I realized too that she didn't sleep. My daughter told me the next morning that, mommy, this girl didn't sleep. That she was up, all night.
What was she doing?
I don't know what she was doing, and so that made me. Not that I didn't pray before she came. I was praying. So I went to church that particular evening, and there was this message about, they were talking about, something came up, they were talking about even helps women, the kind of house help you have, nannies and all that. Women should pay attention to, to what's going on in their homes, even especially those who are career people, because you're not always there.
Or even business people.
Yeah. That made me, so we're praying one line of prayer, and I remember that a nanny just came, a help just came. So I started praying. With all
God, open my eyes, let me see what's going on.
I prayed and said, Father, if this girl is not supposed to be my house, Holy Ghost fire, chase her away.
No, but we're laughing, but this is serious.
I prayed that prayer with all my, I was calling her name. I said, Father, this lady just came. If she's not the one, she's not supposed to be.
That's
if she has any spiritual problem that will harm my children, Father, Holy Ghost fire, flush her out of my house. And I said all that. Before I went to church that evening, I made soup. I told her, please take. I don't put soup for. They take. I said, make sure you eat. I came back around 9, and I realized that she had not eaten. I was like, what happened? She said she's not hungry. I said, why? You have not eaten anything. You didn't eat anything before. And then she was just like this, sitting. Is there any problem? She didn't say anything. Said no problem. Okay. I tried, further to find out what was the issue. Then, after a long trial, questions, and she just kept telling me, there's no problem. I said, no, there must be a problem. Is anything upsetting you? Did I offend you? Is the food not good? He said, no, Mama, everything is fine. Next, she looked at me in the face and said, I want to leave here latest tomorrow.
Jesus.
You went to pray. She wants to leave here latest tomorrow. I said,
no quarrel,
what happened?
And you just came.
Did I offend you? She said, no. Is the house not good enough for you? Is the work too much? Is the workload too much? She said, ma, there's no work in this house. There's no work in this house. That she has stayed where she told me a lot of that there's no work. I said, so what's the problem?
Do you want to leave?
She finally said, said, you are a good woman. He said, you are a good woman. What you just do for me is, the person that brought me, tell them to come and carry me out of this place latest tomorrow. Jesus. I don't want to harm you. You are a good woman.
Jesus.
I'm telling you. That's what she told me. I'm like,
and a pastor actually brought her to your house, and he didn't see,
based on probably recommendation from someone else.
Oh Lord! And thank God you didn't say, because the pastor, let me relax.
Yeah, that's true, because you can't say because the pastor might not
know. He doesn't know.
So he didn't know. He just threw somebody, because I needed somebody, so he helped to get somebody for me. So through someone, so he might not even have an idea. So that was it, and I was like,
and she doesn't want to harm you.
No, she just told me. She said, you're a good woman. The food is fine. Your house is very comfortable. In fact, I have never seen anybody like you. There's no work in this house. There's no work. It's not even about the work. But please, tell whoever that brought me, the person that brought me, they should come and take me away from here latest tomorrow. I don't want to harm you. you're a good woman. And I'm like, eh? So
nobody has to tell you twice.
I took my phone and
called
I
the
called
person.
I said, please come and see what I'm hearing. So the very next day, Pastor came and then she packed. I'd already packed her. In fact, she didn't even eat anything. She didn't do anything. She didn't sleep. That's how she left. Jesus. And it was later I heard that there were 2 of them they brought. So they sent one to another home and then sent one to me. So it was later and I heard a lot of things that they confessed somewhere that how they have been. So that one thought that I was good. The fact that it's just God. Do you understand it? It's just God's mercy and grace because and it's good to to always be prayerful.
Well, yeah.
Be prayerful and also treat people well. Maybe if I had been treating her, if I had treated her badly, probably should have even stayed and made sure that she causes whatever.
Despite your prayers.
Yeah, despite. But God has a way of saving His own. So
please treat people well.
So
although there are people that they treat well and they still do what they want.
Yeah, that's true. So, but the most important thing is whether you're a career person or whatever your job is, just pay attention to your home, especially if you have young ones still growing up. Pay attention because
I think your saving grace also is that your husband travels a lot, so he's not even home to see all this shenanigans that is going on. Now imagine women that they are busy and their husbands are mostly home. So how do you now balance that divide?
Well, that would be something. That would be something. But most importantly, be prayerful. Because if you're prayerful, God can reveal things to you, just like He revealed that one to me now. You understand? And and I tell you, anybody with anybody that has those kind of spiritual issues, they can't stay. They can't stay where there's light. That's what. Let me put it that way.
There's fire.
They can't. Yeah, they can't stay. I had another one who said the fire in the house is burning her. Yeah,
and you're like, which
there's no fire. There's no fire. So because of because of the experiences I've had, it even made me more prayerful and closer to God. So
you have to. Nobody has. See,
you don't need any soothsayer to tell you.
There are some people that you don't need a pastor to preach the gospel. When life show you, and
then most times God has given us the power. He said He has given us the power to tread upon serpents and scorpions, and nothing shall by any means hurt us. So you have the power. As a Christian, you have the power to pray. To command.
I was going to ask you what you think is the secret for your marriage being intact despite your husband. I know. Clearly, I know. And prayers
it's not like you don't have issues. It's not like you've been so rosy. Yeah, but it's I would say it's God and trust in God. That's what I would just say plainly. That's just it. It's not like I don't have my issues. He doesn't have his issues. Well, I have issues, because we are all coming from different.
Even after you've been married for how many years?
Oh, we are almost 30 years.
You see, I used to have issues, and then you expect the young ones not to.
It's even when you can be married to someone for 30 years and you don't even know the person.
True.
Because
please say that again. Because they're like, that some people meet like, oh, I want to know him. You've been dating for 2-3 years and he has not put a ring on the finger. Please now, you say you still want to get to know each other.
With somebody for 20-30 years and still you don't know the person. Because every day the person is showing, initially the person, everybody's putting up a front, that nice part that you want to see from when you're met
honeymoon,
and then, and then for some people can really pretend for a long time.
Is it really pretend?
Is it pretend? So
or you just wish you were as sweet and as nice and as forgiving.
So, but every day, everybody's a bit relaxing a bit, and
so
you're
your
getting
real
to
person
know
is coming
the
out.
real person is coming out. So you find people. That's why I find people maybe in the next 4 years into the marriage, or 5 years, they can't live together anymore because is it the same person I married? Is it the same person I saw?
1 year.
1 year. So, but again, you have to know. Like I always tell people, you have to know why you are in
a marriage,
in a relationship, like marriage. A lot of people marry for different reasons. Some people marry because she's beautiful, he's handsome,
Money.
there's money. Okay,
Power,
no,
influence.
something can happen, that money will disappear. And so what do you do? Oh, she's beautiful. One accident can take place and then she's no longer beautiful. Will you still be there?
Will you be there?
You know, so that's why you need to seek the face of God and be sure before. Somebody say, how can I be sure? How do I? But you have a witness. You have a witness in your heart. When you meet the right person, you have a witness. Make sure you're not married. You don't have an ulterior motive. Okay,
inheritance.
Maybe the family is very rich. So if I marry into this family, I will
climb.
Or maybe he's a producer or director.
Again, movie roles.
Maybe I'm an actor. You know, you have an ambition of becoming an actor or an actress, and you say, okay, if I marry this guy, you will put at least I will rise. You know.
And then the funny thing
when it doesn't happen,
it's funny thing is the directors and the producers will be like, I really don't want my wife to be in this industry.
Some of them don't even want their wives
they
to be
would
there.
kill the career.
Kill the career. I'm telling you,
So,
I've had a couple whereby I think the man didn't know, but the reason for the marriage, for her getting into marriage, was because the man is a director and a producer director, and she wanted to be an actress. And then, though she never made it known to the man, and then along the line she started having issues. Why? Because she was telling people that the man refused to make her a star.
In fact, he was even giving her movie roles.
So there was issues. In the end, they found out that then there was never really love from the beginning. So there must be love.
There must be God. You need to know how to pray.
You know, you must have God in your marriage, in your relationship. You must have that love, because those are the things that's the thing that will sustain you when the problem comes. Problem must come, storms must come.
You can't fast and pray it out.
They will come. That's part of life.
Even when Jesus was on earth, he went through
a lot of temptations.
Exactly.
So things will come, storms will come, trials will come. So, but what is it that will keep you together when all these things come throwing these arrows from the devil? It is that love and that, I believe in God and trust, and that foundation that you have laid for your family, for your marriage.
All right. I love the fact that we've been talking career. Here we've talked career, family, children, and faith. So I love that. But we need to go on a quick break.
Okay.
When we come back, Biscon Tv continues. We'll be right back. Enjoy.
Give it all.
Welcome back to Biscon Tv, and we're still chatting with the very wise Mrs. Oji. Although I rather call you Mrs. Ngozi,
yeah,
Oji.
Nice.
You know, so let's talk. You know, our time is really fast spent. Let's talk about your music ministry. How did that start? Because clearly you were doing Nollywood, and you played all sorts of roles. There was a time you were not so nice characters.
Really?
Yeah. Like you were not always smart. You know, you did some.
Yeah, I did some.
You know, roles that people were like, do you get? Is this on another upcoming patient or so? You know that kind of thing. You know how she is, Mama G.
Yeah.
You know, so but here today, you're almost completely different. Like you're more into the gospel music scene than acting. So what happened? Are you benchmarking the
No,
acting?
I'm actually just that. Well, I wouldn't say I'm regular with the acting, but I'm still there.
Okay.
I've done quite a couple of things within the years, you know. But I decided to pay more attention to the music thing for a while. But I'm back now to the movie thing.
Yay!
So
we missed you.
I'm back. Oh.
So you're taking scripts, right?
Yes,
Right.
definitely. So these two things has always been the things that I wanted to do as a child, singing and yeah.
Why
So-
gospel music though?
Well, I would say, you know, because I come from a Christian home, and that I think that also, you know, has informed my also being in the gospel. I've never really thought about. I can't even see myself singing. What do you call
Secular music.
secular music? I don't think I see myself doing that. You know. So that's it. These are the things I've always wanted to do as a child, and way back in school I was in the Dramatic Society, and I've also done a couple of fashion shows. Like
You were a model?
I was like contestant, and I contested, you know, way back in school. So those kind of things had always interested, you know, have been an interest for me.
And you also
So-
mentioned being a costumer.
Yes.
So sometimes you are not acting,
Yes,
but
but
you're
I'm
clothing.
working behind camera.
So how do you have a store? Do you sell?
Yes,
Yes.
let me just start by how the whole thing came about in a nutshell. I started the singing thing way back in the 90s, really. Yeah, in the 90s. We used to minister in the churches, you know, where I used to worship then. And there's
I
this
should
band
make you
then-
sing. I should make you sing. You're going to sing us out of the studio. We're
I
going
belong
to do
this
that.
band,
Right.
you know, we're a couple of us that came together. We called ourselves Rock Foundation. So we used to minister in churches then, you know, but a lot of them have probably traveled and sick of greener pastures. So, I decided to continue my own, you know, doing my own thing. And also the screen acting thing came also, and I was like doing my thing in church, being the church choir, being the church chorister, and all that until 2017 or 16 thereabout. You know, and then I realized that I sing, but I realized I couldn't write songs. You know, and people always, anytime I finish ministry, and people will ask me, when are you coming out with your album? When are you coming out with your own album? And I kept telling them very soon. And they didn't know the problem I was having, because I've tried a couple of times to write songs, you know, because I felt that you have to come up with the words then before. And each time I come up with a pen and paper, nothing comes. You know, but one day I was discussing with somebody, they were talking about different ways that God can give you songs, through dream, so I realized that really God has actually been giving me songs all this while. I didn't know.
Songs.
You know, I didn't know. I was still waiting for. So I realized that most times I find myself singing a song all day. I'll sing it the whole day. The next day, it will fly.
Write it down.
So, and I was like, wow, that means God had actually given me songs. So from that day, I decided, okay, once
Whenever
I
those
just
songs
I'll
come.
just use my phone and record it, you know. And that's how it started. I started, you know, putting the songs together until 2017 when I released my first single, Chimnonso. And that Chimnonso, the song it simply says, God is with me.
Can you sing it right now? Even if it's the chorus.
Okay, I'll just tell you about the song. It's a song
Sing the
I came when I was going
chorus.
through a whole lot, you know.
Okay.
I don't know if you've been there, like, you find yourself like people gang up against you for no just reason, and you keep asking yourself, what have I done? Where have I, got?
Did they tell you what?
Nobody told me, and
Yes.
then you feel so hurt, and especially from people who are close to you. And so this song came at that point when I was going through a similar situation, and I just found myself singing one day, Bendiro baramburubur, Bendiro baramburubur, Kwagine chemo, Kwagina zama, Bendiro baramburubur, Bendiro baramburubur, Kwagine chemo, Kwagina zama, Echebulongwegi, Echebulongwegi, Maka Chimnonso, Ndira gaya hogi, Hagaya hogi, Maka Chimnonso, Chimnonso, Oye nacho walile, Chimje monule, na rekelemo, na rotitomo, Oye nacho walile, Chimje monule, na rekelemo, na rangazimo, Wendira baramburbur, Wendira baramburbur, Kwagine chemo, Kwagina zomo.
Awesome. So for non-speaking and not people that don't understand
the
Igbo,
song simply says
when you're
you
surrounded,
come from this Bible verse that says when the enemy shall rise like a flood,
the
that
Lord
God
will
Almighty
standard
will
against them.
standard against them. Yes. That's where I took that from the Bible. So it says, when the enemy surrounds you, it's only God. It's God that saves you. It is God that personalizing it now. When the enemy surrounds me or rise up against me, it's God that saves me. It's God that has kept me. And I'm like trying to tell whoever concerned, do not be afraid, do not be dismayed, because God has you. In the palm of his hand, so he will protect you no matter where they have gathered. No matter where they have gathered, they will surely scatter. So
I thank you for coming on Biscon Daily, because you've taught us a valuable lesson. While we were talking, you told us about prayers. Whether you're a man or a woman, pray.
Yeah.
Because I realize that sometimes when couples quarrel or believe, it gets to a point that it's so heated, and you're like, how did this issue start? And it's the smallest things. And sometimes you just tell them go and pray, or you start praying on their behalf. Before you know it, it is resolved.
Yeah.
So sometimes
because you don't know who's fighting. The enemy is always
always.
He never sleeps. He's always fighting.
The thing is, life is even more spiritual than we imagine.
Of course.
So it's not the physical that you're fighting.
No. The battles are fought in the spiritual before you even see
So
sometimes
that's why
you need to.
So have you just you have someone you need to see? You're going to see, like, say like a boss or someone who's going to pay you money, and you're like, oh, this person is going to like hit you. You are expecting heat from the person, and then you pray and you're like, Father, in the name of Jesus, like you really pray,
commit it to God.
By the time you get there, say, oh, how wonderful, you're here, come in, and you're like,
because you never can. See, there are a lot of forces fighting against so you need to be just prayerful. Before I came here, I prayed.
Yeah.
You might say, okay, it's just an interview. I'm just going to ask you a question and you answer. But at the same time, somebody can ask you something here and you will go blank.
Yeah.
You understand? And especially if it's a live program. It has happened to me on several, like 1 or 2 times. That's to show you that it's a spiritual thing. It is not a physical thing. I found myself, okay, I know the song. It's just I know you can wake me from sleep and I'll sing it. But I came not prepared. I didn't really pray because I felt it's not this song. And I came on stage and on the pulpit and I opened my mouth to sing. I didn't remember whether the song started from A or B. If not from a experience that I used to cover up, it would have been a mess. But God helped me. So you need to pray. I have been to ministration somewhere where I had a dream the previous night. God showed me in the spiritual. And if I hadn't prayed, something else terrible would have happened that day. But I saw it already. God already showed me in the spiritual, in the dream. And that made me, I woke up and I started praying and I started counseling whatever the enemy wanted to do on that day. And when I got there, it was there. It showed, but I overcame because I had already taken care of it spiritually, and God has already helped. So it's not by power, like I said, but by His mercy, by the grace of God, by the Spirit of God.
You have heard it all. Pray, prioritize your family, pay attention to what's going on in your home, especially when you're a career or businesswoman. Because you might not work in an office or organization, but there are some businesswomen that they are constantly busy. They're constantly traveling. Today they're in Dubai. They are sourcing for different things. So pay attention. Don't be so busy. That another part I need you to tell them is to take care of yourself. Look at how you look good.
Really?
You're not looking stressed.
Oh my God.
And you're a light-skinned woman. So if you have wrinkles, it should be obvious.
Oh my God.
But you're like relaxed, even the way she's talking. So
Yeah,
you won't know she has been fighting spiritual battles plus physical ones.
You need to take care of yourself.
Right.
People are just dying anyhow, falling and sick. So one, no matter how busy you are, take out time for yourself do the right thing. Apart from prayer, everything is prayer, but also, do the right thing, take care of yourself. Rest. Take rest when you need to. Because before anything happens, the body will give you signs. There's nothing that, even before anything happens, God gives signs. Because that some of us, we human beings, we are not sensitive enough to. God talks with a soft voice.
Then you'll be like, oh, but my mind was telling me,
something happens. You say,
but hey, I kind of
told me
I should not have gone this way, or
so we need to be sensitive in the spirit to also know when God is speaking to us. That will save us a whole lot of problems.
I believe that
I'm talking to myself too, because it's everybody.
I believe God did not allow you to come then, because we would have talked about something totally different. He clearly wanted you to come now because perhaps there's somebody that needed to listen to this episode to help them, encourage them, and listen. All of us are in a warfare spiritually, whether you like it or not. So just pray. So you're not the only one. There are lots of us. Just pray, and God will give you the victory that you clearly need. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming on the program. We've enjoyed talking to you.
Thank you.
Based on that, we are going on a quick break. This time is a fashion break. When we come back, please continue. Be right back.
Dear friends and supporters, we trust you are in good health. Today, we come to you with a heartwarming request for assistance on behalf of a young man whose dreams have been derailed by an unexpected health crisis. Adebare Adewale Kudus, a promising student of Yaba College of Technology, was on a path towards achieving his dreams and securing a brighter future for himself and his family. However, life had different plans for him. A severe eye cataract has clouded his vision, causing him unimaginable pain and forcing him to drop out of school. The good news is that there is hope. Adebare Adewale Kudus has been given an opportunity to regain his sight through a left eye surgery scheduled for Friday, September 29, 2023 at the Ansila Catholic Hospital in Lagos. This procedure can change his life forever, but it comes at a cost. We urgently need to raise 850,000 naira to cover the expenses of the surgery and post-operative care. Your generous donation can make a world of difference in Kudus' life. With your support, we can give him the gift of sight and help him get back on the path to realizing his dreams. The surgery is scheduled for September 29, 2023, and time is of the essence. Your compassion can make a life-changing difference in Kudus' life. Kindly send your donations into the account name Adebare Adewale Kudus. Account number 044-962-8253 GT Bank. Together we can bring light back into Kudus' world. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support.
Hello, welcome to Biscon Television News. I am Gloria Anozie Young. First, the headlines. On the national scene, it won't be business as usual, Presidency says on UAE visa ban reversal. Health Minister Professor Ali Pate commends US partners over $900 million investment. Business, Presidential panel plans 83% cut in taxes and levies. Foreign, Israel Supreme Court showdown over controversial judicial reform. Sports, Juventus and France midfielder Paul Pogba suspended for doping. And now the news in full. The Nigerian presidency says the reversal of the visa ban on Nigerians by the United Arab Emirates does not mean that things will go back to business as usual, especially as it concerns UAE visa applications and processing. Speaking with newsmen moments after the deal between President Bola Tinubu and his UAE counterpart Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan was made public, media aide to the president, Ajuri Ngelale, said things will be done differently to address some loopholes that caused the visa ban. Speaking further, he noted that one of the major challenges of the bilateral relationship with regards to visa applications, visa processing, and with respect to Nigerians being able to migrate to the UAE, for example, was the fact that there was a laxity on the part of certain visa process or certain applications that were being made, that it created a lack of specificity, a lack of diligent evaluation with respect to who is traveling to the UAE and why they are traveling. The visa ban on Nigerians was lifted by the UAE almost 1 year after the decision following an intervention by President Tinubu, who met with the UAE leader. The agreement between the two leaders also means that Etihad Airlines and Emirates Airlines are to immediately resume flight schedules into and out of Nigeria. The Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Ali Pate, has commended the United States government and other partners for investing about $900 million in Nigeria's malaria, HIV/AIDS, and tuberculosis programs. He made the commendation in Abuja at the high-level meeting with the U.S. Global AIDS Coordinator and Special Representative for Global Health Diplomacy, the U.S. President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, Dr. John Nkengasong, the Executive Director, Global Fund to Fight AIDS, Tuberculosis and Malaria, Peter Sands, the U.S. Global Malaria Coordinator for the U.S. President's Malaria Initiative, Dr. David Walton, among others. Pate lauded the U.S. government's support to Nigeria over the years and the importance placed on the health and well-being of Nigerians. He noted that the ministry would support the vision of President Bola Tinubu to ensure the health sector is improved. He added that to strengthen the platform for the delivery of health services, the nation has to retrain and update standards of practice for its frontline health workers. Nigeria, Benin Republic, Togo, and Niger Republic have launched Operation Safe Domain 2 to combat piracy and maritime crimes in the Gulf of Guinea. Speaking at the inauguration, the Director of Multinational Maritime Coordinating Center, Zone E, Commodore Aniedi Ibok, explained that the program aimed at enhancing maritime security through regional collaboration for prosperity. The event is taking place from September 11th to 15th at Cotonou Port Naval Base, newsmen report. The Yaoundé Code of Conduct in 2013 divided the Gulf of Guinea into two regions, one coordinated by the Regional Center for Maritime Security in West Africa in the west, and the other by the Regional Center for Maritime Security in Central Africa in the east. The ECOWAS Integrated Maritime Strategy established maritime zones E, F, and G in 2014. Zone E, established earlier as a pilot project, led to the establishment of other zones. Ibok said that the joint maritime operations and patrols aim to ensure permanent, joint, and coordinated control of Zone E for maritime safety and security. The operation is sponsored by ECOWAS and member states of Zone E due to the high rate of illicit maritime activities in the Gulf of Guinea and West African waters, he said. Let's take a short break. We'll be back with business news. Please stay tuned. Welcome back. On the business scene, the chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms, Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, has said Nigeria has over 60 different forms of taxes and levies. Many of the taxes, he added, made life unbearable for the poor in society. Oyedele said this in an interview with newsmen. He said his committee was working to reduce taxes and levies to less than 10, which would be a 3.33%. He noted that most of these taxes were coming from the local governments, while the money they got most of the time was not remitted to government coffers. According to him, some local governments were taking advantage of the constitution levy payments, such as wheelbarrow tax and pure water tax, on the poor in paying taxes. He further added that Nigerians should focus on holding the government accountable and transparent. We'll go on a quick break and be back with foreign news. Stay tuned, please. On the foreign scene, after months of protests against the hardline Israeli government's highly controversial judicial overhaul, an historical showdown is taking place. All 15 Supreme Court judges are convening for the first time to hear petitions against a legal amendment that limits their own powers. Thousands of Israelis have gathered for a rally outside the court in Jerusalem in support of the judges. Critics argue that the move will weaken judicial independence and democracy. In July, the Nationalist Religious Governing Coalition, led by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, pushed through an important change as part of its radical judicial overhaul. It cancelled the ability of all courts to block government actions and appointments using the legal standard that they were unreasonable. However, supporters of the overhaul argued that the move strengthened democracy by preventing the court from overturning the actions of an elected government. The Supreme Court, which could take weeks or months to deliberate, is under pressure to strike down the law. If it does so, though, members of Mr. Netanyahu's government are threatening to ignore its decision. That could lead to a constitutional crisis over who has the greater authority. Up next is sports news. Stay with us. Sports. Juventus and France midfielder Paul Pogba has been provisionally suspended after a doping control detected the banned substance testosterone. Italian anti-doping authorities, NEDO, told newsmen. NEDO said the prohibited substance detected, non-endogenous testosterone metabolites, was consistent with a doping infringement. Newsmen reported that the doping test was carried out on the opening day of the Italian Serie A season, a 3-0 win at Udinese on August 20th, during which the 30-year-old was an unused substitute. The test concerns the A sample, and if the B sample also tests positive for testosterone, Pogba could face a 4-year ban. Pogba was a star player in France's 2018 World Cup triumph, but had an awful 2022 to 2023 season, blighted by injury and a blackmail affair. He played just 10 games for Juventus that season and missed the 2022 World Cup with France. Coming up next is entertainment news. Stay tuned. Welcome back. On the entertainment scene, Davido is one of the biggest artists in the world whose music has contributed massively to the exportation of Afrobeats to a global audience. On Monday, the multi-award winning megastar announced that he is moving the dates for his 2023 European tour, which is scheduled for Q4 2023 to Q1 2024. In the statement released via his social media handles, Davido stated that the postponement would give him and his team more time to sort out the production hitches they are facing to give fans a better show. Davido also announced that his Manchester show would be his last European tour for 2023, while the remaining date will be rescheduled for 2024. Davido released his highly anticipated fourth album, Timeless, on March 31, 2023, which went on to break multiple Nigerian streaming records. European fans would be looking forward to Davido performing the songs from his new album when he returns on tour in Q1 2024. And that was the news produced by Tomiloba Abolari. I am Gloria Anozie Young. Thank you for watching and stay warm.
Dear friends and supporters, we trust you are in good health. Today, we come to you with a heartwarming request for assistance on behalf of a young man whose dreams have been derailed by an unexpected health crisis. Adebare Adewale Kudus, a promising student of Yaba College of Technology, was on a path towards achieving his dreams and securing a brighter future for himself and his family. However, life had different plans for him. A severe eye cataract has clouded his vision, causing him unimaginable pain and forcing him to drop out of school. The good news is that there is hope. Adebare Adewale Kudus has been given an opportunity to regain his sight through a left eye surgery scheduled for Friday, September 29, 2023 at the Ansila Catholic Hospital in Lagos. This procedure can change his life forever, but it comes at a cost. We urgently need to raise 850,000 naira to cover the expenses of the surgery and post-operative care. Your generous donation can make a world of difference in Kudus' life. With your support, we can give him the gift of sight and help him get back on the path to realizing his dreams. The surgery is scheduled for September 29, 2023, and time is of the essence. Your compassion can make a life-changing difference in Kudus' life. Kindly send your donations into the account name Adebare Adewale Kudus. Account number 044-962-8253 GT Bank. Together we can bring light back into Kudus' world. Thank you for your kindness, generosity and support. Welcome to Biscon Television Foreign News Today. I am Stella Opara. First, the headlines. Rescuers race to find survivors over 48 hours after Morocco earthquake. North Korea's leader Kim Jong-un to visit Russia for talks with President Putin. India's capital renews firecracker ban to combat pollution. Chile marks military coup as divisions continue. We'll take a short break now, and when we come back, we'll bring you details. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Biscon Television Foreign News. Now the news in full. Rescuers have raced against time to find survivors in the rubble more than 48 hours after Morocco's deadliest earthquake in over 6 decades, with over 2,500 killed in a disaster that devastated villages in the high Atlas Mountains. Search teams from Spain, Britain and Qatar are joining efforts to find survivors of the 6.8 magnitude quake that struck late on Friday night, 72 kilometers southwest of Marrakesh. Many survivors spent a third night outside, their homes destroyed or rendered unsafe by Morocco's most powerful earthquake since at least 1900s. The death toll has climbed to over 2,500, with 2,476 people injured, newsmen reported. In Imdal, a village about 75 kilometers south of Marrakesh, women and children were seen huddled together under makeshift tents set up along the road and next to damaged buildings. Some gathered around an open fire. Further south, a car stood crushed by boulders that had fallen from the cliff. With much of the quake zone in hard-to-reach areas, the full impact has yet to emerge. The authorities have not issued any estimates for the number of people still missing. Now at least 150 people have died after a powerful storm caused severe flooding in eastern Libya, an official said. Storm Daniel made landfall in the North African nation over the weekend, prompting authorities to declare a state of extreme emergency. Last week, it killed a dozen people in Europe. 7 Libyan army personnel have gone missing during ongoing rescue efforts. Officials in eastern Libya have imposed a curfew, while schools and shops have been ordered to close. Storm Daniel has affected the eastern cities of Benghazi and Sousse, as well as Derna and Al-Marj. The western city of Misrata was also among those hit by the floods. Videos of the storm have been circulating online, including a clip showing torrents of flood water sweeping a man away. Other footage shows drivers trapped on their car roofs. Alongside schools and shops, 4 major oil ports closed because of the storm. The Prime Minister of the rival internationally recognized government in the capital Tripoli, Abdulhamid Bieba, said on Thursday he had directed all state agencies to immediately deal with the damage and floods, while the United Nations in Libya said it was following the storm closely and would provide urgent relief assistance in support of response efforts at local and national levels. Now in Korea, the North Korea's leader Kim Jong-un has reportedly started his journey to Vladivostok for a summit with Russia's President Vladimir Putin. The armored train that Mr. Kim uses for foreign visits appears to have departed Pyongyang, newsmen reported, citing a government official. The meeting between the two leaders is expected to take place on Tuesday. The Kremlin has confirmed that Mr. Kim will visit Russia in the coming days. If the summit with Mr. Putin goes ahead, it will be the North Korean leader's first international trip in more than 4 years and the first since the pandemic. The two leaders will likely discuss the possibility of North Korea providing Moscow with weapons to support its war in Ukraine, a U.S. official earlier told newsmen. Mr. Kim's last trip abroad was also to Vladivostok in 2019 for the first summit with Mr. Putin after the collapse of North Korea's nuclear disarmament talks with then U.S. President Donald Trump. Mr. Kim also traveled to Vladivostok by train in 2019. The possible meeting comes after the White House said it had new information that arms negotiations between the two countries were actively advancing. Now in Egypt. Egypt has voiced anger after Ethiopia announced it had filled the reservoir at a highly controversial hydroelectric dam on the Blue Nile River. Ethiopia has been in dispute with Egypt and Sudan over the mega project since its launch in 2011. Egypt relies on the Nile for nearly all its water needs. Egypt's foreign ministry said Ethiopia was disregarding the interest of the downstream countries. Ethiopia, however, says the $4.2 billion dam will not cut their share of Nile water. Ethiopia believes the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, GERD, will double the country's electricity output, providing a vital development boost, as currently half the 127 million population lacks electricity. The plan is to generate more than 6,000 megawatts at the dam, which is about 30 kilometers from Ethiopia's border with Sudan. Egypt and Sudan argue that common rules for the operation of GERD must be agreed, fearing that energy-hungry Ethiopia may exacerbate their existing water shortages. Negotiations over the project resumed last month, having been suspended in 2021. We'll take a short break now. When we come back, we'll bring you the rest of the news. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Biscon Television Foreign News. Now moving on to India. India's New Delhi has reimposed a ban on firecrackers ahead of the Diwali festival to curb air pollution in the winter when air quality reaches hazardous levels, the capital city's environment minister has said. Manufacturing, storage, sale, online delivery and bursting of any type of firecrackers is completely prohibited in Delhi, Minister Gopal Rai said at a press conference, adding that police have been instructed to stop issuing licenses for fireworks. Firecrackers are a part of celebrations for the Hindu festival of Diwali, which falls in mid-November this year. Smoke from the hundreds of firecrackers that light up the sky during the festival leaves the city shrouded in toxic haze, made worse as colder air traps dust, vehicle emissions, and pollution from stations. The Delhi government is set to meet with experts this week to draw up an action plan to combat pollution in the winter, when foul air causes a spike in respiratory ailments in one of the world's most polluted cities, often resulting in school closures and public health emergency declarations. City authorities have, in the last few years, banned the use and sale of fireworks ahead of the festival, warning of jail time and fines for those flouting orders. Now, Thai Prime Minister Srettha Thavisin came under fire in Parliament over a policy agenda that opposition lawmakers called vague and said was short of some of his party's boldest election pledges. Political newcomer Srettha, who heads a coalition government that includes some of his party's most bitter rivals, confirmed his agenda before lawmakers and focused on digital cash handouts, lowering energy prices, and relaxing visa rules to boost tourism. In remarks later in the day, he said his government aimed for growth of at least 5% annually and will support the economy in the short term by boosting tourism, a vital income earner. Srettha, who is also finance minister, also pledged to take a market-led approach to increase income for farmers. But the biggest party in parliament, the opposition Move Forward, said the agenda of Srettha's party lacked specifics. The new administration adopts an economy that is expected to grow 2.8% this year, below a previous forecast of 3.6%. Srettha further added that his signature policy, a 10,000 baht giveaway via a digital wallet to all Thais over the age of 16, would reawaken the economy. And finally, 50 years ago today, Chile's presidential palace, La Moneda, was bombed as part of the military coup to overthrow the country's democratically elected socialist president, Salvador Allende. By the end of that fateful 11 September 1973, President Allende was dead and the military junta had seized power. During the 17 years of military rule under General Augusto Pinochet that followed, 40,000 people were detained, tortured, and forcibly disappeared. More than 3,200 were executed. The years of dictatorship continued to haunt and divide Chile. President Gabriel Boric, who was sworn in as the youngest Chilean president at the age of just 36 in March 2022, promised to confront and address the violations of human rights committed under General Pinochet. In the run-up to today's anniversary, his left-wing government launched the National Search Plan, the first state-backed program to determine the fate of 1,469 people who disappeared during military rule and who remain missing all these decades later. Government spokeswoman Camila Vallejo, who heads Chile's Ministry General Secretariat, says the aim of the plan is to commit to helping the families of the disappeared so that they do not have to carry the responsibility of finding their loved ones or knowing the truth solely on their shoulders. The National Search Plan is not only designed to find those who forcibly disappeared, but also to establish the circumstances behind their disappearance and bring justice to the families who have spent decades desperate to know the truth. And that's it on Biscon Television Very News, compiled and produced by Tomiloba Abalari. I am Stella Opara. Thank you for watching.
Biscon TV's 6th anniversary special celebration bonanza. Offer opens for interested broadcasters to audition for positions like newscasters, sports reporters, program presenters in politics, entertainment, business, and so on. Biscon TV's 6th anniversary special celebration bonanza auditioning begins on Monday, the 4th of September on a daily basis till the 20th of September 2023, the day Biscon TV turns 6 years. Prospective candidates should report to Biscon TV Global Corporate Headquarters, 12 Sylvia Crescent, Anthony Village, by Zenith Bank, Anthony Village Branch, Lagos. Time 12 noon daily from Monday the 4th of September to September 20th, 2023. There will be special Biscon TV 6th anniversary present for the best 10 of the lots. Biscon TV, the fastest growing, most watched 24 hours television station on YouTube globally. Biscon TV. Engaging, interactive, and all-encompassing. It's 6 glorious hearty cheers to Biscon TV on the stable of Biscon Communications Global Media Network.
Let me feel that it. I can't wait no longer for the steel on fire. Now give me the chair, give me the table, give me the bowl, make I wash my face. African kitchen, cooking in the kitchen. African kitchen, African kitchen, cooking in the kitchen. African kitchen. African mama, let me feel that it. I can't wait no longer for the steel on fire. Now give me the chair, give me the table, give me the bowl, make I wash my...
Wonderful viewers at home, it's my pleasure to be with you once again on your #1 television cookery program, African Kitchen. Anytime you come on the program, you'll learn new things. We teach you good things. We teach you how to eat well. We teach you how to eat something nourishing to your body. So sit back, stay glued to your television set. Don't blink, don't change the dial, because if you do that, you're going to miss, and I wouldn't want you to miss. So I'll be right back after this break because the program continues. I remain Buki Ogunate. I'll see you soon. Welcome back, viewers. If you're just joining me, you haven't missed anything at all because I'm just about starting. Please join me as I welcome you to the kitchen. So Mrs. Abimbola Akintimehin. You're most welcome. Please come in, ma. Yeah. She's ready. She's ready. Hello, madam. It's nice to have you. You're welcome.
Thank you.
You're really looking good.
Thank you.
Oh, this makeup is looking fine.
Thank you.
Is this how you normally look?
When I'm going out, this is how I look.
Right.
But when I'm in the house, obviously.
At least, obviously, you don't wear
makeup in the house.
So, do you do your makeup yourself, or you have somebody that does it for you?
I have someone that does it for me.
Okay, somebody did this for you.
Yes, someone.
Oh, that's beautiful. You're looking nice.
Thank you very much.
All right, madam. You want to tell us a bit about yourself?
Abimbola Akintimehin, Ni Oyenuga. Born into the family of 2. I'm the first child, and I was born in Lagos. But I grew up in the north.
Wow.
I schooled my primary school in the north, Kano State to be precise. From there, my secondary school in Ibadan. My family moved to Ibadan, and my higher institution, Obafemi Awolowo University.
Great Ife.
Great Ife.
Wow. Okay.
And I studied sociology and anthropology, but my mom is a caterer, so I'm also a caterer.
Okay, so I just want to say that probably your mother's profession gave you the passion for the cooking that you're into today. Because you're wondering, so the relationship between sociology, okay, so it can go because you deal with the society too. Oh, so far so good. How's it been?
We thank God.
We
thank God. It's been wonderful, and we are going places.
Amen. All right. Okay, Mrs. Akintimehin here. And where are you from, madam?
I'm from Ogun State, Ijebu-Awa.
Ijebu-Awa. But from what she told us, it's, there's a clear indication that she spends most of her youth days in the north. So you must be able to speak some outside of Hausa,
The Eke part of that.
Let's hear the Eke. That's the one we want to hear. Okay, tell us a little about the Eke part of the.
What do you want me to say?
Anything, just say it, and you. Nakwana, the response Nagejia, because I know that's the great thing.
Okay, can you Nayageri and
what's Nayageri?
How is the house?
How is the house? Okay, if you do know how to say, come and join me and I want to cook.
It's okay. I don't know.
All right, I pardon you. No wahala. Indeed, I'm glad to have you here. Thank you so much. All right, very quickly, madam, what exactly do you want to prepare for us today?
We want to prepare ojojo, and then we also teach you how to make your own eko. That's not the oki, not the pap.
Okay.
The cold pap.
The agidi, as they used to cook. Okay. So that means I can just make it at home.
Yes.
It doesn't take time?
Not as much as, it doesn't take time.
That's
almost same time it takes to make pap. But just let you sit on fire for a little longer.
Okay. It will now from. Oh, beautiful. All right. So one after the other, what are the ingredients that we need to use?
What I am. Alright. That's already been grated. And we want to spice our own ojojo. So we have different kind of ingredients. We have the green peas, the fresh green peas. We have smoked fish. We have green pepper.
Wow.
We have red chili, and we have carrots. We have salt
and season. All in this ojojo. Yes. Wow. And nothing goes inside ojojo with style. No, nothing goes into the eko is just there.
The raw pap.
Okay.
And to be boiled. No salt, nothing.
Right. Okay then.
No sugar.
Together we'll be doing this, and very soon we will see the difference. I'll see you after this time out. African Kitchen continues.
Welcome back to African Kitchen. I've washed my hand, I'm drying it, and want to start preparing. I'll put water on fire because I need to soften the peas a bit. So I would put my oil on fire.
Wow, I have said it that I don't want to miss this part. Look at it, so clean. The oil is so clean. So we're doing deep frying.
Yes, deep frying. The bowl is already clean.
Wow.
Yes. That's the water yam.
Okay.
We'll put. Let me check the water if it's boiled. We'll add a little bit of salt to the. So yes, my dry fish.
This is Ojojo Elemi 21.
Elemi 50. And my
okay,
green pepper.
Okay, green pepper.
Yes,
okay.
The green pepper is already chopped.
Wow.
You're salivating already.
No, I'm just looking at the chili because of your hand.
My hand.
Let's use the wooden.
Yes.
Because I've started pitying you already before.
I'm already pitying myself.
But some people are used to it, though. You know, you get good results with your hand.
Our mama. So we'll mix it together.
Normally, you do that
add water so that it will not be too soft. When you are grating your water yam, you make sure it's not you don't add water in it. You can use the normal regular grater, and there's this local one that has wood.
That you sit down on.
Yes.
Hey, that's the one. Tell me, Bonjuba.
That's the one my mom.
We sit down on it and we like, and that thing wounded me. Like, hey. Can I pour a little on the green peas?
I'll put a little bit of salt.
Okay.
So to make it soft.
Just
the carrots, chopped carrots.
Is that okay?
That's okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And then the salt, a little bit of salt. You know, as we say, salt is the your man tank, so
but I'm sure this salt will not be enough.
I will still add more.
The reason why you want to tell us the reason why you're soaking this in
because it's fresh peas.
Okay.
You need to soak it a little so
Okay.
that it will be soft. So that you just don't, because we are frying it. We are not using it for rice or anything.
Okay.
So it needs to cook a bit. And then the salt is to retain the greenness. We are going to put the seasoning and chopped onions. Let's put some in the oil. The onions is in big chunks because it is the ojojo with style. Our mothers,
they use their hands.
They use their hands.
But we today's
modernized this modernized mixing of ojojo.
We are scared of chili.
A little bit of salt.
We're scared of chili, and I'm sure this one will
be. The peas, is it soft?
It should be.
Let's sieve it out and add it.
This is still going to go inside the fire.
Thank you.
I'm sure you'll be wondering the same way I'm wondering. Now, wow, all these ingredients in one
If you go
ojojo.
to some restaurant now, they will call it wonderful name. They call it Amashla class name.
Alright.
Alright, so now we'll reduce the fire because
reduced.
Because it's too hot. So
Ogbonogba shouldn't be too big, so that it will gino.
Yeah.
It will gino then.
But one thing with water yam is that it cooks fast.
Okay.
Faster than yam. And you know it's also very rich in fiber.
I noticed you did not even add any water at all.
No, you don't add water. That's, you know, it's called water yam. So there's water in it already. Just leave it low. The frying pan is very deep. That's good.
Okay,
and
so yes.
I was thinking we should pap. Yes. So this is the white pap.
Now
so I'm going to. The water is boiled. I'm going to break it down. Just like you make pap. You not just make it too watery like you make pap.
Okay.
The flour. Oh, okay. That was for the fish.
For the fish.
I put seasoning and
on the yes,
salt
I know.
So you need to make sure that your papi, your ogi, is well squashed, so that konyeji cocoa. When you eat konye cocoa. Okay, this is fine. I'll just rinse out my hand. So it's time to make the agidi. I think the water is too much.
You scoop a little to reduce.
A little out of the water.
Okay.
So that will not. So. Now you mix instantly so that it will not have lumps.
Wow.
When it's well cooked, then you can leave it on fire for a long time. Not too long, maybe like 10-15 minutes.
No wonder it burns.
Yes, it burns.
So if it doesn't get burnt, it's not done.
No, it's not done. It's just like fufu.
Just like what?
Fufu.
Okay. Homemade decor in her own way, in her own style. I just hope this decor will not be too hard.
No, we will still add water for it to cook. But I want to it's white. No, but after it is not, it turns like that grayish white. I will now add water and leave it on fire like you do amala. So it will cook well.
Okay. Still learning the business of the Jojo and the Eko. Madam, how is the Eko doing?
It's doing well. It's ready. So we are going to wrap it now in the away.
Okay.
The leaf. You can use anything actually. You don't have to use leaf if you don't have leaf. Then you
if I decide,
you can even put it in a bowl.
Okay.
For it to set. So it goes in.
Okay.
Then set it aside for it to cool down.
On the paper.
Not even use the leaf we have is the one they use for a stick, so it's not hot.
Okay. once it cooks off, solidify.
Yes, to solidify.
Wow.
So just make sure you press it down so that it will have nice shape.
And if I don't know how to wrap
yes, you can
this
use,
sleeve, I can use nylon.
You can use nylon, you can use bowl, you can use anything you can use for your moi moi.
Okay.
Or your pudding.
So the eko was born like this?
Yes.
Let me drop that one.
Thank you.
Welcome. So if it does not burn, it's not done.
It's not done.
If it doesn't get burnt, then it's not done. It must be burnt for you to know that it is done.
So we now have our core. So you can, if you are in a hurry, you can put it in refrigerator or just leave it to cool down.
Let's just start with the fish.
We'll use this frying pan.
Okay, yes.
Should I light it?
Yes, I can. Aha, it's done. Then I scooped out a little veg oil. I know it might not be enough.
The frying pan is already dry.
In fact, it's oil that is even the with. So I will now pour the remaining of this.
I'm always very careful with the handle
of the frying pan. This one self is done. Okay. So let me ask you, at ceremonies, do they really use this stuff?
Yes, almost parties. You see all different things. Even this our dry fish, this shower.
Yes.
You see them serving it at parties. They serve ojojo at parties too now.
That's nice.
Yes, in the small chops basket.
Yes. Okay. Yes. So, madam, quickly tell us as we'll be frying this. Aside cooking, or whenever you're not cooking, what else do you do?
I have a store, a drink store.
Okay.
So I do other businesses on the side.
Other businesses, let's just on the side. Yes. Like what and what?
I sell wholesale drink.
Okay.
And retail. I do dry
I'm trying to see if I can get a cover for the pot.
So that it will not.
You know those black. Okay, dry cleaning.
Yes.
Okay.
I do a little bit of what's it called? Retail drinks as well.
All right.
And I have 2 wonderful kids. So that's what I do for now.
That's nice. They are enough to occupy your time.
Yes, they are.
Okay, but give us your beauty tips. When you wake up in the morning, how do you take care of yourself before going out?
In the morning when I wake up, I give thanks to my Almighty God. Because I always say that's the only person I speak to before brushing.
Okay.
After that, I get my teeth brushed. I use, I have my bath. I don't leave my house without having a bath. I don't, no matter how. If you want me in the market, no matter whatever, I have to have my bath.
So is it possible for some people to leave their homes without having their bath? They do.
A lot of people do.
How would they feel? Bobo, everything. But how would they feel?
I don't know.
Man.
You have to ask them. So, and looking good is good business. You don't get to look like this every day, but you look as neat as possible.
Okay, that is beautiful. Thank you very much. Anyway, viewers, we're still here. As you can see, the eko is ready. The ojojo is looking wonderful. Ojojo, let me 50.
Let me 50.
Well, you can see it's 1150 indeed.
Well packaged.
Well packaged, Jojo. And here is the fish that we're frying. We coated it with a little flour, seasoned flour, so that it will not get burnt or it will not get stuck to the pot. And any moment from now, this will be done. Thank you so much, madam, because I'm wrapping up in the kitchen as you're saying me.
You're welcome.
But viewers, don't go away. This is not the end of the program. African Kitchen continues. Let's go to the table and let's have the feel of the exact thing that we have prepared. I remain Buki Ogunote and my guest here, Mrs. Abimbola Akintimeyi. We'll see you in another minute. Stay tuned. Viewers, you're welcome back. Yes, from the kitchen now to the table. All right, let's meet you. What's your name, sir? We can hear you, Ogutayo. All right, this is my guest. This meets Mrs. Akintimeyi Abimbola. She prepared this wonderful meal we're about to eat. Without wasting much time, because a meal like this, you're not supposed to let it get cold. All right, viewers, let's settle down and eat this. I'll see you after this time out. We want to go on a time break. You know what I mean? Let's do it fast. Welcome back, viewers. It's been wonderful. Let me ask our guest, Egba, how was it? The ojojo and the eko garnished with fried fish.
Eko àti ojojo.
Okay.
Nice.
I like it. That the eko, the ojojo and the fish, very nice that he likes it. Ejo ṣé ti jẹrú nǹkan báyìí rí tẹ́lẹ̀.
My first time.
Was.
Okay, I can't lie.
Very colorful ojojo. That's
very colorful and tasty.
And tasty.
Very okay.
I'm so rest-minded that I've eaten something very good, very healthy. Thank you so much, sir, for coming. I'm so delighted. I'm so happy for having you with us today. Thank you so much for coming. I believe if I call you next time, you'll come.
No problem.
Thank you. And she will come and cook another let me 50 for us. All right, viewers. Oh, thank you for staying tuned. It's been so wonderful preparing ojojo and a cup, homemade a cup, and the meal, very delicious, very sumptuous. I told you. Well, I believe you've enjoyed this episode too. So why don't join me again next week as I'll be coming to your living room with another interesting episode of African Kitchen. We appreciate you. We appreciate all our viewers. Thank you so much. And for many out there that still want to be part of us, don't procrastinate. We are waiting for you. So all my production crew, thank you for staying tuned. Until I come your way again next week, I remain Buki Ogunote. Till then, God bless you. From me and from my guests, we say bye. Bye. See you next week.
Dear friends and supporters, we trust you are in good health. Today, we come to you with a heartwarming request for assistance on behalf of a young man whose dreams have been derailed by an unexpected health crisis. Adibare Adewale Kudus, a promising student of Yaba College of Technology, was on a path towards achieving his dreams and securing a brighter future for himself and his family. However, life had different plans for him. A severe eye cataract has clouded his vision, causing him unimaginable pain and forcing him to drop out of school. The good news is that there is hope. Adebare Adewale Kudus has been given an opportunity to regain his sight through a left eye surgery scheduled for Friday, September 29, 2023 at the Ansila Catholic Hospital in Lagos. This procedure can change his life forever, but it comes at a cost. We urgently need to raise 850,000 naira to cover the expenses of the surgery and post-operative care. Your generous donation can make a world of difference in Kudus' life. With your support, we can give him the gift of sight and help him get back on the path to realizing his dreams. The surgery is scheduled for September 29, 2023, and time is of the essence. Your compassion can make a life-changing difference in Kudus' life. Kindly send your donations into the account name Adebare Adewale Kudus. Account number 044 962 8253 GT Bank. Together we can bring light back into Kudus' world. Thank you for your kindness, generosity and support.
Biscon TV's 6th anniversary special celebration bonanza. Offer opens for interested broadcasters to audition for positions like newscasters, sports reporters, program presenters in politics, entertainment, business, and so on. Biscon TV's 6th anniversary special celebration bonanza auditioning begins on Monday, the 4th of September on a daily basis till the 20th of September 2023, the day Biscon TV turns 6 years. Prospective candidates should report to Biscon TV Global Corporate Headquarters, 12 Sylvia Crescent, Anthony Village, by Zenith Bank, Anthony Village Branch, Lagos. Time 12 noon daily from Monday, the 4th of September to September 20th, 2023. There will be special Biscon TV 6th anniversary present for the best 10 of the lots. Biscon TV, the fastest growing, most watched 24 hours television station on YouTube globally. Biscon TV. Engaging, interactive, and all-encompassing. It's 6 glorious hearty cheers to Biscon TV on the stable of Biscon Communications Global Media Network.
Hello, welcome to Biscon Television News. I am Gloria Anozie Young. First, the headlines. On the national scene, it won't be business as usual, Presidency says on UAE visa ban reversal. Health Minister Professor Ali Pate commends US partners over $900 million investment. Business, presidential panel plans 83% cut in taxes and levies. Foreign, Israel Supreme Court showdown over controversial judicial reform. Sports, Juventus and France midfielder Paul Pogba suspended for doping. And now the news in full. The Nigerian presidency says the reversal of the visa ban on Nigerians by the United Arab Emirates does not mean that things will go back to business as usual. especially as it concerns UAE visa applications and processing. Speaking with newsmen moments after the deal between President Bola Tinubu and his UAE counterpart, Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, was made public, media aide to the president, Ajuri Ngelale, said things will be done differently to address some loopholes that caused the visa ban. Speaking further, he noted that one of the major challenges of the bilateral relationship with regards to visa applications, visa processing, and with respect to Nigerians being able to migrate to the UAE, for example, was the fact that there was a laxity on the part of certain visa process or certain applications that were being made, that it created a lack of specificity, a lack of diligent evaluation with respect to who is traveling to the UAE and why they are traveling. The visa ban on Nigerians was lifted by the UAE almost 1 year after the decision, following an intervention by President Tinubu, who met with the UAE leader. The agreement between the two leaders also means that Etihad Airlines and Emirates Airlines are to immediately resume flight schedules into and out of Nigeria. The Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Ali Pate, has commended the United States government and other partners for investing about $900 million in Nigeria's malaria, HIV, AIDS, and tuberculosis programs. He made the commendation in Abuja at the high-level meeting with the U.S. Global AIDS Coordinator and Special Representative for Global Health Diplomacy, the U.S. President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, Dr. John Nkengasong, the Executive Director, Global Fund to Fight AIDS, Tuberculosis and Malaria, Peter Sands, the U.S. Global Malaria Coordinator for the U.S. President's Malaria Initiative, Dr. David Walton, among others. Pate lauded the U.S. government's support to Nigeria over the years and the importance placed on the health and well-being of Nigerians. He noted that the ministry would support the vision of President Bola Tinubu to ensure the health sector is improved. He added that to strengthen the platform for the delivery of health services, the nation has to retrain and update standards of practice for its frontline health workers. Nigeria, Benin Republic, Togo, and Niger Republic have launched Operation Safe Domain 2 to combat piracy and maritime crimes in the Gulf of Guinea. Speaking at the inauguration, the Director of Multinational Maritime Coordinating Center, Zone E, Commodore Anyedi Ibok, explained that the program aimed at enhancing maritime security through regional collaboration for prosperity. The event is taking place from September 11th to 15th at Cotonou Port Naval Base, newsmen report. The Yaoundé Code of Conduct in 2013 divided the Gulf of Guinea into two regions, one coordinated by the Regional Center for Maritime Security in West Africa in the west, and the other by the Regional Center for Maritime Security in Central Africa in the east. The ECOWAS Integrated Maritime Strategy established maritime zones E, F, and G in 2014. Zone E, established earlier as a pilot project, led to the establishment of other zones. Ibok said that the joint maritime operations and patrols aim to ensure permanent, joint, and coordinated control of Zone E for maritime safety and security. The operation is sponsored by ECOWAS and member states of Zone E due to the high rate of illicit maritime activities in the Gulf of Guinea and West African waters, he said. Let's take a short break. We'll be back with business news. Please stay tuned. Welcome back. On the business scene, the chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms, Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, has said Nigeria has over 60 different forms of taxes and levies. Many of the taxes, he added, made life unbearable for the poor in society. Oyedele said this in an interview with newsmen. He said his committee was working to reduce taxes and levies to less than 10, which would be a decrease of 83.33%. He noted that most of these taxes were coming from the local governments, while the money they got most of the time was not remitted to government coffers. According to him, some local governments were taking advantage of the constitution levy payments such as wheelbarrow tax and pure water tax on the poor in society, who were struggling to make ends meet. Oyedele also said Nigerians did not trust the government, which was one of the reasons for not paying taxes. He further added that Nigerians should focus on holding the government accountable and transparent. We'll go on a quick break and be back with foreign news. Stay tuned, please. On the foreign scene, after months of protests against the hardline Israeli government's highly controversial judicial overhaul, an historical showdown is taking place. All 15 Supreme Court judges are convening for the first time to hear petitions against a legal amendment that limits their own powers. Thousands of Israelis have gathered for a rally outside the court in Jerusalem in support of the judges. Critics argue that the move will weaken judicial independence and democracy. In July, the Nationalist Religious Governing Coalition, led by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, pushed through an important change as part of its radical judicial overhaul. It cancelled the ability of all courts to block government actions and appointments using the legal standard that they were unreasonable. However, supporters of the overhaul argued that the move strengthened democracy by preventing the court from overturning the actions of an elected government. The Supreme Court, which could take weeks or months to deliberate, is under pressure to strike down the law. If it does so, though, members of Mr. Netanyahu's government are threatening to ignore its decision. That could lead to a constitutional crisis over who has the greater authority. Up next is sports news. Stay with us. Sports. Juventus and France midfielder Paul Pogba has been provisionally suspended after a doping control detected the banned substance testosterone. Italian anti-doping authorities, NEDO, told newsmen. NEDO said the prohibited substance detected, non-endogenous testosterone metabolites, was consistent with a doping infringement. Newsmen reported that the doping test was carried out on the opening day of the Italian Serie A season, a 3-0 win at Udinese on August 20th, during which the 30-year-old was an unused substitute. The test concerns the A sample, and if the B sample also tests positive for testosterone, Pogba could face a 4-year ban. Pogba was a star player in France's 2018 World Cup triumph, but had an awful 2022 to 2023 season, blighted by injury and a blackmail affair. He played just 10 games for Juventus that season and missed the 2022 World Cup with France. Coming up next is entertainment news. Stay tuned. Welcome back. On the entertainment scene, Davido is one of the biggest artists in the world whose music has contributed massively to the exportation of Afrobeats to a global audience. On Monday, the multi-award winning megastar announced that he is moving the dates for his 2023 European tour, which is scheduled for Q4 2023 to Q1 2024. In the statement released via his social media handles, Davido stated that the postponement would give him and his team more time to sort out the production hitches they are facing to give fans a better show. Davido also announced that his Manchester show would be his last European tour for 2023, while the remaining dates would be rescheduled for 2024. Davido released his highly anticipated fourth album, Timeless, in 2023, which went on to break multiple Nigerian streaming records. European fans would be looking forward to Davido performing the songs from his new album when he returns on tour in Q1 2024. And that was the news produced by Tomiloba Abolari. I am Gloria Anozie Young. Thank you for watching and stay warm.
Dear friends and supporters, we trust you are in good health. Today, we come to you with a heartwarming request for assistance on behalf of a young man whose dreams have been derailed by an unexpected health crisis. Adibare Adewale Kudus, a promising student of Yaba College of Technology, was on a path towards achieving his dreams and securing a brighter future for himself and his family. However, life had different plans for him. A severe eye cataract has clouded his vision, causing him unimaginable pain and forcing him to drop out of school. The good news is that there is hope. Adibare Adewale Kudus has been given an opportunity to regain his sight through a left eye surgery scheduled for Friday, September 29, 2023 at the Ansila Catholic Hospital in Lagos. This procedure can change his life forever, but it comes at a cost. We urgently need to raise 850,000 naira to cover the expenses of the surgery and post-operative care. Your generous donation can make a world of difference in Kudus' life. With your support, we can give him the gift of sight and help him get back on the path to realizing his dreams. The surgery is scheduled for September 29, 2023, and time is of the essence. Your compassion can make a life-changing difference in Kudus' life. Kindly send your donations into the account name Adibare Adewale Kudus. Account number 044-962-8253 GT Bank. Together we can bring light back into Kudus' world. Thank you for your kindness, generosity and support.
Activities to bring to an end the 75th birthday anniversary of His Royal Majesty Oba Michael Adedotu Gbadebo, CFR, the Alake and paramount ruler of Egba land, ended on a spiritual note with a Thanksgiving service at the Cathedral Church of St. Peter in Ake, Abeokuta, Ogun State on Friday, the 14th of September 2018. Governor Ibikule Amosu of Ogun State led a very rich assemblage of Ogun State indigents, especially of Egba extraction, that came to rejoice with the monarch of Egba land of Ogun State, a state that has produced leading figures in the socio-economic and political spheres of Nigeria. The church service featured congregational hymnal singing, as well as rendition of spirit-filled songs by the choir of the church. In the remarks of Governor Ibikule Amosu of Ogun State, he saluted the monarch of the people, Oba Michael Adedotu Gbadebo, CFR, the Alake of Egba land, on his 75th birthday anniversary, and the success he has recorded in the last 14 years on the throne of his forefathers, particularly for the peace and tranquility being enjoyed in Egba land. He wished him a longer and healthier life ahead.
We are here to celebrate our Kabesi Alake ti gbogbo lẹgba tí mo fi tọwọ́tọwọ́ dárúkọ bàbá wa Kábíyèsí Adédọ̀tun Gbadebo Okiyan. But we are celebrating Kábíyèsí today. But I think there's someone that is actually doing this birthday, and that is Olori. Congratulations, happy birthday. I missed what you said about Kábíyèsí yesterday. Kábíyèsí repeated that Kábíyèsí is very good, very everything. Thank you. You are too about to look at Kábíyèsí. Ìdàgbàsókè àtúbọ̀ bàbá wa ní gbogbo ilẹ̀ ìgbà wo ní ìgbà tí Kábíyèsí. Àwọn mèremère tá a sọ pé àrísì kékeré ló máa jẹ́ lágbára olúwa ní ìgbà tí Kábíyèsí o. Kábíyèsí àṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ ni we just started. The whole of the state will be, people will not even believe what the state will become in the next few years. And especially the capital of the state which is Abeokuta here. Of course, we will rank with any capital of the world. It is during your time, during your reign, and this is happening. And it will continue to happen. And we prayed yesterday, this is the house of God. The Kabisi, the good Lord will continue to be with you. The good Lord will continue to make your reign very peaceful, very prosperous for all of us, not just in Ghana, the entire Ogun State. To all the Egba traditional chiefs, council, everybody that are playing one part or another. So I thank all of you. Kabisi, Olile no, la mama ṣe o, ilẹ̀ Egba, Olile ìlú, ìgbà tí ó tún tù wá lára yìí, á túbọ̀ máa tù wá lára yìí.
The Thanksgiving session saw the royal celebrant, his wife, children, family members, and a long list of traditional rulers, as well as friends of the Gbadebo family from different parts of the world, in a mood of joy and celebration. The Thanksgiving service to mark the 75th birthday anniversary of Oba Michael Aremu Gbadebo, CFR, the Alaki of Egba land, ended on a note of more singing. There was a grand reception at the Olusegun Obasanjo Marquee in the premises of the Olusegun Obasanjo Presidential Library, attended by a very impressive legion of more high-profile dignitaries from the traditional, political, the corporate, business, as well as social and economic sectors of life. Leading the park was Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, former President Olusegun Obasanjo, Governor Ibikola Amosun of Ogun State and wife, the Deputy Governor of Ogun State, Mrs. Yetunde Onanuga, the Alaafin of Oyo, Oba Lamidi Adeyemi, the Oniru of Iruland, Oba Idowu Oniru, former Governor of Ogun State, Chief Olusegun Oshoba, among many others. The chairman of the occasion was Chief Emeka Ayoko, former Secretary General of the United Nations, whose wife is from Abeokuta, Ogun State. In his remarks, he congratulated Oba Gbadebo for the epochal milestone in the interesting trajectory of his life, a journey that has successfully transcended the years of meritorious service to his fatherland as a fine military officer, who has since transmuted to be the revered custodian of the culture and tradition of his people. Chief Emeka Ayoko wished Oba Gbadebo robust health in the service of his people.
Today is a very happy day, because our monarch is celebrating his 75th birthday. Oba Gbadebo, since his ascension to the throne, the revered throne of Egbaland, I must tell you a little story that 55 or 56 years ago, when my fiancée, as she then was, brought me here to introduce me to the then Alake, he has impacted the Egbaland. Although he is not he has no executive responsibility, but he is there to encourage all the governors who have the executive responsibility. He is there to encourage and advise them, and I have no doubt that as a result of his influence, you have continued to have a number of development projects. Here in Abeokuta, there are many, many things to point out as evidence of the progress that this city and state is making. We owe that in part to our monarch.
Events that took place in quick succession at the Obagbadebo at 75 grand reception in Abeokuta, Ogun State included presentation of gift items and special messages to the celebrant by social clubs of which he is a member. The clubs include Abeokuta Club, the Yoruba Tennis Club, the Island Club, and the Baptist Grammar School Abeokuta, the alma mater of Oba Michael Adedotungbadebo, CFR. The cake cutting exercise was conducted by Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, who also unveiled the book written to commemorate the 75th birthday of Oba Gbadebo, titled The Giant Strides of a Vintage Monarch.
So that is, please put your hand on this royal cake. So please put a hand on top of Kabiyesi's hand. And I will not count to 75. All I will say is 75, and you will count again. 7, 5. And pleasure to invite all of us standing here to put our hands on this veil as we unveil the glory of God and for the benefit of the Nigerian people, especially the people of the Igbo kingdom. Giant strides of a vintage monarch, Royal Majesty Oba Michael Adedotungbadebo, CFR.
The last item on the cards before the event wound down was a special royal dance with the celebrant, his wife, the Vice President of Nigeria, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, and other dignitaries taken to the dance floor. From Biscon Communications, it's 75 royal hearty cheers to the highly cerebral millennium monarch of the people, His Royal Majesty Oba Michael Adedotungbadebo, CFR, the Alaki and paramount ruler of Egbaland.
Dear friends and supporters, we trust you are in good health. Today we come to you with a heartwarming request for assistance on behalf of a young man whose dreams have been derailed by an unexpected health crisis. Adibare Adewale Kudus, a promising student of Yaba College of Technology, was on a path towards achieving his dreams and securing a brighter future for himself and his family. However, life had different plans for him. A severe eye cataract has clouded his vision, causing him unimaginable pain and forcing him to drop out of school. The good news is that there is hope. Adibare Adewale Kudus has been given an opportunity to regain his sight through a left eye surgery scheduled for Friday, September 29, 2023 at the Ansila Catholic Hospital in Lagos. This procedure can change his life forever, but it comes at a cost. We urgently need to raise 850,000 naira to cover the expenses of the surgery and post-operative care. Your generous donation can make a world of difference in Kudu's life. With your support, we can give him the gift of sight and help him get back on the path to realizing his dreams. The surgery is scheduled for September 29, 2023, and time is of the essence. Your compassion can make a life-changing difference in Kudu's life. Kindly send your donations into the account name Adebarik Adewale Kudus. Account number 044 962 8253 GT Bank. Together we can bring light back into Kudu's world. Thank you for your kindness, generosity and support.
Biscon TV's 6th anniversary special celebration bonanza. Offer opens for interested broadcasters to audition for positions like newscasters, sports reporters, program presenters in politics, entertainment, business and so on. Biscon TV's 6th anniversary special celebration bonanza auditioning begins on Monday, the 4th of September on a daily basis till the 20th of September 2023, the day Biscon TV turns 6 years. Prospective candidates should report to Biscon TV Global Corporate Headquarters, 12 Sylvia Crescent, Anthony Village, by Zenith Bank, Anthony Village Branch, Lagos. Time, 12 noon daily, from Monday, the 4th of September to September 20th, 2023. There will be special Biscon TV 6th anniversary present for the best 10 of the lots. Biscon TV, the fastest growing, most watched 24 hours television station on YouTube globally. Biscon TV. Engaging, interactive, and all-encompassing. It's 6 glorious hearty cheers to Biscon TV on the stable of Biscon Communications Global Media Network. The official launch of the Peak Performer platform and magazine, as well as recognition of 100 highly esteemed executives in Africa, was held on Thursday, the 23rd of March 2023, at the Musan Center, Unikon, Lagos. Present at the event were the convener, Dr. Abiola Salami, His Royal Majesty, or Gyami Atuashe III, CFR. The 21st Olu of Warri was represented by High Chief Gilbert Grant and Chief Luke Ireku. Others were Agbaoye Kola Karim, Mr. Sonny Rabo, renowned broadcaster and wife, Mrs. Betty Rabo, Lady Median Alex Ibro, MFR, among many others. In his welcome remark, the convener, Dr. Abiola Salami, gave a brief overview of the event and appreciated everyone for being part of the historic occasion.
I want to say a big thank you to everyone in this room for being part of history. History because the Peak Performer is a platform we conceived in November 2021, and we kept building it up bit by bit. What we've done in CHAMP over time is providing executive coaching and workforce development services, which we are renowned for. Some of our clients in CHAMP are in this room. Thank you for giving us business, since we began till date. And Peak Performer is a new thing we moved into in 2021. And the support, the acceptance has been remarkable. And please help me put your hands together for everyone in this room who has come to support us on this. Please put your hands together for yourselves. Put your hands together for yourselves. So it is indeed a great pleasure to welcome everybody here today. And again, I want to say a big thank you for everyone here for the official launch of the Peak Performer that we call TPP, and the recognition of 100 highly esteemed executives, not just in Lagos, not just in Nigeria, not just in West Africa, but in Africa.
The panel discussion was moderated by Atoyota Alleluia Bobume, also known as Alibaba. The panelists were Dr. Busola Tejumola, Dr. Wale Obadare, and Dr. Charles Otudo. They shared their thoughts on the ingredients necessary for peak performance, why they are celebrated, and the challenges that hinder people from performing optimally.
What drives you? What is your mojo? What is important to you? What is that one thing that when nobody is looking, you always stand beside or stand for? In many parlances, it's called integrity. In other parlances, it's called, what's the word? Character. Some other people say, you know, what are your morals? Yeah? What drives you? What would you do if nobody was looking? Would you stand by what you said behind the person's back? Would you say it to the person's face? Would you say it with daggers drawn to your neck? What would you do? How would you relate with someone who, in your own instance, doesn't measure up to your parallel?
From my perspective and from the foundation that you have laid, just like you have said in the introduction, when you talk about peak performance, really there is no religion, you see, it is a way of life. And I would say it's, for me, it falls under 3 cardinal points. So to be a peak performer, I think it's about, first and foremost, fundamentally, are you doing the right thing, right? That's the first thing as a peak performer. And then if you're doing the right thing, the next in the triad is, are you doing them the right way?
If you want to take it from the branding point of view, it's about character. How can you become a peak performer? It starts with what you do every day you wake up. Many years ago, I created the brand book called The Personal Brand Guide. We have the Personal Brand Guide volume 2.0. There's a 3.0 coming up very soon. And in that brand guide, I've trained over 7,000 people. What you should do when you wake up in the morning is to just do nothing. Pause. Now, I call it the mechanical strategy. You rewind. What did you achieve yesterday? It's your day-to-day activity based on a plan, or is it based on the way life runs you every day? It has to be planned, right? So when you wake up in the morning, just pause, rewind, fast forward, then play. If you don't have a plan for the day, you cannot achieve anything tangible. At the end of the day, it's about your plan. To become a peak performer, you must have a to-do list.
The unveiling of the TPP magazine and launch, which followed next, was led by Agbaoye Kola Karim, the Agbaoye of Ibadan land.
We celebrate you and hereby launch this wonderful magazine.
A plethora of awards were presented to deserving individuals in various categories for professional excellence. Some of the distinguished awardees were renowned broadcaster Sonny Rabo. Lady Maiden Alex Ibro, MFR, was inducted into the TPP Hall of Fame as the top CEO of the Year Africa Award was presented to Agbaoye Kola Karim. TPP King of the Year Award went to His Royal Majesty Ogiame Atuashe III, CFR, who was ably represented by High Chief Gilbert Grant and Chief Luke Ereku. The award for Governor of the Year was presented to Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State, who was represented by Dr. Akin Akinpelu. The event witnessed a special performance by guest artist Zadok, a brief birthday celebration for media icon Sonny Rabo.
For he
After the award presentations, the vote of thanks was given by the convener of the event, Dr. Abiola Salami, which brought the event to an end.
It's been an incredible evening. It's been an amazing evening. And I want to say a big thank you to everyone still in the room right now, especially. And everyone that came here today to support us. And everyone that made this happen. Father Ali, thank you very much. I know how we went back and forth, and now we are here. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
From Biscon Communications, it's congratulations to the organizers on the successful official launch of the Peak Performer platform and magazine. Here is the breaking news of the moment. Biscon TV, the most exciting 24-hour general interest television station, parading cutting-edge programs in news, sports, politics, business, foreign news, fashion and style, entertainment and lifestyle programs, Biscon movies and more, has been moved to channel 144 on GoTV. Our programs begin daily with Biscon Breakfast Bubble (BBB), featuring newspaper review and interviews on trending issues. Biscon Roundtable is our daily discussion program on essential tips on life and living. Biscon TV broadcasts news 7 times daily from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Biscon TV can be watched in all parts of the country now on GoTV channel 144 and live streaming on Biscon TV on YouTube. Biscon TV live streaming on YouTube is the fastest growing, most watched 24-hour live streaming channel on YouTube. Remember, Biscon TV has been moved from channel 108 to channel 144 on GoTV. Biscon TV. Interactive, engaging, and unconventional.
The presentation of the book titled In the Belly of the Vultures by Chief Adetola Adeniyi, a veteran journalist and columnist in several national and international newspapers, was held on Thursday, the 1st of March 2018 at Necker House, Central Business District, Alausa, Ikeja, Lagos. The author, Chief Adetola Adeniyi, was born on the 29th of May 1945. At the age of 10, he already had the entire chapters of the Holy Quran crammed, winning 2 double promotions in his primary school and another double promotion in his secondary school, and this marked him out in his youth days. At age 14, Chief Adetola Adeniyi was already an established author, a reputable Yoruba poet on Radio Nigeria at the age of 16, and at 20 he became the first person to adapt Chinua Achebe's all-time classic Things Fall Apart for stage and television, a play he produced and directed. Chief Adetola Adeniyi has become a star writer in journalism since his secondary school days, and this prepared him for a very brilliant and extremely creative career at the University of Ibadan, where he founded the Writers' Club in 1966. Chief Adetola Adeniyi maintained columns in Uche Chukwumereje's Afriscope, Tunji Oseni's Sunday Sketch, and contributed regularly to Sam Amuka's Sunday Times before joining the Daily Times conglomerate. In 1973, Chief Adetola Adeniyi was appointed West Regional Editor of the Daily Times as a chief correspondent. He conducted several interviews and did a lot of investigative reporting. Despite his busy schedule, he was able to contribute several articles to different newspapers and was credited with 15 columns a week in Daily Times Group, a feat that has not yet been equaled by any other writer in the history of journalism in the world today. Chief Adetola Adeniyi has written and published many biographies in addition to hundreds of speeches made at local and international audiences. He held senior positions in Lancashire Evening Post, Burnley's Express, both in the United Kingdom, and the Atlanta Enquirer in the United States. Chief Adetola Adeniyi was a 2-term chairman of the Nigerian Institute of Public Relations. He was a federal commissioner with the National Population Commission. Chief Adetola Adeniyi is a member of the Writers' Union of Canada, a ranking member of the Nigerian Union of Journalists, NUJ, fellow Commonwealth Journalists Association. This rare brand and cultural impresario is also a proud fellow of the Nigerian Guild of Editors. All hail an icon, a role model, an inspirer, a mentor, a great brand, Chief Adetola Adeniyi. Prominent among dignitaries that honored Chief Adetola Adeniyi at the presentation of his book In the Belly of the Vultures in Lagos were former military president General Ibrahim Babangida, represented by retired General Tajuddin Olanrewaju, former Vice President of Nigeria Alhaji Atiku Abubakar GCON, who was the chairman of the event, was ably represented by Professor Maxwell Gidado. Also in attendance were former governors of Ogun State, Aremo Olusegun Oshoba, Otumagbenga Daniel, former governor of Ondo State, Dr. Olusegun Mimiko, former governor of Ekiti State, Otumani Adebayo, former deputy governor of Lagos State, Alaja Sinotu Aderoju Ojukutu, former deputy governors of Ogun State, Senator Adegbenga Kaka, and Alaja Salmot Makonjola Badru. Senator Mamora, Chairman CEO Biscon Communications, Prince Bisi Olatilo, Chief Ayo Adebanjo, human rights activist Mr. Inka Odumaki, President, Sports Writers Association of Nigeria, Michelle Obi, founder Vanguard Newspapers, Mr. Sam Amuka, veteran broadcaster Sonny Irabo, senior pastor, lecturer in assembly, Pastor Tunde Bakare and his wife, Mr. Mohammed Fawemi, son of the late Gani Fawemi, was among other distinguished men and women who honored Chief Tola Adeniyi. The event started with the opening prayer delivered by Pastor Tunde Bakare. This is followed by remarks by the chairman of the planning committee of the book presentation, Mr. Akini Shomi.
He has been able to punch more than 13,000 insightful articles in various publications around the world. Akogun Tola Adeniyi has seamlessly transitioned in his penmanship from the Olivetti typewriter. I am sure our father, Sat Sam, is already smiling, through the analog mill, and now he is in the digital age. I confirm that Akogun is read more now by the youths than by elders. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I stand representing the planning committee on behalf of the author and his wife to welcome you to this groundbreaking occasion. We are honored and privileged to have you here today, and we say welcome, welcome, and welcome.
In the remarks of the chairman of the occasion, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar GCON, who was ably represented by Professor Maxwell Gidado, he apologized for being absent due to circumstances beyond his control. He then gave a goodwill message.
Remarks by the chairman Atiku Abubakar, GCON, former Vice President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, at the launch of Tola Adeniyi's book, Belly of the Vultures. I now read, I welcome you all to this launch of a very important book by one of our most distinguished media men, administrators, and political strategists. The great thing about being chairman of an event such as this is that you need not say anything other than, quote, welcome, let's begin, unquote, and to declare it closed at the end. It will be more difficult to persuade people to your point of view or to negotiate with them when you call them names and imply that they like the country less than you. I commend the author, Chief Tola Adeniyi, in whose honor we have gathered today, for his efforts in putting this book together. Much of it is newspaper articles. He is one of those writers who know how to communicate in simple language with great wisdom, wit, humor, and fun. I am sure that the book, which reads like a current history of our country and our world, will generate more discussions and add to our repertoire of facts, debates, and opinions on our nation-building processes. Thank you very much for your attention. Waziri Adamawa.
Following immediately after were Google messages from different people who spoke very highly of Chief Adetola Adeniyi, particularly his scholarly exploits with the presentation of the book.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, well, unlike all others, let me talk about Tola Adeniyi the rascal. He came into Daily Times as a young man. He was introduced to me by one of my old teachers, late Chief Osneye, who is also from Agwai. We have something we call spike in the newspaper world. In our time, also is a nail. Once you spike a story, that's dead. It must never be seen again. Tola came in, rascally, the intelligent and brilliant writer and versatile. His article were being spiked. So he came to me and was almost weeping that his editor was spiking his articles. So I said, well, you are a stupid man. There are about 10 titles in Daily Times. I said, forget about your editor. If he doesn't want your article in his paper, go to other papers, write for all other titles in the newspaper. I'm reading his statement here that is one columnist who has written about 16 articles in a week. The foundation was really Daily Times, and I'm happy today that the veterans of Daily Times are here.
So I'm too eager to see this book, to hear it reviewed, and also to be guided on how to get through it. And then I do hope also that the benefit that we really want to transfer to the generality of our people from this book will reach nooks and corners of Nigeria and the world at large. So I thank you for the effort. Not many of us can make it, and I wish you very well. I also know that I don't know how big the volumes are going to be, but already indicated there are 2 more or so coming very soon. If we have life, we'll all be here to welcome you. So thank you very much.
In spite of the despairs of this country, what we are going on now, like many of us, I would admit that, look, Nigeria is still a great place to be. You want to just go abroad. And even though this is a shithole country, but there's a lot to be said for it. And I will end up by saying one of the favorite songs I have heard from these Nigerians is Ghetto Layewa. Tola, keep it up. We're all behind you and we're watching. Congratulations.
The man of the moment, Chief Adetola Adeniyi, in his own remarks, appreciated God for making the day a reality. He went ahead to thank all those who have contributed and impacted positively in his life from the cradle to date. He ended his remark on a musical note.
What I want to do today is to pay tribute to those who guided me to where I am today. And it's not a thank you for those who are here. It's a thank you for most of them who are already gone into the continuum. And I'm going to ask you to imbibe this culture according to my faith, which is Marism, that you thank those who have impacted on your life. I do it every morning. I mention about at least 50 to 60 names every day in my prayers. and it has worked. Because as I thank God, I also thank those God sent to me.
Renowned dramatist, television presenter, director, and filmmaker Yemi Shodimu took over. He entertained and engaged the audience in a musical poem presentation. This thrilled the guests all through. In reviewing the book, Professor Ademola Popola, the Dean Faculty of Law, Obafemi Awolowo University, Ileife, gave a detailed background information on the life of the author. Professor Ademola Popola said that the book talks about various challenges facing Nigeria as a nation, particularly since its return to democracy 18 years ago. The pains and groans of the masses as a result of the bad governance of our leaders, which has left the citizenry poorer. Professor Ademola Popola further recommended the book to everyone with a keen interest in public affairs. He says it will become a useful tool.
Now, even though the book about to be presented is not an autobiography, it is entirely appropriate that this review should commence with some biographical reflections, if only for the insights they may yield concerning the life and incredible professional exploits of the author, Akogun Adetola Adeniyi Dijagun Odua Ademola II. Mr. Chairman, distinguished audience, a people without heroes cannot be a civilized people. Now, the available evidence, including the tribute by Abiodun Akomolafe, rendered in flawless prose on pages 13 to 16 of the book, the author's profile in brief on pages 1165 to 1166, and other information gleaned from disparate sources by the present reviewer about this accomplished Nigerian and great patriot whose tribe is regrettably fast disappearing from our national landscape that is now sadly but inexorably and vigorously assailed by a litany of woes ranging from crass opportunism to unabashed mendacity, and other manifestations of infamy are quite revealing about a man who from all accounts does not seek praises. Now they confirm in bold review that Akogun Adetola Adeniyi has indeed vividly packed into over 7 decades of purposeful existence a great miscellany of attributes which distinguish him as a consummate journalist of immense national and international stature, an essayist of uncommon breadth and depth of vision, a media administrator of incredible ardor, a literary scholar of quiet yet profound erudition.
The book presentation was conducted by retired General Tajuddin Olanrewaju, who represented General Ibrahim Babangida. He gave a remark before launching the book.
It is to the understanding of the general that Tola has a world-class reputation, given his long-time background, training, experience, and exposure in the media network. There is no doubt that the country, Nigeria, needs a journalist of his stature. This country has a great number of great columnists across its lengths and breadths. But Tola stands to be counted among the best of them. It is therefore too easy to identify the creativity in Tola, making him what he is today. For the younger generation of journalists who want to stand out like him, they must have a sense of commitment and service. In his relationship with Tola, His Excellency General Babangida has long respected him as a teacher, a writer, and resourceful journalist, from whose attributes oncoming journalists have a lot to learn in handling and reporting national issues. It is my pleasure to present this wonderful book written by Akogun Tola Adeniyi to the distinguished guests and to the public, to the country, to the glory of his family, and to this country. May God bless you, and I wish you long life and prosperity through it. Thank you very much. All right.
After which other dignitaries took turns to donate generously. The cutting of the special cake designed in form of the book was coordinated by Dr. Olusegun Mimiko, former governor of Ondo State.
We call this cake, what is left for our nation? Hope. Okay. I spell hope. Then we cut H-O-P-E. Hope.
The vote of thanks by Chief Mrs. Olubunmi Adeni, wife of the author, brought the event to a close. From Biscon Communications, its hearty congratulations to Chief Adetola Adeni on this scholarly exploit.
Dear friends and supporters, we trust you are in good health. Today, we come to you with a heartwarming request for assistance on behalf of a young man whose dreams have been derailed by an unexpected health crisis. Adebare Adewale Kudus, a promising student of Yaba College of Technology, was on a path towards achieving his dreams and securing a brighter future for himself and his family. However, life had different plans for him. A severe eye cataract has clouded his vision, causing him unimaginable pain and forcing him to drop out of school. The good news is that there is hope. Adebare Adewale Kudus has been given an opportunity to regain his sight through a left eye surgery scheduled for Friday, September 29, 2023 at the Ansila Catholic Hospital in Lagos. This procedure can change his life forever, but it comes at a cost. We urgently need to raise 850,000 naira to cover the expenses of the surgery and post-operative care. Your generous donation can make a world of difference in Kudus' life. With your support, we can give him the gift of sight and help him get back on the path to realizing his dreams. The surgery is scheduled for September 29, 2023, and time is of the essence. Your compassion can make a life-changing difference in Kudus' life. Kindly send your donations into the account name Adebare Adewale Kudus. Account number 044-962-8253 GT Bank. Together we can bring light back into Kudus' world. Thank you for your kindness, generosity and support.
Hello and welcome to Newspaper Review. I am Olakpeju Ajidagba. So today on Newspaper Review, I will begin with the Nigerian Tribune today, Tuesday, September 12, 2023, and from my first story here for Nigerian Tribune. Presidency: UAE lifts visa ban on Nigerians after Tinubu's intervention. Emirates: Etihad Airlines to resume flight. Emirati government silent on agreement. That story is on page 4. The ban happened October 2022 last year, and it's almost a year now since the ban happened. So now this is good news for Nigerians, and I'm sure things will go back to normal as soon as possible with Nigeria and UAE. So moving on to the next story. Federal government to increase education funding by 25%. Minister: Target for years to end out of school children syndrome. Yes, it's been increased from 5% now to 25%, a part of the renewed hope agenda for 2023, and you can read that story on page 17. Federal government orders probe prosecution of killers of 4-year female student. That story is on page 28. Court orders Ogun government to maintain status quo on Daniel's property. Demolition not politically motivated. Abiodun, that according to the governor of Ogun State, Prince Dakwa Abiodun, and he's saying the demolition was because of things weren't put in place and it's not politically motivated. That story is on page 4. The plaza was actually demolished by the Ogun State government yesterday around 3 a.m. yesterday. So that is the story, and you can read that on page 4 of the Nigerian Tribune. Zenith Bank defies odds with triple-digit surge in H1 2023. That story is on page 7. UBA Foundation launches 2023 National Essay Competition. That's on page 7. We can see the picture of Akintola Williams. He dies at the age of 104. Obasanjo, Atiku, Sanwo-Olu, Abiodun, others mourn as Akintola Williams dies at 104. Yes, so he died on Monday 9 a.m. in his residence in Lagos, and he's actually the first sub-Saharan to become a chartered accountant, and he's died at the age of 104. We can see here the picture, and that story is on page 5. To read more on that, you can read that on page 5, and this is the last story for Nigerian Tribune. Moving on to Daily Sun. Today, Tuesday, September 12th, 2023, and for my first story here for Daily Sun. UK Visa Center in Enugu will enhance economic partnership, cultural exchanges. Mbahe's move says it will strengthen ties, and that's on page 6. UAE lifts visa ban on Nigerian travelers. Decision taken after parley with Tinubu. I spoke about that earlier, and that's on page 6. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, we can see the picture here, and the President of the United Arab Emirates (UAE), Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, in a handshake after meeting in Abu Dhabi yesterday. PDP knocks Tinubu Lego team over PEPT judgment. CTC kicks against federal government planned Fulani colonies in Benue, urges Alaya to reject it. You can read that on page 27. Federal government fled 4.2 billion naira SCF gas, lost $22.9 billion between 2012-2021, says NOSDRA. That's on page 25. Eulogies as Akintola Williams, accountant legend, dies at 104 years. And I spoke of that too, and that's on page 26. Ulams raise another Imo Monarch's palace. That's on page 31 to read on that story. Reps LP loses 3 seats in Abia. Edo Tribunal dismisses LP APC petitions against Akpatosin Yahweh. That's on page 7. We're gonna have to wait to see the outcome of the petitions. Drama as Tribunal returns Labour Minister to Senate. That's on page 7. Education Minister directs VC to fish out killers of nursing students in Ekiti. 27, you can read that story on 27. Page 27. Edo Deputy Governor Shaibu moved out of official residence. That's on page 8. You can see that the beef is still ongoing between the governor of Edo State and the deputy governor Obaseki and the Shaibu drama. You can read that on page 8, which is also the last story here for Daily Sun. I'll be moving on to The Punch. Today, Tuesday, September 12th, 2023, and for my first story here for The Punch. Operators excited as UAE lifts a visa ban on Nigerians. That's good news. Everyone is excited about that, and that's good news for Nigerians. And you can read that story on page 18. Morocco earthquake death toll rises to 2,700. That story is on page 7. I said yesterday it was right around 2,000, and now it's surpassed that. And you can read that on page 7. Pengassan reacts as Dangote refinery misses production deadline. That story is on page 17. Tinubu special investigator filed CBN audited report. Central Bank allegedly pays over 40 million naira to IFRS Academy for accounting guidelines. DSS to summon FRC boss. Top directors of CBN special investigator deepens probe. That's always on page 2 to read more on that. So there's a lot of probe going on, investigations here and there. We have to see the outcome of these investigations, and you can read that on page 2. Obasanjo governors mourn as doyen of accounting. Williams dies at 104 years. That's on page 3 and 8. We can see them paying tribute, the last respect to the accounting legend. You can read that on pages 3 and 8. Corruption, biggest hindrance to Nigerians' democratic development. Global report. You can read that on page 12. Court remands jealous lover over killing girlfriend. That's on pages 4 and 5. 2.9 billion naira fraud. Jonathan's godson, 2 others jailed 6 years. That's on page 8. And that is also the last story here for The Punch. We're moving on to Vanguard today, Tuesday, September 12th, 2023. And for my first story here for Vanguard, Zenith Bank's gross earnings jump 139% to 967.3 billion naira in H1 23. UBA Foundation launches 2023 National Essay Competition. That's on page 8. UBA Foundation launches the 2023 National Essay. You can read that on page 8. Funding. Federal government will grant varsities through autonomy. Minister, page 9 to read on that story. Biscon Plaza demolition. No one is above the law in Ogo. That's the governor of Ogun State, Prince Dapo Abiodun. And you can read that story about the demolition on page 10. Doyen of accounting, Akintola Williams dies at 104 years. That's on page 7. The legend of accounting is dead. And you can see that on page 7. Federalism at grassroots. 17 states run 323 local government areas with caretaker committees. You can see that on page 5. Practice breaches section 7 of Constitution. Anambra, Imo, Borno, others emerge as worst states. Northeast worst hit with 91 of 102 local government areas affected. Southeast follows with 65 out of 95 local government hits. Northwest emerges best with 149 of 186 local government areas under democracy. We have peculiar circumstances in the country. NULGE. Aggrieved councils should go to court. NGF source. Imo will hold local government poll this year. Uzodima. Governors carried out coup against the local government areas. Agbakoba. Democracy not working at local government areas. That's Akeni. You can see that on page 5. UAE lift visa ban on Nigeria. Emirates, Etihad to resume flight operations. That's on page 9. We can see the President of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, yesterday as he met with the President of the United Arab Emirates, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan in Abu Dhabi, and a secure deal which led to immediate lifting of the visa ban placed on Nigerian travelers. Foreign rescuers joined Morocco quick race as death toll hit 2,862. That's on page 8 to read more on the Morocco earthquake. Federal government won't introduce new taxes. Presidential committee. That's on page 9. I do not think the current liberal democracy is working for the country. Not only is it prohibitively expensive, elections is currently concluded, deepen our fault lines and consequently complicate the nation-building process. That's according to Adibe, and it's on page 17. Brain drain. Some departments in teaching hospitals shutting down. MDCAN raises alarm. For the sports section, which is also the last story here for Vanguard, Ndidi sure Eagles will qualify for 2026 World Cup. That's up there. That's a good one. Team spirit. And that is on page 31. Before I continue with the Guardian, which is the next newspaper, we'll go on a quick short break, and when we come back, we continue with newspaper review. Stay with us. Yes, welcome back to newspaper review. I will begin with the Guardian. Today, Tuesday, September 12, 2023, and for my first story here for The Guardian, cautious optimism as federal government adopts a piecemeal negotiation ahead of $800 million stock funds. That's on page 6 to read more on the federal government negotiation. 78,000 Nigerians die yearly from cancer. That's on page 5 to read more on that. Nigerians microfinance banking dream on brink of failure. To news analysis, and it's on page 4. 2.9 billion naira NDDC fraud. 8 to ex-MD, 2 others back 6-year jail term. You can read the news on page 3. End of an era in accounting profession as Akintola Williams bows out. That's on page 6. For the last story here for The Guardian, 7 dies, cause injured in Cross River Benue dispute. That's the last story, and it's on page 8. For my next newspaper here, today, Tuesday, September 12th, 2023, and for my first story here for this day, Zenith Bank delivers phenomenal triple-digit growth in first half 2023. That's on page 10. To read about the growth of Zenith Bank, you can see that on page 10. Atiku, Abbas, Obaseki, Sanwo-Olu, Abiodun, Icon, others mourn Akintola Williams. Say it's end of an era for accounting profession in Nigeria as pioneer chartered accountant dies at 104 years old. And you can see his picture here, the late Akintola Williams. To read on that, you can read that on page 10. After meeting with Tinubu, UAE lifted visa ban on Nigerians. Emirates, Etihad Airlines to resume flights in, out of Nigeria. UAE to invest several $1 billion in defense, agriculture sectors in Nigeria. New forex liquidity program between both countries to be unfolded in coming weeks. Emirates new agency mum on lifting of a visa ban, flight resumption. You can read that on page 10 of the newspaper. You can see the president of Nigeria with the president of UAE. Nigeria-UAE relations get a boost. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the President of the United Arab Emirates Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan in Abu Dhabi after finalizing an agreement which has resulted in the immediate cessation of the visa ban placed on Nigerian travelers yesterday. And that is also the last story here for this day. For the last newspaper for today's newspaper review, The Nation. Today, Tuesday, September 12, 2023, and for my first story for The Nation, Zenith Bank makes a 967 billion naira half-year gross earnings. That's on page 7. Federal varsities to get full financial autonomy. Education to take budget 25%. That's on page 5. Edo relocates Shaibu's office outside Government House. That's on page 5. The drama between the Edo State Governor and the Deputy Obaseki and Shaibu. You can read that on page 5. Row between Ogun government. Daniel over Plaza deepens. That's on page 6. UAE lifts visa restriction on Nigerian travelers. Etihad Emirates flights to resume. We can see the president with the president of the United Arab Emirates, Mohammed bin Yadar Al Nahyan yesterday. And for the next story here, palliatives. Borno, Sokoto give out 140 vehicles offers. That's on page 3. To read more on the palliative story. Mixed fortunes for APC, PDP, Labour at tribunals. Lalong wins senatorial seat. Labour Party reps sacked in Abia. APC, PDP reps axed in Delta. Plateau governor triumphs. Gaya fails to upturn NNPP victory. Oborevwori heads for Supreme Court. You can read that story on page 4. Between the APC, the PDP, and the Labour Party. You can read that as the accounting their gains and losses at the governorship and legislative tribunals in states. You can read that on page 4. You can see the picture of the accounting legend, the accounting icon. Akintola Williams dies at 104. Leaders, governors, others pay tribute. Another chapter closed. The chapter closed in Nigerian's accounting history yesterday with the demise of pioneer accountant Mr. Akintola Williams. And to read more on that, you can see that on page 5. You can see the tribute on page 29. 11 feared killed in Plateau. That's on page 27. Devastating storm kills 150 in Libya. That's on page 3, which is also the last story here for the nation. And we've come to the end of newspaper review today. Thank you for watching and thank you for staying with us. To see more, you can download the Biscon TV app on your Android devices or on your iOS devices, and you can also visit our YouTube channel to get all the latest updates you need. I'll see you next time for another exciting edition of newspaper review. Many thanks for watching.
Biscon TV's 6th anniversary special celebration bonanza. Offer opens for interested broadcasters to audition for positions like newscasters, sports reporters, program presenters in politics, entertainment, business, and so on. Biscon TV's 6th anniversary special celebration bonanza auditioning begins on Monday, the 4th of September on a daily basis till the 20th of September 2023, the day Biscon TV turns 6 years. Prospective candidates should report to Biscon TV Global Corporate Headquarters, 12 Sylvia Crescent, Anthony Village, by Zenith Bank, Anthony Village Branch, Lagos. Time, 12 noon daily, from Monday, the 4th of September to September 20th, 2023. There will be special Biscon TV 6th anniversary present for the best 10 of the lots. Biscon TV, the fastest growing, most watched 24 hours television station on YouTube globally. Biscon TV. Engaging, interactive, and all-encompassing. It's 6 glorious hearty cheers to Biscon TV on the stable of Biscon Communications Global Media Network.
Dear friends and supporters, we trust you are in good health. Today, we come to you with a heartwarming request for assistance on behalf of a young man whose dreams have been derailed by an unexpected health crisis. Adibare Adewale Kudus, a promising student of Yaba College of Technology, was on a path towards achieving his dreams and securing a brighter future for himself and his family. However, life had different plans for him. A severe eye cataract has clouded his vision, causing him unimaginable pain and forcing him to drop out of school. The good news is that there is hope. Adibare Adewale Kudus has been given an opportunity to regain his sight through a left eye surgery scheduled for Friday, September 29, 2023, at the Ansila Catholic Hospital in Lagos. This procedure can change his life forever, but it comes at a cost. We urgently need to raise 850,000 naira to cover the expenses of the surgery and post-operative care. Your generous donation can make a world of difference in Kudu's life. With your support, we can give him the gift of sight and help him get back on the path to realizing his dreams. The surgery is scheduled for September 29, 2023, and time is of the essence. Your compassion can make a life-changing difference in Kudu's life. Kindly send your donations into the account name Adebarik Adewale Kudus. Account number 044-962-8253 GT Bank. Together we can bring light back into Kudu's world. Thank you for your kindness, generosity and support.
A night in honor of Otumba Olusegun Unshiwe, ON, the Director General, Nigeria Council for Arts and Culture, with the Nigerian Tourism and Culture Brand Icon Award by the Federation of Tourism Association of Nigeria, FTAN, was held at the Eco Hotel and Suites, Victoria Island, Lagos on Friday, the 24th of September, 2021. The celebrant was welcomed into the hall with trumpets and drums by members of the Nigeria Football Supporters Club as guests stood up to honor the presence of Otumba Olusegun Unshiwe. The event was graced by many dignitaries, especially those in the tourism and culture industry. Some of those in attendance were Mr. Inka Folami, the Vice Chairman, Lagos Zone of the National Association of Nigerian Travel Agencies, who said the opening prayer. The Chairman, Board of Trustees, Federation of Tourism Association of Nigeria, Chief Samuel Alabi, President of the Federation of Tourism Association of Nigeria, FTAN, Mr. Nkerewem Onong, Susan Akburiaye, President, National Association of Nigeria Travel Agencies, the Special Advisor to the Lagos State Governor on Tourism, Arts and Culture, Mr. Solomon Bonu, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture, Lagos State, Princess Adenike Adedoyin Ajayi, Mr. Olugbemi Komolafe, Chief Executive Officer, Lagos State Council for Arts and Culture, Ambassador Ikechi Ugo, President, Akwaba West Africa Travels Market, Nike Davis Okundaye, Founder, Nike Art Gallery, the President, Nigeria Football Supporters Club Worldwide, Mr. Rauf Ladipo, Veteran Broadcaster and Chairman and CEO, Biscon Communications, Prince Bisi Olatilo, different presidents of the 23 organizations under FTAN, executive and council members of FTAN, among others. The welcome address was said by the President of the Federation of Tourism Associations of Nigeria, Mr. Nkerewem Onong, who stated the plans to make the award an annual one to celebrate individuals both in the private and public sectors who have assisted in developing the tourism industry in Nigeria.
Today, this award therefore marks the beginning of the Nigerian Tourism Award to be promoted by the Federation. Every year, we're going to be recognizing Nigerians in the sector, both public and private, who have contributed immensely to developing tourism and sustaining it. We don't know about any other award. This is the Nigerian Tourism Award. Otumba is the first award recipient. Next year, we're going to have another set of persons, and not just one person. It will be a minimum of 7. But every year it becomes one of the things that will come in the program of the Federation. Let let me again appreciate the Board of Trustee Chairman of the Federation, Chief Samuel Alabi, for his focus and leadership style. I'd like to also appreciate the core hotels and suits for supporting the Federation at all times. Again, I'd like to welcome you to this event. Here today, history is being made. We're here today to recognize, to appreciate value. I'd like to welcome us again and to say that long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria, long live the Federation, long live tourism in Nigeria. We're looking forward to a more robust tourism industry. We're looking forward to personnel, as the men and women, when given privilege and opportunity to run any aspect of our tourism economy, they will take it with all amount of seriousness. Thank you and welcome.
There was a cultural display to entertain guests at the event. A talk on the role of culture in nation building was given by Nike Davis Okundaye, the founder of Nike Arts Gallery, who was assisted by her daughter, Alicina Ino Davis.
Art is life, and life is art. Many people who have art in them, like sometimes you are born with art. You may not even appreciate it because it's in your own direct background. And a lot of people, they don't even value what they have. I want to tell you how rich Nigeria is. Football is art, food is art, dresses is art. There is so many things that you can do that will bring you to your roots, which is the art. Myself, I grew up learning from my parents, and it's because I come from a poor background. This is my son here, he can witness. I can hardly even eat 3 times a day. But today I thank God and I thank the art of my country. Everybody here, I want to thank you very much for appreciating what I do. Because when you do that in case of so I thank you very much.
They presented a gift to the distinguished awardee, Otumba Olusegun Rushewe. Ambassador Ikechi Uko, the organizer of our Kwaba African Travels Market, in his speech, hailed the awardee for playing a big role in the success of tourism in Nigeria.
He has played a big part in the success of some of us. So I'm not supposed to be here today. And I already told him I wasn't because I was supposed to be out of town, but it happened that I have to be here. So I have to congratulate him and the DOT of EFTA for insisting that this man that had contributed to the success of tourism in Nigeria was the honor. So thank you for having to play a part.
Ganu Tazan Balogun, the managing director of Tazan Marine Enterprises in Lagos, also came on stage to buttress the points made by Ambassador Ikechi Uko.
In Abuja, during Otumba era, it doesn't tolerate nonsense from government agencies. Multiple taxation, it doesn't want to even hear it. It was Otumba in Abuja, bills of about 17 then. Maybe Otumba brought it down to about 5 or so. For the hotel. 12 midnight, 1 a.m., if they lock your hotel, just put up a call across the Otumba. That night, you must open it. he will come with his team. Criminals, they have no place then. He was up and doing, engaging government on behalf of the hotels, or the hoteliers. If we continue talking about what he has done in the hotels, he doesn't just do that under the comfort of his office. He sampled all the hotels. You will not even know. He will just send his staff, they will go and book hotels. He's very kind and he likes to attend to people's problems. Otumba, we love you, sir. You deserve and you will get better than this. Until you get to the peak, you will not rest and will not rest following you through. Thank you very much.
In the remarks of the president, Nigeria Football Supporters Club Worldwide, Mr. Rauf Ladipo, he praised the awardee for his contributions to football and mentioned the roles he played in Russia during the 2018 World Cup.
We have been to many World Cups, many Cup of Nations. There is no time. We will not find this man coming to us, give us money in dollars, be with us over there, whether it's in Brazil, whether it's in Russia, whether it's in South Africa, whether it's in America, Shepherd is always with us. And not just with us, he will create a village called the Nigerian village, where all of us go to, and many other foreign nationals will come and join us. Remember what I and you did at the Kremlin in Russia. The whole world came out to see what Nigeria is making. All the TV stations of the world were with us with shame. For us, he has assisted you, but he's assisting so many other Nigerians who don't know. There is no time you go to this gentleman, no matter your complaint, you will laugh, you will smile when you are leaving his office. God will make you continue to smile.
He also decorated Otumba Olusegun Rushewe as a national patron of the Nigeria Football Supporters Club. A short documentary was shown to guests about Otumba Olusegun Rushewe, OON, his contributions and tremendous support to tourism, arts and culture in Nigeria. After that, the citation of Otumba Olusegun Rushewe was read by the president of the Women in Hospitality Nigeria, Mrs. Justina Ovat. The chairman, Board of Trustees, Federation of Tourism Associations of Nigeria, FTAN, Chief Samuel Alabi, was joined by the president, Nigeria Football Supporters Club Worldwide, Mr. Rauf Ladipo, Nike Davis Okundaye, the founder of Nike Art Gallery, the permanent secretary, Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture, Lagos State, Princess Adenike Adedoyin, among others, to present the Nigerian Tourism and Culture Brand Award to Otumba Olusegun Rushewe, OON. In his response, Otumba Olusegun Rushewe, OON, thanked the Federation of Tourism Associations of Nigeria, FTAN, for the award and called the moment one of the greatest in his life.
This is one of the greatest moments in my life, and I'm being honest about it. Very, very respected, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this is a moment in our life that is going to give the first turnaround to the history of this sector. I'm pleading with all of us today, let's leave this hall with one notion, that this great country can be great again. Please, while I round up with only one proverb, look at the person on your left. Say Nigeria will be great again. Look at your right. God bless FTAN. Ladies and gentlemen, I like one proverb I want to end up with tonight. The Egbiras have a proverb. They say if you don't wish your friend to become an emir, by the grace of God, you too will lose one title, the friend of an emir. So it's two of you that will lose. So tonight, let us see FTAN as our emir, and let's love them so
so that we have a friend in the Emir for progressively and for the best of Nigerians. Thank you and good evening.
To bring the event to an end, the vote of thanks was given by the Planning Committee Chairperson of the event and President, National Association of Nigeria Travel Agencies, Susan Akburiaye. From Biscon Communications, it's congratulations to Otumba Olusegun Rushewe, OON, on the well-deserved honor.
Dear friends and supporters, we trust you are in good health. Today, we come to you with a heartwarming request for assistance on behalf of a young man whose dreams have been derailed by an unexpected health crisis. Adebare Adewale Kudus, a promising student of Yaba College of Technology, was on a path towards achieving his dreams and securing a brighter future for himself and his family. However, life had different plans for him. A severe eye cataract has clouded his vision, causing him unimaginable pain and forcing him to drop out of school. The good news is that there is hope. Adebare Adewale Kudus has been given an opportunity to regain his sight through a left eye surgery scheduled for Friday, September 29, 2023 at the Ansida Catholic Hospital in Lagos. This procedure can change his life forever, but it comes at a cost. We urgently need to raise 850,000 naira to cover the expenses of the surgery and post-operative care. Your generous donation can make a world of difference in Kudus' life. With your support, we can give him the gift of sight and help him get back on the path to realizing his dreams. The surgery is scheduled for September 29, 2023, and time is of the essence. Your compassion can make a life-changing difference in Kudus' life. Kindly send your donations into the account name Adebare Adewale Kudus. Account number 044-962-8253 GT Bank. Together we can bring light back into Kudus' world. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support.
Biscon TV's 6th anniversary special celebration bonanza. Offer opens for interested broadcasters to audition for positions like newscasters, sports reporters, program presenters in politics, entertainment, business, and so on. Biscon TV's 6th anniversary special celebration bonanza auditioning begins on Monday, the 4th of September on a daily basis till the 20th of September 2023, the day Biscon TV turns 6 years. Prospective candidates should report to Biscon TV Global Corporate Headquarters, 12 Sylvia Crescent, Anthony Village, by Zenith Bank, Anthony Village Branch, Lagos. Time, 12 noon daily, from Monday, the 4th of September to September 20th, 2023. There will be special Biscon TV 6th anniversary present for the best 10 of the lots. Biscon TV, the fastest growing, most watched 24 hours television station on YouTube globally. Biscon TV. Engaging, interactive, and all-encompassing. It's 6 glorious hearty cheers to Biscon TV on the stable of Biscon Communications Global Media Network. The formal presentation of The Crown and the Glory, a book written on the history of the Alakberu of Ikberuland's 20 years reign by Dr. Reuben Abati. The event took place at the banquet hall of the Alakberu's Palace in Ikberu Land, Ogun State, on Saturday, the 26th of November, 2022. The chief host was His Majesty Oba Adeleke Idowu-Basibo, the Alakberu of Ikberu Land, who was supported by a huge presence of his monarch colleagues.
First, let me thank Kabiyesi the Alakberu for giving me the opportunity to write his story. There is a book before this that was written about him. That was within 3 years of his ascension to the throne of his ancestors. This has come in the 28th year of his reign. So this brings the story up to date. Now, but especially I would like to thank Prince Bola Basibo, who led a team called the Skills Brothers. This is their project. So, and you know, they put in a lot. They curated the entire process, and we are at this moment today. And of course, they are also the publishers of the book.
The chairman of the event was Otumba Gbenga Daniel, former governor of Ogun State, represented by Chief John Obafemi.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I've known Kabiyesi for a very, very long time. He's my royal father. He's my very, very big friend. And when he's doing a thing like this, apart from the chairman that is supposed to be the chairman of this occasion, I also must be here to come and say, Kabiyesi, congratulations. The book launch of today, although I've not read it, I am sure it's going to make a very meaningful impact in the life of so many.
The chief launcher was Sir Kensington Adebutu, who was represented by Are Kola Oyefeso.
Kabiyesi, Odele asked me to congratulate you for this event that you are putting together your experience on the throne in the last 20 years. And he prayed for you, sir. Kabiyesi, Odele prays for you that by God's grace you'll be around for so many more decades. And your domain shall witness unremitting development and advancement of the Ikweru citizens and residents alike.
The book, Alakberu, The Crown and the Glory, written by Dr. Ruben Abati, was reviewed by His Majesty Oba Professor Adeyemi Obalalenge, the Olota of Ota in Ogun State.
The author established the similarities in the number of days in Ikwebi according to different communities. While it is 3 months or 2 months elsewhere, he noted that the seclusion period takes 19 days, going to the experience of Alakberu Oba Idowu-Basido. And he completed the rites on March 15, 2002, while the coronation day and the presentation of staff of office was held on Saturday, March 30th, 2002, at the Christ Apostolic Grammar School ground along the old Ibadan Road, Ikweru. Okay, chapter 5 deals with Ikweru Akeson. The chapter dwells on the historical, social, economic, and political importance of the Ikweru land. The author went on to tell us that Ikweru is the most populous town in the Remo region of Ikenne local government area of Ogun State, with a current population estimate of about 250,000. He also mentioned how Ikweru has a connection with Awujale of Ijebu, Ekwe, and Oyo.
Can we join us as I say that we are launching this book in the name of the Son, in the name of the Holy Spirit. Congratulations all. Congratulations. Congratulations.
The program was coordinated by Prince Bola Basibo, son of the Alakberu, who gave the vote of thanks.
And for us as well, walking back and forth, Lagos to Ikperu, frequently to garner resources, to garner information and all of that. But one of the most striking points Dr. makes in this book is how leadership can work by taking advantage of youthful energy. And I think we've seen the result of that, not just today, for the past 2 years. So I think our work today has led to the beginning of very many more. So on that note, I want to say thank you very much. Today is also significant. It's our 36th Ake Sunday celebration. So the party is just beginning. Thank you very much, everyone.
Biscon TV also covered the 36th anniversary celebration of Ake Sunday of Ikperu people of Ogun State. The chief hosts were the Alakberu, Oba Adeleke Idowu Basibo, and Governor Dapo Abiodun of Ogun State, who is a proud indigenous of Ikperu land. The grand event was organized by Ikperu Community Development Association, ICDA. His Royal Highness, Oba Lukman Adebambo Salami, the Ebi of Ideno, was also a co-host of Ake Sunday. Sir Kesintin Adebukwala Adebutu, OON, CON, CFR, Baboba, and Balogun of Ikperu land was a special guest of honor at the event. The chairman of Ikene local government area of Ogun State, Honorable Olusegun Ogunleye, was also in attendance at the Ake Sunday celebration. The chairman of the event was Mr. Ayo Juroye.
This is a very important historical moment, a cultural and historical importance for the people of Ikperu. And I know that, to put this sort of event together would have cost a lot of time, a lot of money, and a lot of effort. I want to appreciate the Ikperu Development Association and everybody who has contributed in one way or the other for this event to be successful. As chairman of this occasion, of course, it comes with certain privilege. And so, standing on existing protocol, I want to use this opportunity to make a donation, and I hope that this donation will be able to encourage other people to contribute in one way or the other to the socio-economic development of Ikperu and, of course, Ogun State in general.
The chief launcher of the Ake Sunday anniversary celebration was Chief Armstrong Tokwe Akintunde, a young businessman from Ikperu land.
On behalf of our one and only political support group of our Godfather, His Excellency President Dapo Abiodun, on behalf of Dapo Abiodun continuity agenda across all the 20 local governments, and on behalf of our political family, I want to donate the sum of 40 million naira.
The chairman of Ikene local government area of Ogun State. Welcome remarks was given by Oluomo Talabi Jamiu, chairman of Ake Sunday Planning Committee. There was also a remark by Chief Babajide Oyeti, chairman of Ikperu Development Association, IDA.
To the glory of Almighty God, we are gathered here today to witness the grand finale activities of 36th Ake Sunday anniversary. As I surmised in my speech, which I cannot for now read, the activities started on Friday, 28 November, with Muslim prayers and Thanksgiving, which was followed by beauty competition. Along the line before today, many other activities like quiz and debate competition among our schools, free services by our artisans, barbers, hairdressers, and so on, which we all appreciate. free medical services by particular stakeholders. We thank you all.
There were goodwill messages by the Alakberu of Ikberu Remo, Ogun State, Oba Adeleke Idowu Basibo, Honorable Segun Ogunlewe, Chairman, Ikene Local Government Area, Senator Solomon Olamilekun Adeola, and Governor Dapo Abiodun of Ogun State.
I want to give glory to Almighty God that we are gathered here today to celebrate our grand finale of 2022 Akasoni celebrations. It is a rare opportunity to have the president distinguished personalities through corner of Ogun State in our midst for this type of occasions. I highly welcome you all. I appreciate love and support for our middle governor, Prince Omodapo, Adedapo, Oluwaseun, Abiodun, MFR. I pray the Almighty God to continue to show mercy and favor to every one of us forever in Jesus' name. I'm so happy and overwhelmed with joy at this event that just express our gratitude to you all for your presence, anticipation, support, contribution to our development projects.
Your Excellency, I am happy to witness this all-important occasion in Ikberu land. I'm happy that I was able to make it with His Excellency because we have another very important occasion this morning, and I'm happy we are here on the thick of the occasion. Your Excellency, I know how important this day is to you, and it is on that premise that I'm going to contribute my own widow's mite towards the development of Ikberu land.
Governor Dapo Abiodun in his remarks congratulated his fellow brothers and sisters from Akesan land on the 36th anniversary and wished them a more fruitful and remarkable year.
I want to congratulate KBC, all the Ikberu Council of Chiefs, all our banners, the chairman and the committee of this great occasion, the chairman of today, Mr. Yojuroye, the chairman of the Development Association, Mr. Jide Oyeti, and everybody that has contributed to the successful hosting of this event. I want to thank you very much for this initiative, for making it so colorful. Eléyìí tún wá tóbi ju ti ọdún èṣí. Ó dá mi lójú pé nígbà tí a bá péjọ sí ìbàyè ní November 2023, ńgbà tó ọmọ yín á máa ṣe second term ẹ̀. Abẹ́ẹ̀kọ́
Dàpọ̀ máa bọ́ṣẹ́ èlò, Abíọ́dún máa bọ́ṣẹ́ èlò, iṣẹ́ ẹ̀ máa tẹ̀ wá lọ́wọ́, ọmọ bàbá bọ́ṣẹ́ èlò.
He also listed a number of the achievements of his administration in different areas and advised all to continue their support for his administration. Biscon Communications congratulates all the people of Ikberu land in Ogun State on the 36th Akesan Day celebration.
Transportation system gbogbo to state ó ti wà intact gbogbo ẹ̀yẹ ènìyàn pa Dàpọ̀ ló lè ṣe é.
Dear friends and supporters, we trust you are in good health. Today, we come to you with a heartwarming request for assistance on behalf of a young man whose dreams have been derailed by an unexpected health crisis. Adibare Adewale Kudus, a promising student of Yaba College of Technology, was on a path towards achieving his dreams and securing a brighter future for himself and his family. However, life had different plans for him. A severe eye cataract has clouded his vision, causing him unimaginable pain and forcing him to drop out of school. The good news is that there is hope. Adebare Adewale Kudus has been given an opportunity to regain his sight through a left eye surgery scheduled for Friday, September 29, 2023 at the Ansila Catholic Hospital in Lagos. This procedure can change his life forever, but it comes at a cost. We urgently need to raise 850,000 naira to cover the expenses of the surgery and post-operative care. Your generous donation can make a world of difference in Kudus' life. With your support, we can give him the gift of sight and help him get back on the path to realizing his dreams. The surgery is scheduled for September 29, 2023, and time is of the essence. Your compassion can make a life-changing difference in Kudus' life. Kindly send your donations into the account name Adebare Adewale Kudus. Account number 044 962 8253 GT Bank. Together we can bring light back into Kudus' world. Thank you for your kindness, generosity and support.
Biscon TV's 6th anniversary special celebration bonanza. Offer opens for interested broadcasters to audition for positions like newscasters, sports reporters, program presenters in politics, entertainment, business and so on. Biscon TV's 6th anniversary special celebration bonanza auditioning begins on Monday, the 4th of September on a daily basis till the 20th of September 2023, the day Biscon TV turns 6 years. Prospective candidates should report to Biscon TV Global Corporate Headquarters, 12 Sylvia Crescent, Anthony Village, by Zenith Bank, Anthony Village Branch, Lagos. Time 12 noon daily from Monday the 4th of September to September 20th, 2023. There will be special Biscon TV 6th anniversary present for the best 10 of the lots. Biscon TV, the fastest growing, most watched 24 hours television station on YouTube globally. Biscon TV. Engaging, interactive, and all-encompassing. It's 6 glorious hearty cheers to Biscon TV on the stable of Biscon Communications Global Media Network.
Hello and welcome to Newspaper Review. I am Olakbeju Ajidagba. So today on Newspaper Review, I will begin with the Nigerian Tribune today, Tuesday, September 12, 2023, and from my first story here for Nigerian Tribune. Presidency: UAE lifts visa ban on Nigerians after Tinubu's intervention. Emirates: Etihad Airlines to resume flight. Emirati government silent on agreement. That story is on page 4. The ban happened October 2022, last year, and it's almost a year now since the ban happened. So now this is good news for Nigerians, and I'm sure things will go back to normal as soon as possible with Nigeria and UAE. So moving on to the next story. Federal government to increase education funding by 25%. Minister. Target 4 years to end out-of-school children syndrome. Yes, it's been increased from 5% now to 25%. A part of the Renewed Hope agenda for 2023, and you can read that story on page 17. Federal government orders probe prosecution of killers of 4-year female student. That story is on page 28. Court orders Ogun government to maintain status quo on Daniel's property. Demolition not politically motivated. Abiodun, that according to the governor of Ogun State, Prince Dapo Abiodun, and he's saying the demolition was because of things weren't put in place and it's not politically motivated. That story is on page 4. The plaza was actually demolished by the Ogun State government yesterday around 3 a.m. yesterday. So that is the story, and you can read that on page 4 of the Nigerian Tribune. Zenith Bank defies odds with triple-digit surge in H1 2023. That story is on page 7. UBA Foundation launches 2023 National Essay Competition. That's on page 7. We're going to see the picture of Akintola Williams. He dies at the age of 104. Obasanjo, Atiku, Sanwo-Olu, Abiodun, always mourn as Akintola Williams dies at 104. Yes, so he died on Monday 9 a.m. in his residence in Lagos, and he's actually the first sub-Saharan to become a chartered accountant, and he's died at the age of 104. We can see here the picture, and that story is on page 5. To read more on that, you can read that on page 5, and this is the last story for Nigerian Tribune. Moving on to Daily Sun. Today, Tuesday, September 12th, 2023, and for my first story here for Daily Sun. UK Visa Center in Enugu will enhance economic partnership, cultural exchanges. Mbahe's move says it will strengthen ties, and that's on page 6. UAE lifts visa ban on Nigerian travelers. Decision taken after parley with Tinubu. I spoke about that earlier, and that's on page 6. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, we can see the picture here, and the President of the United Arab Emirates (UAE), Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, in a handshake after meeting in Abu Dhabi yesterday. PDP knocks Tinubu legal team over PEPT judgment. CTC kicks against federal government planned Fulani colonies in Benue, urges Alaya to reject it. You can read that on page 27. Federal government fled 4.2 billion naira SCF gas, lost $22.9 billion between 2012-2021, says NOSDRA. That's on page 25. Eulogies as Akintola Williams, accountant legend, dies at 104 years. And spoke of that too, and that's on page 26. Ulams raise another Imo Monarch's palace. That's on page 31 to read on that story. Reps, LP loses 3 seats in Abia. Edo Tribunal dismisses LP. APC petitions against Akpatosin Yahweh. That's on page 7. We're gonna have to wait to see the outcome of the petitions. Drama as Tribunal returns Labour Minister to Senate. That's on page 7. Education Minister directs VC to fish out killers of nursing students in Ekiti. 27, you can read that story on 27. Page 27. Edo Deputy Governor Shaibu moved out of official residence. That's on page 8. You can see that the beef is still ongoing between the governor of Edo State and the deputy governor Obaseki and the Shaibu drama. You can read that on page 8, which is also the last story here for Daily Sun. I'll be moving on to The Punch. Today, Tuesday, September 12th, 2023, and for my first story here for The Punch. Operators excited as UAE lift a visa ban on Nigerians. That's good news. Everyone is excited about that, and that's good news for Nigerians. And you can read that story on page 10. Morocco earthquake death toll rises to 2,700. That story is on page 7. I said yesterday it was right around 2,000, and now it's surpassed that. And you can read that on page 7. Henderson reacts as Dangote refinery misses production deadline. That story is on page 17. Tinubu special investigator filed CBN audited report. Central Bank allegedly pays over 40 million naira to IFRS Academy for accounting guidelines. DSS to summon FRC boss. Top directors of CBN special investigator deepens probe. That's always on page 2 to read more on that. So there's a lot of probe going on, investigations here and there. We have to see the outcome of these investigations, and you can read that on page 2. Obasanjo, governors mourn as doyen of accounting. Williams dies at 104 years. That's on page 3 and 8. We can see them paying tribute, the last respect to the accounting legend. You can read that on pages 3 and 8. Corruption, biggest hindrance to Nigerians' democratic development. Global report. You can read that on page 12. Court remands jealous lover over killing girlfriend. That's on pages 4 and 5. 2.9 billion naira fraud. Jonathan's godson, 2 others jailed 6 years. That's on page 8. And that is also the last story here for The Punch. We're moving on to Vanguard today, Tuesday, September 12, 2023. And for my first story here for Vanguard, Zenith Bank's gross earnings jump 139% to 967.3 billion naira in H1 23. UBA Foundation launches 2023 National Essay Competition. That's on page 8. UBA Foundation launches the 2023 National Essay. You can read that on page 8. Funding, federal government will grant varsities full autonomy. Minister, page 9 to read on that story. Bascom Plaza demolition. No one is above the law in Ogo. That's the governor of Ogun State, Prince Dapo Abiodun. And you can read that story about the demolition on page 10. Doyen of accounting, Akintola Williams dies at 104 years. That's on page 7. The legend of accounting is dead. And you can see that on page 7. Federalism at grassroots. 17 states run 323 local government areas with caretaker committees. You can see that on page 5. Practice breaches section 7 of Constitution. Anambra, Imo, Borno, others emerge as worst states. Northeast was hit with 91 of 102 local government areas affected. Southeast follows with 65 out of 95 local government hit. Northwest emerges best with 149 of 186 local government areas under democracy. We have peculiar circumstances in the country. NULGE. Aggrieved councils should go to court. NGF source. Imo will hold local government poll this year. Uzodima. Governors carried out coup against the local government areas. Agbakoba. Democracy not working at local government areas. That's Akeni. You can see that on page 5. UAE lift visa ban on Nigeria. Emirates Etihad to resume flight operations. That's on page 9. We can see the President of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, yesterday as he met with the President of the United Arab Emirates, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan in Abu Dhabi, and the secure deal which led to immediate lifting of the visa ban placed on Nigerian travelers. Foreign rescuers joined Morocco quick race as death toll hit 2,862. That's on page 8 to read more on the Morocco earthquake. Federal government won't introduce new taxes. Presidential committee. That's on page 9. I do not think the current liberal democracy is working for the country. Not only is it prohibitively expensive, elections is currently concluded, deepen our fault lines and consequently complicate the nation-building process. That's according to Adibe, and it's on page 17. Brain drain. Some departments in teaching hospitals shutting down. MDCAN raises alarm. For the sports section, which is also the last story here for Vanguard, Ndidi sure Eagles will qualify for 2026 World Cup. That's hope there. That's a good one. Team spirit. And that is on page 31. Before I continue with the Guardian, which is the next newspaper, we'll go on a quick short break, and when we come back, we continue with newspaper review. Stay with us. Yes, welcome back to newspaper review. I will begin with the Guardian. Today, Tuesday, September 12, 2023, and for my first story here for The Guardian, cautious optimism as federal government adopts a piecemeal negotiation out of $800 million stock funds. That's on page 6 to read more on the federal government negotiation. 78,000 Nigerians die yearly from cancer. That's on page 5 to read more on that. Nigerians' microfinance banking dream on brink of failure. The news analysis, and it's on page 4. 2.9 billion naira NDDC fraud. Aid to ex-MD, 2 others back 6-year jail term. You can read the news on page 3. End of an era in accounting profession as Akintola Williams bows out. That's on page 6. For the last story here for The Guardian, 7 dies, cause injured in Cross River Benue dispute. That's the last story, and it's on page 8. For my next newspaper here, today, Tuesday, September 12, 2023, and for my first story here for this day, Zenith Bank delivers phenomenal triple-digit growth in first half 2023. That's on page 10. To read about the growth of Zenith Bank, you can see that on page 10. Atiku, Abbas, Obaseki, Sanwo-Olu, Abiodun, Icon, others mourn Akintola Williams. Say it's end of an era for accounting profession in Nigeria as pioneer chartered accountant dies at 104 years old. And you can see his picture here, the late Akintola Williams. To read on that, you can read that on page 10. After meeting with Tinubu, UAE lifted visa ban on Nigerians. Emirates, Etihad Airlines to resume flights in, out of Nigeria. UAE to invest several $1 billion in defense, agriculture sectors in Nigeria. New forex liquidity program between both countries to be unfolded in coming weeks. Emirates new agency mum on lifting of a visa ban, flight resumption. You can read that on page 10 of the newspaper. You can see the president of Nigeria with the president of UAE. Nigeria-UAE relations get a boost. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the President of the United Arab Emirates Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan in Abu Dhabi after finalizing an agreement which has resulted in the immediate cessation of the visa ban placed on Nigerian travelers yesterday. And that is also the last story here for this day. For the last newspaper for today's newspaper review, The Nation. Today, Tuesday, September 12, 2023, and for my first story for The Nation, Zenith Bank makes a 967 billion naira half-year gross earnings. That's on page 7. Federal varsities to get full financial autonomy. Education to take a budget 25%. That's on page 5. Edo relocate Tribu's office outside government house. That's on page 5. The drama between the Edo State governor and the deputy Obaseki and Tribu. You can read that on page 5. Row between Ogun government. Daniel over Plaza deepens. That's on page 6. UAE lifts visa restriction on Nigerian travelers. Etihad Emirates flights to resume. We can see the president with the president of the United Arab Emirates, Mohammed bin Al Nahyan, yesterday. And for the next story here, palliatives. Borno, Sokoto give out 140 vehicles offers. That's on page 3. To read more on the palliative story. Mixed fortunes for APC, PDP, Labour at tribunals. Lalong wins senatorial seat. Labour Party reps sacked in Abia. APC, PDP reps axed in Delta. Plateau governor triumphs. Gaya fails to upturn NNPP victory. Oboreveri heads for Supreme Court. You can read that story on page 4. Between the APC, the PDP, and the Labour Party. You can read that as the accounting their gains and losses at the governorship and legislative tribunals in states. You can read that on page 4. You can see the picture of the accounting legend, the accounting icon. Akintola Williams dies at 104. Leaders, governors, others pay tribute. Another chapter closed. A chapter closed in Nigerian's accounting history yesterday with the demise of pioneer accountant Mr. Akintola Williams. And to read more on that, you can see that on page 5. And you can see the tribute on page 29. 11 feared killed in Plateau. That's on page 27. Devastating storm kills 150 in Libya. That's on page 3. Which is also the last story here for the nation. And we've come to the end of newspaper review today. Thank you for watching and thank you for staying with us. To see more, you can download the Biscon TV app on your Android devices or on your iOS devices, and you can also visit our YouTube channel to get all the latest updates you need. I'll see you next time for another exciting edition of newspaper review. Many thanks for watching.
Dear friends and supporters, we trust you are in good health. Today we come to you with a heartwarming request for assistance on behalf of a young man whose dreams have been derailed by an unexpected health crisis. Adibare Adewale Kudus, a promising student of Yaba College of Technology, was on a path towards achieving his dreams and securing a brighter future for himself and his family. However, life had different plans for him. A severe eye cataract has clouded his vision, causing him unimaginable pain and forcing him to drop out of school. The good news is that there is hope. Adibare Adewale Kudus has been given an opportunity to regain his sight through a left eye surgery scheduled for Friday, September 29, 2023 at the Ansila Catholic Hospital in Lagos. This procedure can change his life forever, but it comes at a cost. We urgently need to raise 850,000 naira to cover the expenses of the surgery and post-operative care. Your generous donation can make a world of difference in Kudus' life. With your support, we can give him the gift of sight and help him get back on the path to realizing his dreams. The surgery is scheduled for September 29, 2023, and time is of the essence. Your compassion can make a life-changing difference in Kudus' life. Kindly send your donations into the account name Adibare Adewale Kudus. Account number 044-962-8253 GT Bank. Together, we can bring light back into Kudu's world. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support.
The Adamu Orisha Festival, popularly referred to as the Eyo Festival, which dates back many centuries ago, has always brought out the very best in Lagosians from every strata. The celebration of the festival this year is in honor of the late Oba Yesufu Abiodun Oniru, father of the present monarch of Iruland. To facilitate movement of persons during the festival, the environmental sanitation exercise, which would have been held on the last Saturday of the month of November, the day this year's Eyo Festival was observed, was cancelled by Lagos State Government. The Eyo Festival is usually celebrated like a big carnival by different ruling houses in Lagos State. The celebration this year was not different. One major feature of the Eyo Festival every year is a vigil which is usually observed on the eve of the festival. Traffic was practically brought to a standstill on all the major streets of Lagos Island, particularly along the axis that lead to the Igaidugoron, the palace of the Oba of Lagos, an area usually considered the main attraction during the celebration of the Eyo Festival. It was a sea of heads as youths brandishing what is called the Okbambata, the staff, which comes in different shapes and sizes, took full control and charge of the arena. While some gyrated to the assortment of music being played, others simply walked along and quietly soaked in the excitement generated in the air. The high point of the vigil night at every Eyo Festival is when the governor of Lagos State, accompanied by title chiefs of Lagos State and other prominent Lagosians and friends of Lagos, pay a special homage to the monarch of Lagos in his palace. The occasion this year, which also featured a special performance by the king of Fuji music, K1 the Ultimate, Wasiu Ayinde Marshall, was also used to raise some funds for the development of the palace. This attracted an impressive response by Lagos chiefs, prominent Lagosians, and corporate concerns to the tune of millions of naira. His Royal Highness Obarewa Akiolu I and some of the guests later danced to the music of K1 the Ultimate. To end the Eyo Festival Vigil Night formalities, Oba Akiolu, who had now changed into the real gear for the Eyo Festival, in company of Lagos State Governor, some chiefs, went round ruling houses around Igaidugoron to rejoice with everyone in the spirit of the occasion. Saturday, the 26th of November 2011, the day of the Eyo Festival proper, was indeed a day that Lagosians of different religions, political persuasions and ideologies, ages and classes fused into one central body to celebrate the legendary Eyo Festival, which has remained the major rallying point for Lagosians for centuries. Dressed in most fascinating wares, looking resplendent in their immaculate garbs, Lagosians were indeed a beauty to behold as they took their rightful positions in the arena for the celebration, Tafawa Balewa Square, the same spot where the British Union Jack flag was lowered to usher in Nigeria's independence 50 years ago. Indeed, the Eyo Festival was celebrated with pomp and pageantry as the different groups and houses filed past in a colorful procession and display with the staff or Okbambata raised high as they sang and danced along. The tempo of celebration was raised a notch higher with the grand arrival of the Oba of Lagos, Oba Reru Akiolu I, who was accompanied by a large retinue of the white-cap chiefs and other Obas. There was even a much louder ovation for Governor Babatunde Fashola, who arrived at the venue to tumultuous applause by Lagosians. This could only point in one direction, that is, a clear endorsement of the great strides achieved by the performing governor of Lagos State in his avowed mission to reposition Lagos State. There was a lot to feast the eyes with at the action-packed event, which featured a lot of innovations in the packaging of the festival, a great improvement and leap forward from last year's edition of the Adamo Orisha Festival. It is gratifying to note that the Lagos State government, under the able leadership of Governor Fashola, has thrown the full weight of the government to ensure a total regeneration of the Eyo Festival, to a point where the yearly festival becomes the first choice for tourists from different parts of the world. This is clearly a win-win situation for Lagos State and ultimately Nigeria. The cultures and tradition of the people of Lagos State, and by extension Nigeria, will become better appreciated across the globe, just as revenue will accrue to the purse of the state government to augment other sources of funding in the state. Indeed, one cannot adequately quantify the dividends derivable from a well-packaged and articulated Eyo Festival. This should concern organizers now. These and other salient points that border on how to move Lagos State forward was the focus of the address delivered by Governor Fashola at this year's Eyo Festival. Governor Babatunde Fashola commended the selfless spirit and unqualified love for Lagos State displayed by the late Oba Yusuf Oniru, in whose honor this year's Eyo Festival was staged. Governor Fashola stated that Lagosians will remain eternally grateful to the late Oba Yusuf Oniru, father of the present monarch of Iruland. This is for putting his life on the line for the emancipation of Lagos State. He hoped that other Lagosians would emulate the late Oba. Governor Fashola wished all Lagosians well and congratulated them for being able to see yet another Eyo Festival in their lifetime, with the usual salutation during Eyo Festival. Agogoro Eyo, moyo fun, moyo fun rami. Emi bubu wa se opolopo Eyo laye o.
It is an honor to witness this festival for the late Olori Oloye of Lagos, Chief Yesufu Abiodun Oniru, who incidentally was the father of the present Oniru of Iruland, Oba Idowu Abiodun Oniru, Justice of the Peace. I am very happy and indeed very proud to see all of our children participating, from the toddlers to the teenagers. Of course, all of this has happened under the guidance of our parents and our elders, including my own father, who is here in our midst. I say very confidently that we have reached our torch-passing moment. The Eyo Festival will never die.
The governor's address, which was punctuated by a lot of applause by appreciative Lagosians, gave way to a medley of performances by contemporary and traditional music groups on parade at the festival. The BCLS Show and Biscon Tv correspondent Olumide Olushoga sampled the opinions of a cross-section of respondents on this year's Eyo Festival.
Your festival in Lagos is a landmark event that is being done anytime to honor a highly citizen in Lagos, maybe when he's not alive. They use it to commemorate him after his death.
I'm sure you have seen the Eyo Festival before, so you know that it is very colorful. Each chieftaincy, traditional family.
As a Lagosian, it's something I'm proud to associate with. Because it's a key, one of our major cultural practices in Lagos State. It's something we look forward to doing. It's something I associate with. As a young boy, I used to participate.
So unique, it doesn't exist anywhere in Nigeria. It's an all-involved party. All parties are involved. Everybody, the young, the old, the Christians, the Muslims. And for us, it connotes the beginning of new era. All the bad things are swept away. It symbolically sweeps away all the bad things and cleanse the entire city and the nation. More importantly, also, it's the cultural spectacle created by the Eyo. It's unbelievable. All the Eyo groups parading Lagos is the one in kind of its kind. To us in Lagos, we can't have it enough.
And as you can see, all the followers too, when, as they say, talk okpa, which you see them line up and then, in fact, bless you. You put your hand out and they bless you.
And it's an annual event. And I think it's an event that actually brings together the entire Lagos people. And it's a very colorful event. And I can see today things are very well organized. And I think it's something that is as old as Lagos State itself. So it's something very significant to me because it makes one at least relate with some of the old traditions of Lagos State.
As we savor the sweet aroma of the yearly cultural festival that usually envelopes the city of Lagos in earnest anticipation of next year's edition, I wish to heartily congratulate all Lagosians for being part of another successful celebration of the Eyo Festival. Agogoro Eyo, moyo fun, moyo funra mi, asopolopo odun laye o.
Dear friends and supporters, we trust you are in good health. Today, we come to you with a heartwarming request for assistance on behalf of a young man whose dreams have been derailed by an unexpected health crisis. Adibare Adewale Kudus, a promising student of Yaba College of Technology, was on a path towards achieving his dreams and securing a brighter future for himself and his family. However, life had different plans for him. A severe eye cataract has clouded his vision, causing him unimaginable pain and forcing him to drop out of school. The good news is that there is hope. Adibare Adewale Kudus has been given an opportunity to regain his sight through a left eye surgery scheduled for Friday, September 29, 2023 at the Ansila Catholic Hospital in Lagos. This procedure can change his life forever, but it comes at a cost. We urgently need to raise 850,000 naira to cover the expenses of the surgery and post-operative care. Your generous donation can make a world of difference in Kudus' life. With your support, we can give him the gift of sight and help him get back on the path to realizing his dreams. The surgery is scheduled for September 29, 2023, and time is of the essence. Your compassion can make a life-changing difference in Kudus' life. Kindly send your donations into the account name Adibare Adewale Kudus. Account number 044-962-8253 GT Bank. Together we can bring light back into Kudus' world. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support.
The Olojo Festival is a prominent festival in the festival calendar of Ile-Ife in Osun State, Nigeria. The Olojo Festival symbolizes the celebration of the first day of creation and the beginning of existence in Ile-Ife, believed to be the cradle of the Yoruba and human race. It is a celebration in remembrance of Ogun, god of iron. In celebrating the Olojo Festival, part of the ceremonial rites include the Oni of Ife, communing with the ancestors and praying for his people. This is to make him pure and ensure the efficiency of his prayers. The Oni would appear in public with a divinely ornamentally embellished sacred and symbolic Are crown, which signifies the existence of the world, its people, and the conglomeration of all days, which make up the Osu month. The Are crown is also about the creation of earth. Thus, the celebration of that day when the Are descended from heaven with all the instrumentality of existence, which is the reason for the celebration of the Olojo Festival. Olojo is simply explained as a celebration of the moment when the day was formed. Children of the Yoruba race and the entire world all converged on the cradle of the Yoruba people, Ile-Ife, in Osun State, Nigeria, for the celebration of the Olojo Festival. Eminent personalities from all over Nigeria, including Nollywood legends like Iya Rainbow, Eda Oniniola, Madam Kofo, Yemi Sholade, Akin Lewis, Opeyemi Ayola, Sahid Balogun, Antalanio, and many others came for the historic celebration. The day began with several performances by different cultural troupes from across Nigeria, displaying beautiful dance steps and promoting their cultural heritage. It also featured a quick session displaying different deities in this order. Ogun, the god of iron. Osun, typically associated with water, purity, fertility, love, and sensuality. Eshu, also known as Elegba or Legba, a trickster god of the Yoruba people. Yemoja, a major water deity from the Yoruba religion and the protective energy of the female force. She is also believed to be an Orisha and the mother of all Orishas, having given birth to 14 Yoruba gods and goddesses. Oya is also known as the wife of Shango. Oya is an Orisha of winds, lightning and violent storms, death and rebirth. Shango, one of the most controversial Orishas in Yoruba land, is known as the god of fire and thunder, while Olokun is the goddess of the bottom of the ocean of the West African Yoruba people. Oloko is also known as the deity of wealth, health, and goddess of all water bodies. Oshenyi is the Orisha of the forest, and it protects against witchcraft. He is the repository of vast information on herbal medicines used to cure various illnesses. King of Fuji music, K1 the Ultimate, entertained guests as they all rejoiced celebrating the 2018 Olojo Festival. This was followed by an in-house reception at the Owner's Palace, His Imperial Majesty, Oba Adeyeye Togunsi, where music artists, actors and actresses, and very important personalities came to felicitate with the Oba. On that night, there was a surprise visit by Kabiesi's secondary school principal, Venerable G.B. Daramola, who was the first indigenous principal of Loyola College, Ibadan, where Oba Adeyeye Togunsi excelled in all ramifications. Venerable G.B. Daramola, while sharing his experience, described Oba Adeyeye Togunsi as a man who likes organization and very hardworking, who represented Loyola College of Ibadan in various sports and dance competitions, which he was known for all over Oyo State. Venerable G.B. Daramola stressed that he is proud and fulfilled to have taught another great man in Nigeria.
He won many dancing competitions. And he was one of the major Liberty Stadium in those days. So I have a very pleasant memory of his stay in Loyola College. And yes, he played lawn tennis for Loyola College and badminton too. So he was a sportsman. So I must say that I am happy this evening, and I want to pray that your reign will continue to be peaceful. Your reign will continue to be characterized by peace, by improvement, by advancement, and by progress in Iran. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thereafter, several artists such as Lord of Ajasa, Earthquake, and Jasmine Olofi serenaded the guests with some of their hit songs. That's even the Oni of Ife, Oba Adeyeye Togunsi, got into the singing mode. The last day of the Olojo festival was very significant, as the Oni of Ife, His Imperial Majesty, Oba Adeyeye Ogunwusi, dressed up in his full regalia and proceeded to his family rites in the celebration of the Olojo festival. He was glamorously accompanied by a large entourage. Veteran actors Sahid Balogun and colleagues, who were the masters of ceremony, engaged the crowd in different traditional dance competitions, while also giving out prizes. In the remarks of Professor Akel Kokaye Kalfani, the director of Africana Institute and associate professor of sociology from Essex Country College, USA, he expressed his love for the African culture, which he said he's always wanted to be a part of. Professor Akel stressed that Africans should be proud of their heritage because the outside world is eager to experience what they experience.
And the celebration of who we are as a people. And I say greet you on behalf of all the brothers and sisters from the United States. I say greetings, greetings, greetings. Here tonight, I'm going to pour libations, and we know that libations is a key element to our cultural and our tradition. So here, as African people, we know that we come from the beginnings of the beginnings of the beginnings. Those beginnings started right here in Ile-Ife. And so those beginnings, we have to know that when we look at it, we say the past is the present and the present is the past. So we pour libations to those that come from the past. Ashe. I need your help with me. Ashe. And those from the present, Ashe. And those yet to come. Ashe.
Later on, followers of Sangbeke deity in Yoruba Sangbeke entertained guests with their dance steps and showcased the supernatural powers of the deity by burning the masquerade and bringing it back to life. Alhaji Sulaiman Ayilara, who is an Akewi, wowed the audience with his performance, after which several traditional groups entertained the crowd, as Oba Adeyeye Ogunwusi enjoyed the performances.
Abunteni ọmọ so ikeyo ọmọ ojú tó máa ní nífẹ̀ẹ́ ọ̀nì owó ni wọ́n fi nílé bàbá tó bí ọlọ́mọ wọn èé dúró ká tó kí wọ́n nífẹ̀ẹ́ ọ̀nì bàbá mi wọn èé bẹ̀rẹ̀ ká tó kí wọ́n nífẹ̀ẹ́ oyè tó ń gá tó ń bẹ̀rẹ̀ láàfin kí wọ́n nífẹ̀ẹ́ òtólú bí wọ́n bá kí wọ́n nífẹ̀ẹ́ tán bàbá búkú ẹ̀bọ ni wọ́n mọ́lúwa rẹ̀ ṣe èrò àbọ̀ ọmọ nílùú kan ọ̀bá ń bá ti bá. Bami abume nílùú kan bàbàtìbà ní ọmọ lọ́dọ̀ kan ò tó. ni ẹ o màámi ọmọ olódò kan ọ̀tàrà odò tí ó sàn wéré kétọ́ lọ sàn wéré èké sẹ́ran tí kò dá ikú lé ọ̀sìn lẹ̀ lórí àbàtà ìgbà tó dílé adéláwọ̀ ẹ̀ lọ́bàdòkun ẹni pélé ọ̀gbọ́dọ̀ ọmọ abàgbàjà wọn gbọ́dọ̀ kù sánṣẹ́ kìkìdé ní sọ̀bọ̀rọ̀ ṣe máa pẹ́ náà ni ó mú mi odò náà gbẹ sọ̀bọ̀rọ̀ mi wù mí ibi dandan kó máa bá lábẹ́ ojúra bẹ sálò nífẹ̀ẹ́ àbúrẹ́ ọmọ akápá owó rẹ mọ́ omi tí mo lọ sàn wéréke tí mo lọ sàn wéréke ọ̀nà mẹ́ta ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ olómi ọ̀hún sàn dé ń jọ ṣiṣẹ́ kí n sọ àkọ́kọ́ ló lọ yọ ní ìlú Ọ̀ṣun tí ń bẹ̀lẹ́ díẹ̀ dẹ ìyẹn ní tẹ́lẹ̀ èrò ọmọ yìí pé ìyẹn lọ́ọ́ máa jí lè pínrín ìdẹ ẹ̀kejì ló lọ yọ ní ìlú Òṣogbo ó ní wọ́n sọ̀dọ̀ Ọ̀ṣun Òṣogbo rò kí ọmọ àṣálà àṣejìrẹ́ lómi ọ̀hún gbéjà náà ń jọ sí ọmọ pé mẹ́sàn-án ni mo sọ pé máa múlé onífẹ̀ẹ́ wù mí gbé bàbá mi àbútẹ́ ní ọmọ òye ìfẹ́ káfádé apá kan kádà apá kan sí ṣe máa pé kíní ọ̀hún gbà yìí nífẹ̀ẹ́ bàbá mi ọ̀rí ìkúnlẹ̀ rúgùdù ìgbà yìí nífẹ̀ẹ́ bàbá mi ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ fún ìgbà yìí nífẹ̀ẹ́ bàbá mi òjì ọwọ́ ṣẹ́giṣẹ́gi ìgbà yìí nífẹ̀ẹ́ bàbá mi ìyẹn funfun nẹ́nẹ́ni ìgbà yìí nífẹ̀ẹ́ bàbá mi èèpà òòṣà kíní ẹ̀ ń gbà yìí nífẹ̀ẹ́ bàbá mi obì ipa obì ifi ó gbà yìí nífẹ̀ẹ́ bàbá mi aṣọ funfun nẹ́nẹ́ni ìgbà yìí nífẹ̀ẹ́ bàbá mi àgógó ẹnu orí tí kì í jẹku tí kì í jẹja tí ejò kókó abomi ọbẹ̀ lóore bàbá mi sọ ma pé kíní ọ̀ ń gbà yìí nífẹ̀ẹ́ bàbá rẹ̀ àbúntẹ́ni ọmọ òye nífẹ̀ẹ́.
From Biscon Communications, we wish the honor of Ife, His Imperial Majesty, Oba Adeyeye Nitogunse, and the entire people of Osun State, particularly Ile-Ife, a blessed season.
Biscon TV's 6th anniversary special celebration bonanza. Offer opens for interested broadcasters to audition for positions like newscasters, sports reporters, program presenters in politics, entertainment, business, and so on. Biscon TV's 6th anniversary special celebration bonanza auditioning begins on Monday, the 4th of September on a daily basis till the 20th of September 2023, the day Biscon TV turns 6 years. Prospective candidates should report to Biscon TV Global Corporate Headquarters, 12 Sylvia Crescent, Anthony Village, by Zenith Bank, Anthony Village Branch, Lagos. Time, 12 noon daily, from Monday, the 4th of September to September 20th, 2023. There will be special Biscon TV 6th anniversary present for the best 10 of the lots. Biscon TV, the fastest growing, most watched 24 hours television station on YouTube globally. Biscon TV. Engaging, interactive, and all-encompassing. It's 6 glorious hearty cheers to Biscon TV on the stable of Biscon Communications Global Media Network. Here is the breaking news of the moment. Biscon TV, the most exciting 24-hour general interest television station, parading cutting-edge programs in news, sports, politics, business, foreign news, fashion and style, entertainment and lifestyle programs, Biscon movies and more, has been moved to channel 144 on GoTV. Our programs begin daily with Biscon Breakfast Bubble (BBB), featuring newspaper review and interviews on trending issues. Biscon Roundtable is our daily discussion program on essential tips on life and living. Biscon TV broadcasts news 7 times daily from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Biscon TV can be watched in all parts of the country now on GoTV channel 144 and live streaming on Biscon TV on YouTube. Biscon TV live streaming on YouTube is the fastest growing, most watched 24-hour live streaming channel on YouTube. Remember, Biscon TV has been moved from channel 108 to channel 144 on GoTV. Biscon TV. Interactive, engaging, and unconventional.
Dear friends and supporters, we trust you are in good health. Today, we come to you with a heartwarming request for assistance on behalf of a young man whose dreams have been derailed by an unexpected health crisis. Adibare Adewale Kudus promising student of Yaba College of Technology, was on a path towards achieving his dreams and securing a brighter future for himself and his family. However, life had different plans for him. A severe eye cataract has clouded his vision, causing him unimaginable pain and forcing him to drop out of school. The good news is that there is hope. Adebare Adewale Kudus has been given an opportunity to regain his sight through a left eye surgery scheduled for Friday, September 29, 2023 at the Ansila Catholic Hospital in Lagos. This procedure can change his life forever, but it comes at a cost. We urgently need to raise 850,000 naira to cover the expenses of the surgery and post-operative care. Your generous donation can make a world of difference in Kudus' life. With your support, we can give him the gift of sight and help him get back on the path to realizing his dreams. The surgery is scheduled for September 29, 2023, and time is of the essence. Your compassion can make a life-changing difference in Kudus' life. Kindly send your donations into the account name Adebare Adewale Kudus. Account number 044-962-8253 GT Bank. Together we can bring light back into Kudus' world. Thank you for your kindness, generosity and support. Many thanks for joining us again on the News Hour on Biscon Television. I am Stella Para. We'll begin with our top stories. On the national scene, Jonathan's godson, 2 others jailed 6 years for 2.9 billion naira fraud. Nobody is above the law, says Abiodun in Datkem demolition. In business news, CBN directs banks to stop spending forex revaluation gains. On the foreign scene, 150 dead as catastrophic storm floods hit East Libya. And in the rather sports, Awoni wins Nottingham Forest Player of the Month, Goal of the Month awards. Now in the news in full. The Federal High Court sitting in Port Harcourt, Rivers State, has convicted and sentenced a former special advisor to Dan Abia, erstwhile managing director of the Niger Delta Development Commission, George Turner, and 2 others to 6 years imprisonment for obtaining money under false pretense. The 2 others, Edlis Urubebe and Uzogo Chidebere, sentenced alongside Turner by presiding judge Justice A.T. Mohammed, were also convicted of money laundering, conversion of funds and forgery, contrary to Section 1, subsection 1A of the Advance Fee Fraud and Other Fraud-Related Offences Act 2006 and punishable under Section 1, subsection 3 of the same Act. The defendants were originally arraigned by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission in May 2017 and rearraigned on January 25, 2021 on 23 counts, bordering on obtaining by false pretense, money laundering, and abuse of office to the tune of 2.8 billion naira. This was contained in a statement issued on Monday by the EFCC spokesman, Wilson Owojaren. They were jailed on Thursday, September 7, 2023, having been found guilty of charges preferred against them by the Port Harcourt Zonal Command of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. They pleaded not guilty to the charges. It added that the prosecuting counsel, IARGO, called several witnesses and tendered documents to prove the case against the defendants. Justice Mohammed convicted and sentenced them to 2 years imprisonment each, starting from the date of their arrest. Now, Ogun State Governor Dapo Abiodun has refuted claims of political motivation behind the partial demolition of a 5-story building in the state. The property, Datkem, is believed to belong to Olufunke Daniel, the wife of former Ogun State Governor Gbenga Daniel. Abiodun said this during an inspection of the reconstruction of the 8 kilometers Mowe Ofada Road in the Bafemi Owode local government area of the state. Addressing the issue, Abiodun asserted that the demolition was necessary due to violations of the law. He emphasized the importance of adhering to state laws regardless of social status. He commended the officials of the Ministry of Physical Planning for their unwavering stance despite significant pressure. In another development, the National Assembly Election Petitions Tribunal sitting in Tafawa Balewa Square, Lagos State, has invalidated the election victory of Thaddeus Atta from the Labour Party as the duly elected representative for Etiosa Federal Constituency. In a late-night judgment delivered, the tribunal ruled that the elections were inconclusive and directed the Independent National Electoral Commission to conduct a supplementary election within 90 days in all polling units where voting did not take place. Nigerian singer and actor Bankole Wellington, popularly known as Banky W, of the People's Democratic Party, who was declared the runner-up in the February 2023 election, and the All Progressives Congress candidate Ibrahim Babajide Abaniko, had both filed petitions challenging the election results. The electoral umpire declared Atta the winner with 24,075 votes, while Banky W and Abaniko polled 18,668 and 16,901 votes respectively. INEC has been ordered to withdraw the return certificate and conduct elections in areas where it didn't hold. We'll take a short break now, and when we come back, we'll bring you business news. Stay tuned. Welcome back. You're still watching Biscon TV News. Now to business news. The Central Bank of Nigeria issued a directive instructing commercial banks to refrain from utilizing their foreign exchange revaluation gains for dividends and operational expenditures. The new directive was conveyed in a letter dated September 11, 2023, signed by the Director, Banking Division Department, Haruna Mustafa, and it is expected to be implemented immediately. Forex revaluation gains refer to the increase in the value of banks' assets and liabilities denominated in foreign currency when there is a change in the exchange rate between the foreign currency and the local currency. The CBN said it had assessed the consequences of the recent forex rate regime change on the banking system and identified its potential to substantially impact the naira values of banks' foreign currency assets and liabilities. Forex revaluation gains must serve as a counter-cyclical buffer to safeguard against potential adverse forex rate fluctuations. The CBN emphasized that banks should utilize these revaluation gains to reinforce their capital reserves, thus enhancing the banking sector's capacity to endure volatility and economic shocks. We'll take another short break. When we come back, we'll bring you foreign news. Stay tuned. Welcome back. You're still watching Biscon TV News. Now to foreign news. At least 150 people were killed when freak floods hit eastern Libya, officials said on Monday, after Storm Daniel swept the Mediterranean, lashing Turkey, Bulgaria and Greece. Speaking on Libyan network Al-Masr, Osama Hamad, Prime Minister of the East-based government, reported more than 2,000 dead and thousands missing in the city of Derna alone, but no medical sources or emergency services have confirmed such figures. Mohammed Massoud, a spokesman for Hamad's Benghazi-based administration, said earlier that at least 150 people were killed as a result of flooding and torrential rains left by Storm Daniel in Derna, Jabal and Al-Qada region and the suburbs of Al-Marj. Hundreds of residents were still believed to be trapped in the difficult-to-reach areas as rescuers backed by the army were trying to come to their aid. Experts have described Storm Daniel, which killed at least 27 people when it struck parts of Greece, Turkey and Bulgaria in recent days, as extreme in terms of the amount of water falling in the space of 24 hours. As the world warms, the atmosphere contains more water vapor, which increases the risk of heavy precipitation in some parts of the world. Combined with other factors such as urbanization and land use planning, these more intense rainfall events contribute to flooding. You're still watching Biscon TV News. Up next is Sports News. Stay tuned. Welcome back. Now to the world of sport. Super Eagles striker Taiwo Awoniyi has won the Player of the Month and Goal of the Month awards for the month of August at Nottingham Forest. The 25-year-old striker has scored 3 times, totaling 184 minutes in 4 games for Nottingham Forest this season, stretching his impressive scoring run from last term to 7 consecutive Premier League matches, the third African player to do so after Mohamed Salah and Sheyi Adebayo. Awoniyi will face competition from West Ham's Jarrod Bowen, James Maddison of Tottenham Hotspur, Rodri of Manchester City, Brian Mbeumo of Brentford, and Kaoru Mitoma of Brighton and Hove Albion in the race for the gong. Announcing him as the winner of both Player of the Month and Goal of the Month, the Nigerian has picked up from where he left off after an excellent end to last season, scoring 3 goals and producing 1 assist in 4 Premier League games so far this term. Awoniyi, who has also been nominated for the Premier League Player of the Month award, has also been voted as Forest Player of the Month for August, having received 83% of the votes. We'll take another short break. When we'll come back, we'll bring you entertainment news. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the News Hour on Biscon Television. Now to entertainment news. Big Brother Niger star Chukwuemeka Okoye, popularly known as Ford, has celebrated his daughter as she turns a month old. Ford's daughter was born on August 11, 2023, and at the time, the reality star was still a member of the Big Brother All-Stars housemates. However, the happy news was announced via his Instagram page that day and was received with tremendous joy and support. He was evicted from the show shortly after and was more than happy to join his family. He has since gone full family man mode on his Instagram, occasionally gracing his followers with candid and sometimes funny moments from his household. Ford and his wife got married in February 2023 in a low-key ceremony after getting engaged in December 2022. Now their family of 2 has enlarged by 1 slot, occupied by their bundle of joy, Elena. And that's it for now on the News Hour on Biscon Television. Compiled and produced by Olakbeju Ajidagba. I am Stella Opara. Thank you for watching. Dear friends and supporters, we trust you are in good health. Today, we come to you with a heartwarming request for assistance on behalf of a young man whose dreams have been derailed by an unexpected health crisis. Adibare Adewale Kudus, a promising student of Yaba College of Technology, was on a path towards achieving his dreams and securing a brighter future for himself and his family. However, life had different plans for him. A severe eye cataract has clouded his vision, causing him unimaginable pain and forcing him to drop out of school. The good news is that there is hope. Adibare Adewale Kudus has been given an opportunity to regain his sight through a left eye surgery scheduled for Friday, September 29, 2023 at the Ansila Catholic Hospital in Lagos. This procedure can change his life forever, but it comes at a cost. We urgently need to raise 850,000 naira to cover the expenses of the surgery and post-operative care. Your generous donation can make a world of difference in Kudus' life. With your support, we can give him the gift of sight and help him get back on the path to realizing his dreams. The surgery is scheduled for September 29, 2023, and time is of the essence. Your compassion can make a life-changing difference in Kudus' life. Kindly send your donations into the account name Adibare Adewale Kudus. Account number 044-962-8253 GT Bank. Together we can bring light back into Kudus' world. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. Dear friends and supporters, we trust you.
Hello and welcome to Newspaper Review. I am Olakbeju Ajidagba. So today on Newspaper Review, I will begin with the Nigerian Tribune today, Tuesday, September 12, 2023, and from my first story here for Nigerian Tribune. Presidency: UAE lifts visa ban on Nigerians after Tinubu's intervention. Emirates: Etihad Airlines to resume flight. Emirati government silent on agreement. That story is on page 4. The ban happened October 2022 last year, and it's almost a year now since the ban happened. So now this is good news for Nigerians, and I'm sure things will go back to normal as soon as possible with Nigeria and UAE. So moving on to the next story. Federal government to increase education funding by 25%. Minister: target 4 years to end out of school children syndrome. Yes, it's been increased from 5% now to 25%, a part of the renewed hope agenda for 2023, and you can read that story on page 17. Federal government orders probe prosecution of killings of 4-year female student. That story is on page 28. Court orders Ogun government to maintain status quo on Daniel's property. Demolition not politically motivated. Abiodun, that according to the governor of Ogun State, Prince Dapo Abiodun, and he's saying the demolition was because of things weren't put in place. It's not politically motivated. That story is on page 4. The plaza was actually demolished by the Ogun State government yesterday around 3 a.m. yesterday. So that is the story, and you can read that on page 4 of the Nigerian Tribune. Zenith Bank defies odds with triple-digit surge in H1 2023. That story is on page 7. UBA Foundation launches 2023 National Essay Competition. That's on page 7. We can see the picture of Akintola Williams. He dies at the age of 104. Obasanjo, Atiku, Sanwo-Olu, Abiodun, others mourn as Akintola Williams dies at 104. Yes, so he died on Monday 9 a.m. in his residence in Lagos, and he's actually the first sub-Saharan to become a chartered accountant, and he's died at the age of 104. We can see here the picture, and that story is on page 5. To read more on that, you can read that on page 5, and this is the last story for Nigerian Tribune. Moving on to Daily Sun. Today, Tuesday, September 12th, 2023, and for my first story here for Daily Sun. UK Visa Center in Enugu will enhance economic partnership, cultural exchanges. Mbahe's move says it will strengthen ties, and that's on page 6. UAE lifts visa ban on Nigerian travelers. Decision taken after parley with Tinubu. I spoke about that earlier, and that's on page 6. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, we can see the picture here, and the President of the United Arab Emirates UAE, Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, in a handshake after meeting in Abu Dhabi yesterday. PDP knocks Tinubu legal team over PEPT judgment. CTC kicks against federal government planned Fulani colonies in Benue, urges Alaya to reject it. You can read that on page 27. Federal government fled 4.2 billion naira SCF gas, lost $22.9 billion between 2012-2021, says NOSDRA. That's on page 25. Eulogies as Akintola Williams, accountant legend, dies at 104 years. And I spoke about that too, and that's on page 26. Ulamps raise another Imo Monarch's palace. That's on page 31 to read on that story. Reps LP loses 3 seats in Abia. Edo Tribunal dismisses LP APC petitions against Akpatosin Yahweh. That's on page 7. We're gonna have to wait to see the outcome of the petitions. Drama as Tribunal returns Labour Minister to Senate. That's on page 7. Education Minister directs VC to fish out killers of nursing students in Ekiti. 27, you can read that story on 27. Page 27. Edo Deputy Governor Shaibu moved out of official residence. That's on page 8. You can see that the beef is still ongoing between the governor of Edo State and the deputy governor Obaseki and the Shaibu drama. You can read that on page 8, which is also the last story here for Daily Sun. I'll be moving on to The Punch. Today, Tuesday, September 12th, 2023, and for my first story here for The Punch. Operators excited as UAE lifts a visa ban on Nigerians. That's good news. Everyone is excited about that, and that's good news for Nigerians. And you can read that story on page 18. Morocco earthquake death toll rises to 2,700. That story is on page 7. Yesterday it was around 2,000, and now it's surpassed that. And you can read that on page 7. Henderson reacts as Dangote refinery misses production deadline. That's always on page 17. Tinubu special investigator filed CBN audited report. Central Bank allegedly pays over 40 million naira to IFRS Academy for accounting guidelines. DSS to summon FRC boss. Top directors of CBN special investigator deepens probe. That's always on page 2 to read more on that. So there's a lot of prop going on, investigations here and there. We have to see the outcome of these investigations, and you can read that on page 2. Obasanjo governors mourn as historian of accounting Williams dies at 104 years. And that's on page 3 and 8. We can see them paying tribute, the last respect to the accounting legend. You can read that on pages 3 and 8. Corruption, biggest hindrance to Nigerians' democratic development. Global report. You can read that on page 12. Court remands jealous lover over killing girlfriend. That's on pages 4 and 5. 2.9 billion naira fraud. Jonathan's godson, 2 others jailed 6 years. That's on page 8. And that is also the last story here for The Punch. We're moving on to Vanguard today, Tuesday, September 12, 2023. And for my first story here for Vanguard, Zenith Bank's gross earnings jump 139% to 967.3 billion naira in H1 23. UBA Foundation launches 2023 National Essay Competition. That's on page 8. UBA Foundation launches the 2023 National Essay. You can read that on page 8. Funding. Federal government will grant varsities through autonomy. Minister. Page 9 to read on that story. Biscon Plaza demolition. No one is above the law in Ogo. That's the governor of Ogun State, Prince Dapo Abiodun. And you can read that story about the demolition on page 10. Doyen of accounting, Akintola Williams dies at 104 years. That's on page 7. The legend of accounting is dead. And you can see that on page 7. Federalism at grassroots. 17 states run 323 local government areas with caretaker committees. You can see that on page 5. Practice breaches section 7 of Constitution. Anambra, Imo, Borno, others emerge as worst states. Northeast was hit with 91 of 102 local government areas affected. Southeast follows with 65 out of 95 local government hit. Northwest emerges best with 149 of 186 local government areas under democracy. We have peculiar circumstances in the country. NULGE. Aggrieved Kansas should go to court. NGF source. Imo will hold local government poll this year. Uzodima. Governors carried out coup against the local government areas. Agbakoba. Democracy not working at local government areas. That's Akeni. You can see that on page 5. UAE lift visa ban on Nigeria. Emirates, Etihad to resume flight operations. That's on page 9. We can see the President of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, yesterday as he met with the President of the United Arab Emirates, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan in Abu Dhabi, and a secure deal which led to immediate lifting of the visa ban placed on Nigerian travelers. Foreign rescuers joined Morocco quick race as death toll hit 2,862. That's on page 8 to read more on the Morocco earthquake. Federal government won't introduce new taxes. Presidential committee. That's on page 9. I do not think the current liberal democracy is working for the country. Not only is it prohibitively expensive, elections is currently concluded, deepen our fault lines and consequently complicate the nation building process. That's according to Adibe, and it's on page 17. Brain drain. Some departments in teaching hospitals shutting down. MDCAN raises alarm. For the sports section, which is also the last story here for Vanguard, Ndidi sure Eagles will qualify for 2026 World Cup. That's hope there. That's a good one. Team spirit. And that is on page 31. Before I continue with the Guardian, which is the next newspaper, we'll go on a quick short break, and when we come back, we continue with newspaper review. Stay with us. Yes, welcome back to Newspaper Review. I will begin with The Guardian. Today, Tuesday, September 12, 2023, and for my first story here for The Guardian, cautious optimism as federal government adopts a piecemeal negotiation ahead of $800 million stock funds. That's on page 6 to read more on the federal government negotiation. 78,000 Nigerians die yearly from cancer. That's on page 5 to read more on that. Nigerians microfinance banking dream on brink of failure. The news analysis and it's on page 4. 2.9 billion naira NDDC fraud. 8 to ex-MD, 2 others back 6-year jail term. You can read the news on page 3. End of an era in accounting profession as Akintola Williams bows out. That's on page 6. For the last story here for The Guardian, 7 died, scores injured in Cross River Benue dispute. That's the last story and it's on page 8. For my next newspaper here, today Tuesday, September 12th, 2023, and for my first story here for this day, Zenith Bank delivers phenomenal triple-digit growth in first half 2023. That's on page 10. To read about the growth of Zenith Bank, you can see that on page 10. Atiku, Abbas, Obaseki, Sanwo-Olu, Abiodun, Icon, others mourn Akintola Williams. Say it's end of an era for accounting profession in Nigeria as pioneer chartered accountant dies at 104 years old. And you can see his picture here, the late Akintola Williams. To read on that, you can read that on page 10. After meeting with Tinubu, UAE lifted visa ban on Nigerians. Emirates, Etihad Airlines to resume flights in, out of Nigeria. UAE to invest several $1 billion in defense, agriculture sectors in Nigeria. New forex liquidity program between both countries to be unfolded in coming weeks. Emirates new agency mum on lifting of a visa ban, flight resumption. You can read that on page 10 of the newspaper. You can see the president of Nigeria with the president of UAE. Nigeria-UAE relations get a boost. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the President of the United Arab Emirates Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan in Abu Dhabi after finalizing an agreement which has resulted in the immediate cessation of the visa ban placed on Nigerian travelers yesterday. And that is also the last story here for this day. For the last newspaper for today's newspaper review, The Nation. Today, Tuesday, September 12th, 2023, and for my first story for The Nation, Zenith Bank makes a 967 billion naira half-year gross earnings. That's on page 7. Federal varsities to get full financial autonomy. Education to take budget 25%. That's on page 5. Edo relocate Shaibu's office outside government house. That's on page 5. The drama between the Edo State governor and the deputy Obaseki and Shaibu. You can read that on page 5. Row between Ogun government. Daniel over Plaza deepens. That's on page 6. UAE lifts visa restriction on Nigerian travelers. Etihad Emirates flights to resume. We can see the president with the president of the United Arab Emirates, Mohammed bin Al Nahyan, yesterday. And for the next story here, palliatives. Borno, Sokoto give out 140 vehicles offers. That's on page 3. To read more on the palliative story. Mixed fortunes for APC, PDP, Labour at tribunals. Lalong wins senatorial seat. Labour Party reps sacked in Abia. APC, PDP reps axed in Delta. Plateau governor triumphs. Gaya fails to overturn NNPP victory. Oborevwori heads for Supreme Court. You can read that story on page 4 between the APC, the PDP, and the Labour Party. You can read that as the accounting their gains and losses at the governorship and legislative tribunals in states. You can read that on page 4. You can see the picture of the accounting legend, the accounting icon. Akintola Williams dies at 104. Leaders, governors, others pay tribute. Another chapter closed. A chapter closed in Nigerian's accounting history yesterday with the demise of pioneer accountant Mr. Akintola Williams. And to read more on that, you can see that on page 5. And you can see the tribute on page 29. 11 feared killed in Plateau. That's on page 27. Devastating storm kills 150 in Libya. That's on page 3, which is also the last story here for the nation. And we've come to the end of newspaper review today. Thank you for watching and thank you for staying with us. To see more, you can download the Biscon TV app on your Android devices or on your iOS devices, and you can also visit our YouTube channel to get all the latest updates you need. I'll see you next time for another exciting edition of newspaper review. Many thanks for watching.
Otumba engineer Abiodun Onuga celebrates the engagement of his daughter in Lagos in a big and classy way. The big event was held at the Queen's Park Event Center, Oniru, Lagos on Thursday, the 17th of August, 2023. The bride is Oluwatumininu Onuga and the groom is Oluwashemilore Onolakbo. The bride is a graduate of the University of Oxford, United Kingdom, an author and admissions advisor. The groom is a talented visual artist. The bride and groom met in the United Kingdom in 2014 and got it going till this engagement and hope to live together forever as one. The parents of the bride are Engineer Otumba Abiodun Onuga, an international businessman and successful entrepreneur, while the mother of the bride, Chief Mrs. Yetunde Onuga, is the immediate past Deputy Governor of Ogun State. The groom's father is Elder Olawale and the mother is Assistant Pastor Mrs. Titilayo Oluwayemisi Onolakbo, both from Oyo and Lagos states. The opening prayer was said by Pastor Olubi Johnson. The first move was made by the groom's family to state their intention to the bride's family with a letter of intent. The mother of the bride happily displayed the letter to the whole family before Oluwatoyin Onuga read the letter. The Ononuga family presented the acceptance letter to the Onolakbos, family members of the groom. The engagement ceremony continued with the entry of the groom and friends amidst singing and dancing. groom meets his parents-in-law and his parents for blessings and prayers. The beautiful bride, Oluwatumininu Ononuga, and friends danced in heartily and also met her parents and parents-in-law. The bride was then unveiled by the groom's parents before she was handed over by her parents, Otumba Abiodun and Chief Mrs. Yetunde Ononuga, to the groom. The bride placed the groom's cap on his head to crown him as her husband. The bride and groom exchanged rings to seal their union. And Alhaji Ademola Ononuga prayed to bring the first part of the event to an end. The reception party which followed next was chaired by Mr. Biscon Tv, former Managing Director of First Bank PLC, now Chairman of Address Homes. Dignitaries present at the reception were the First Lady of Ogun State, Mrs. Bamidele Abiodun, Engineer Mrs. Noimot Salako Oyedele and her husband, Chief Bode Oyedele, the Chairman of the Island Club, Prince Rabiu Adeoluwa, Dr. Lorunimbe Mamora, Professor Toyin Ashiru, Otumba Deji Oshibogun, Prince Desi Olatilo, Olorogun Dr. Sani Kuku, and others. The Awujale and paramount ruler of Ijebuland, His Royal Majesty, Oba Eske Adetona, was represented by Olori Agba, Iyabo Adetona, and Olori Kemi Adetona. The reception began with the grand arrival of the chairman and the parents of the bride and groom, with Ebenezer Obey performing. The bride and groom later came in with their friends amidst hearty dancing. The chairman of the occasion, Mr. Biscon Tv, advised the couple to love and respect each other at all times.
Marriage is very sweet and noble. I can tell you this. I just both of you, and I think we should listen. Marriage is very, very sweet. I have been married for 37 years to the same woman. And I can tell you also that there will be periods of arguments. There's no doubt about it. There will be periods of disagreements. But it is normal in marriage. What most important is, do not allow a third party to intervene when those periods are. You will keep to something. You will enjoy your marriage. You will not endure it. There are people who endure marriages. When you begin to enjoy your marriage, it simply means you are just managing and patching it up. Yours will not be like that. You will enjoy it in Jesus' name. So, I wish you well. Do not use anything you have to punish her. Do not also, on the other side of the river, use what you have to punish your husband. Be together, spend time together, and Almighty God will continue to be.
The highlight of the event was the cake cutting exercise, officiated by the wife of the governor of Ogun State, Mrs. Bamidele Abiodun. The toast was proposed by younger brother of the groom, Oluwa Soromi Dayo Onolakbo.
I want to encourage all of us to, if you don't have something in our class, put something in your class, raise it in the air, and give a hearty cheers to Oluwa Tumininu and Oluwa Shemilori Onolakbo. Cheers to both of them.
After the toast, the couple had their first dance together, and their parents and other friends and family members joined in, while Chief Commander Ebenezer Obey performed. The event was brought to an end with Chief Commander Ebenezer Obey thrilling and entertaining guests with the best of music. From Biscon Communications, it's happy married life to Mr. and Mrs. Oluwa Shemilore and Oluwa Tumininu Onolakbo. Happy married life. The solemnization of the holy matrimony between Oluwatosin Abayomi Talabi and Oluwabukola Esther Ogunigbe was held on Saturday, the 9th of September 2023 at the All Saints Anglican Church, Oshodi, Lagos. The bride, Oluwabukola Esther Ogunigbe, is a cybersecurity specialist and daughter of member representing Oshodi Solo Constituency 1 at the Lagos State House of Assembly and Vice Chairman of the Island Club, Honorable Otumba Stephen Olukayode Ogundikpe. While the groom, Oluwatosin Abayomi Talabi, is a financial expert and son of Mr. Matthew Talabi. The marriage ceremony was officiated by a host of clergymen led by the Lord Bishop, Diocese of Lagos West, writes Reverend Dr. James Olushola Odediji. In attendance were the Olu of Oloruda Olajide Town in Ewekoro Kingdom, Oba Theophilus Olatubosun Jola Osho, trustee and former chairman of the Island Club, Mr. Alabanji Oladapo, among many others. The event started with a magnificent procession of the bride, led by her father, Honorable Stephen Ogundikpe. High point of the service was the exchange of rings, declaration of the couple as man and wife, as well as intercessory prayer and blessings of the couple by the Lord Bishop Olushola Odediji.
Hi, Oluwatosin. Thank you, Oluwabokola, to be my wife, to have and to hold me from this day forward, for better and for worse, for richer for poor, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish until we are parted by death, according to God's holy law. This is my solemn vow.
I, Oluwabokola, take you, Oluwatosin, to be my husband, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish until we are parted by death, according to God's holy law. This is my solemn vow. With my body, I will honor you. All that I have, I give to you. All that I have, I share with you. Within the laws of God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Amen.
The Bible reading was taken by the couple, Oluwatosin Abayomi Talabi and Oluwabukola Esther Ogundikpe, from 1 Corinthians chapter 13, verse 1 to 13. In the sermon, Venerable T.O.S. Ayodele stressed the need to appreciate God for the gift of marriage, which according to him is an institution established by God himself. He urged the couple to love and respect each other according to biblical precepts and to allow God to take absolute control of their home.
When you love your wife, you won't take the business so serious. You can only point it out in love, correct in love, and you move on. You don't allow mistakes to be a headache for you. Love your wife in everything she does. Love your wife as you love yourself. And in that verse, Paul says, that is verse 25, that as Christ loved his church and he died for her. Love your wife. My dear daughter, from verses 1 to 24, you are to respect, to honor, and to be obedient to your husband. Please don't go against your husband's wish or desires. Whatsoever he asks you not to do, even though it is necessary for you to do it, find time to talk with him. Try to persuade him. Try to convince him that this thing is necessary. But if you see he insists that don't do it, please don't. be obedient. Don't be arrogant. Don't say, yes, you have your right, I have my right. Please, two captains can never be a ship. Please and please be obedient. When you are obedient to your husband, I can tell you, either indirectly or directly, your husband will be your slave. I'm sorry to use that language. He will so love you to the extent that he can go an extra mile for you. But when you want to share his power with him, power talks in the home. The power talks can only break home.
Prayers for the couple were said by Venerable S. Olajide before the couple signed the marriage register alongside their parents. The service featured presentation of the marriage certificates to the couple, a special Thanksgiving session, presentations by Christian mothers led by the wife of the Lord Bishop, Dr. Mrs. Lydia Odedeji. The wedding service came to an end with a closing prayer led by the Lord Bishop James Olushola Odedeji and the withdrawal hymn. The reception followed immediately at the T.Y. Danjuma Hall of the Nigerian Armed Forces Resettlement Center, Oshodi, Lagos, where family members, friends and well-wishers joined the newlyweds for an exciting moment of celebration. On the bandstand was legendary Ebenezer Obey and crew providing the very best of music. DJ Wales was also on ground with regular supply of contemporary music. Present at the reception were a rich retinue of members of the Lagos State House of Assembly who gathered to give support to one of their own. Distinguished members of the prestigious Island Club, the chairman, Island Club and father of the day, Asiwaju Rabiu Adioluwa, the Lewo of Ewuland, Oba Shakiruddin Adesina Kuti, Chief Alex Duduyemi, Asiwaju of the Source, Mr. Olabanjo Ladapo, trustee and former chairman of the Island Club, the chairman and CEO of Biscon Communications, Prince Bisi Olatilo, head of the Lagos State branch of the National Union of Road Transport Workers, Musliu Akinsanya, popularly known as MC Oluomo, among so many others. The entry of the parents of the couple was done in grand style, starting with the groom's parents, Pa Matthew Talabi and wife, Mrs. Olayemi Talabi, followed closely by the energetic entry of the bride's parents, Honorable Stephen Olukayode Ogundikbe and wife, Yeye Kikelomo Ogundikbe, both accompanied by friends. high point of the event was the grand, colorful and magnificent entry of the couple, who danced graciously in company of the groomsmen and bridal train amidst the display of fireworks and energetic music supplied by the DJ. The opening prayer was said by Dr. Evangelist Daisy Obiano of Christ Embassy, Love World Ministries. The cutting of the cake was supervised by MC Jimmy Jairo.
All right, you're cutting this cake in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
I found the love for me. Darling, just
After the cutting of the cake, legendary Commander Ebenezer Obey took over proceedings with a supply of more energetic music as the couple swayed graciously on the dance floor, while family members and friends took turns to dance with them. The reception party featured a special presentation by distinguished members of the prestigious Island Club, which was coordinated by the Social Secretary, Mr. Tajuddin Okemode, and led by the chairman of the club, Asiwaju Rabiu Adiolua. In his response, the host and father of the bride, Honorable Otumba Stephen Olukayode Ogundikpe, expressed delight at a show of love and honor by members of the Island Club.
I want to appreciate you all. I want to thank you for the love, for the commitment, and for all the monies you have spent. God will also, for those grandpas among us, you will see your grandchildren. And for the fathers, in your presence, your children will do better. And for all of us that are here, that have not joined this premier social club, this is the time. This year, Island Club will be 80. And we are honoring 80 members. So this is the time for you to see me and be part of the Island Club. Once again, thank you. God bless you all.
The distinguished members of the club ended the presentation with the club's anthem. The grand moment of the reception was the official couple's first dance. They danced amidst exotic fireworks and a blend of romantic and party tunes supplied by DJ Wales.